Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Naruto's prank on Mizuki sparked a legendary harem. So do 4 blue hearts. Comment, be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video, and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon, for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. Naruto wasn't one for moping around. He believed if life gave you lemons, use them as ammo to bomb someone else. It was unusual to find the boy sulking, but after failing his exam for the 4th time he felt it was his right to sulk. The fact that he was the only student to fail this year was like rubbing salt into the wound. It hurt like hell. Staring at the ground and watching his tears arc in the dirt beneath the swing was how his blue-haired teacher found him. Mizuki had been observing the boy for several minutes, and decided on the best course of action. He would approach the blonde demon container and tell him about a secret test for passing the genin exam. The idiot child was so gullible, only the mere hint of another option would draw him in. Naruto quickly wiped his eyes on his orange jacket sleeve and glared at the man standing over him. "What is it, Mizuki-sensei?" he asked bitterly. Not much of a teacher, he couldn't pass the stupid test after his 4th go at it. Stupid rules, stupid villagers, stupid everything. No need to be upset, Naruto-kun. I just want to help you. Mizuki gave the boy a small smile, which immediately put him on his guard. Mizuki-sensei never calls me Naruto-kun. He probably wants to just make fun of me later. Oh really? Naruto said curiously. How would you do that? Mizuki ruffled his student's hair and whispered, "There's a different way to become genin. It's harder, but I think you can do it. Come with me and I'll give you the details, Naruto-kun." Naruto grinned wide and jumped off the old swing to trail after the man. All his fears were pushed to the side after being presented with this secret test. Wow, Mizuki-sensei's nicer than I thought. Imagine a harder test. But I can do it. Yup, I'll definitely pass this one. Naruto's infiltration of the Hokage Tower was surprisingly easy. Getting past the first set of guards was pathetically simple. They didn't even look at him as walked straight through the front door. Naruto supposed this might be because they didn't figure he'd get into anything with security. Too bad for them. A quick substitution with a bucket from the janitor's closet got him into the higher security area. The blonde clamped a hand over his mouth when he heard someone trip on the bucket he switched with moments earlier. Naruto waited in the cramped closet for his giggles to die down, then listened to make sure no one was walking by. From here on out, Mizuki-sensei said it would get more dangerous any further, and using the excuse he was lost or looking for the bathroom wouldn't work. Naruto opened the door and slinked out. He didn't bother to close it for fear the click of the lock might alert someone. He hugged the wall and noticed shadows seemed to be getting bigger, most likely to aid in the hiding of traps like Mizuki told him. Naruto crouched on all fours and moved forward. His eyes scanned the ground and walls, checking for anything out of the ordinary. It's almost like a real mission. His fingers detected the slight tremor of footsteps before he heard them. Naruto had ample time to jump up and wedge himself against the ceiling. He wished they taught wall climbing at the academy, then he wouldn't be straining just to remain in place. His fingers barely reached the other side of the hallway, and the pressure was starting to get painful. Quickly the ninja passed under the orange-clad preteen, and Naruto stared in shock for a good 3 minutes before exhaustion finally overpowered him. He dropped to the floor with a thud and snapped out of his musing. An Anbu, the best of the best, just passed under me, and didn't even notice. That must mean I'm better than everyone. I knew I was good. Continuing on his way, Naruto lost much of his caution, but was still able to avoid the few that rushed by. The blonde had activated no less than 5 traps on his way to the Junin and Up library, but luckily they were designed for taller and older people. Naruto was short for his age, so they flew right over his head. He hid behind a chest and observed the retired shinobi librarian. He had white hair and wrinkles. He also had an orange book. Naruto grinned viciously. Why is his plan solidified in his young mind? Naruto's hands became blurs in motion as he prepared the chakra for his best move. He may be only able to do mediocre henge and barely human bushin, but he always thought sexy no jutsu surpassed them all. After all, he was the only one he knew of that could physically change just by messing with the henge hand seals. Naruto shut his eyes and waited for the burning feeling to subside. Clouds floated in place of clothes around him, now her, as she stepped out from behind the storage chest. Her hips swayed suggestively as she approached the gawking bookkeeper. Naruto blew a kiss at the man and bounced her breasts. He started gibbering in response and his gnarled hands twitched. "Nay, what do you want to do?" she asked innocently while fluttering her eyelashes. The clouds dipped dangerously low, and Naruto knew she almost had him. Turning sideways, the well-built woman stroked one of her pigtails and winked. The old man flew backwards with blood gushing from his nose. Naruto stepped daintily over her victim and checked his status. He'd be out for a while. Lucky for him, his old training would kick in and work overtime to replenish blood. A norm. Al Civilian would be out for a day or two. Naruto giggled and concentrated. He closed his eyes and focused on his stomach, loosening the chakra weave that held her form. With a poof of smoke, a young, dressed, and male Naruto skipped around the service desk. The lack of anything resembling a security system only made him shrug. Overconfident ninja must have figured it was impossible to get this far. Naruto flipped through the files before finding his goal. He jotted down the directions and jumped over several shelves. Coming to a stand, Naruto nodded in appreciation at the large scroll he had come to get. The scroll of seals was nearly as tall as he was. Over 1,000 techniques, Mizuki-sensei said he only had to master one. If Naruto mastered one of the 1,000, then it would prove he was at least Junin level. Since only Junin could learn these, and not even all the ones in this particular scroll. Some were forbidden to everyone but the Hokage. Naruto shook as he lifted the heavy thing from its stand. He struggled under the weight, but then found a length of cloth to adjust the scroll against his back. The blonde began to exit the library and glanced back at the old pervert who was starting to groan. Naruto started running back the way he came, setting off more traps he had carefully avoided on the way in. Speed was what he needed, and if he had to jump a bit every now and then, it was good training. Alarm bells had just started ringing as Naruto exited the tower and headed for the forest. Despite the loud blaring and shouts of, "The scroll is missing," getting caught was far from Naruto's mind at the moment. He was not even thinking about what to read first from the weight on his back. No, Naruto was wondering what it was about naked girls that made grown men get nosebleeds. Sakura always hit people and they got nosebleeds, but it didn't happen just by her walking into a room. Then again, there was Miemi who graduated 2 years ago. She had worn a white shirt that one day. After getting wet from experimental water jutsu, lots of the boys and even some teachers had nosebleeds. Naruto slapped his head to clear it. He would stop questioning why it happened. All T had mattered was that the move was effective. Besides, Mizuki-sensei said he only had a few hours to learn something and he needed to get to the training spot where no one would look for him. Naruto looked like a dozen loaded carts rolled over him as he sat panting on the grass. His orange clothes were dirty and must, sweat drenched his body, but he had a blissful smile on despite it all. He patted the scroll lovingly and rested. One jutsu. Check. When I show Mizuki-sensei and Iruka-sensei, they'll pass me. He leaned back and listened to the calming sounds of nature. Insects buzzed, birds cawed. RPED and squirrels chattered back and forth too. Wait a minute, where'd the squirrels go? Naruto sat up and closed his eyes to listen. He'd been exploring and playing in Konoha forests for as long as he could remember, and the animal life usually accepted his presence. For the squirrels to just leave meant someone else was coming. Naruto. The tired blonde whipped his head around and broke into a maddening grin. Iruka-sensei. You caught me. I guess that means time's up, huh? Naruto, this is no time to be playing around. Do you have any idea what that scroll you stole is? Iruka shouted angrily. Of course. Mizuki-sensei told me. Iruka paused as the gears in his head turned. Mizuki-sensei told you. What did he say? Naruto jumped up and spun around to show off the large scroll tied to his back. He said, if I can learn just one technique from this seal scroll thingy, then I can be a genin. The blonde turned back to his teacher and scratched his head, still smiling like an idiot. And I did it. I learned one. Iruka drew a kunai and started scanning the trees. Naruto, listen to me. Mizuki lied to you. Oh, shut up, Iruka. You've lied to him just as much as I have. Mizuki called as he appeared above them in the branches. Naruto's gaze wavered between his two instructors in confusion. You Both lied to me. Does this mean I'm not going to be a genin? Mizuki laughed. Always a one-track mind, brat. No, you won't be genin, because I'll take that scroll and kill you right here. He reached behind and pulled an enormous shuriken from his back, quickly tossing it. Naruto Fei. His tired body seized up as the spinning death closed in on him. Naruto. Iruka screamed and pushed his student out of the way. Naruto went tumbling backwards as the shuriken went flying off into the distance. Mizuki sneered. I wasn't planning on killing you, Iruka, but if you interfere, that's what will happen. The man drew forth several kunai and examined the two on the ground. You know, don't see why you'd want to protect the thing that took your parents. Naruto stared up the man who was dripping blood and tears on him. Iruka was crying as he told his reasons for using his own body as a shield for the boy. We're the same, Naruto. I took a while to see it, but you're not the demon fox. Listen to that drivel boy. He's just lying to you to get the scroll for himself. Iuka's been lying to you your whole life just like the rest of the village. Ignore him and hand over the scroll. Mizuki yelled as he walked over to where the boy and man sat huddled. His eyes held a crazy shine and he licked a kunai. Naruto. Iruka whispered. He was out of practice, but be damned if he let one of his students get hurt. Please, listen to me. Naruto scowled and peered at the scarred-nosed man. He didn't know what or who to believe, though the demon fox did mesh in with how everyone always treated him, except for Iruka-sensei. Iruka sucked in a breath and his eyes bored into Naruto's. Run, and don't let anyone take the scroll. Consider this a mission from me. You don't know who could be working with Mizuki. Don't let anyone have it, it holds more secrets than even the Hokage himself. Don't let anyone get it. Iruka rolled over and deflected a thrown kunai. Run, Naruto. Naruto jerked his head in a knot and broke for the trees. His feet pounded the ground as tears flew off his face. He thought about going back to the village and returning the scroll to the Hokage and to get Iruka-sensei help, but then he remembered what Mizuki and Iruka said. The entire village has always lied to you. You don't know who Mizuki is working with. Don't let anyone get the scroll. He kept running further into the woods. Iruka-sensei was the only one he could trust, he was sacrific. Ing himself so Naruto might have some time to run. He wouldn't let Iruka-sensei down. Naruto would protect the damnable scroll from any and all comers, even the Hokage himself, unless Iruka-sensei said otherwise. Curse you, Iruka. Now I have to hunt down that stupid fox. Mizuki spat as he jumped into the branches. Iruka Yumino narrowed his eyes and followed, his hands picking up a log and beginning to shift through very familiar forms. Seconds later, a perfect copy of Naruto was jumping through the branches on all fours like an animal. Iruka would have smirked if his cover wouldn't be blown by the action. A transformed Mizuki approached and tried to convince Naruto to hand over the scroll. As if Iruka's shoulder slammed Mizuki into a tree and fell to the ground panting. How did you know it was me? Mizuki growled as his disguise vanished in a puff of smoke. Simple, Iruka answered. I'm me and you're you. He grinned as he dispelled his own transformation. I guess the only way for me to progress is to take you down then. Mizuki commented as he calmly unhitched his last giant shuriken from his back. Iruka shifted into a better stance. The fight was about to get serious. Back in the hidden village of Konoha, an old man's sweat dropped. Crap, he murmured as he watched the two people prepare to battle in his crystal ball. He had been planning to watch Naruto, so when all this cooled down he could easily find the boy and get back the scroll. The old man hadn't counted on Iruka's prowess with Henge though, and had spent the last 5 minutes following the man in his Naruto guise. The Hokage didn't have sound on his system, and gave a quick prayer that whichever one of them was loyal to Konoha would win. He placed his hand around the crystal orb and started his systematic scaring of the village and forest. Hopefully the blonde wouldn't have gotten out of range yet. Hopefully. Iruka could feel his vision and reactions begin to fade. The academy teacher was starting to regret missing practice. As teaching was mostly a desk job, he was barely able to parry Mizuki's attacks. Give up, you know without me you never would have gotten where you are. I'm better than you, and once I kill the brat and take the scroll everyone will acknowledge it. Mizuki heaved out, he was panting with the exertion it took to knock away Iruka's many thrown kunai. Sometimes ricochet off one another only to come at him from behind. I won't let you touch Naruto. Iruka snarled and jumped out of the way. He knew he didn't have much time before his stamina gave out. Let Naruto get away. Even if he has to leave Konoha altogether, let him escape this madman. He stumbled on the tree branch and calmly waited for Mizuki to take advantage of his mistake. The crazed teacher headed in for the kill, laughing while calling Iruka a failure and a demon lover. Iruka looked into his opponent's face with eyes cold and emotionless. It was such a change that Mizuki paused in his mocking, but he kept coming. I may be a demon lover to you, but it's better than trash. We burn trash. Iruka's voice came out freezing. He didn't even blink or try to twist out of the way as Mizuki's blade came within inches of his throat. Boom. Too late, the would-be missing nin saw the set of explosive notes set up between him and his target. They had been hidden within a henge. Damn Iruka and his basic jutsus. The explosion rocked the forest and threw back the two fighters. Their clothes were shredded like the landscape, blood, wood, and bits of flesh were scattered around the area. Ka would have given himself 10 minutes to live had he been awake. The only reason he had that much was because he knew his homemade bomb would go off and prepared the best he could for it. Mizuki's GLA's eyes didn't match his face, which was frozen in surprise. The man would never have guessed his rival would willingly sacrifice himself for a demon. His corpse cooled where it was speared on a broken branch. Naruto didn't feel the explosion, but he heard it. Fresh tears sprung forth and he stumbled but kept running. Iruka-sensei, thank you. I won't let you down. I promise. He kept running. The direction didn't matter as long as it was away from Konoha. The scroll on his back beat against him in time to his erratic heartbeat. Naruto felt something inside him stir, and he felt his weariness start to retreat a bit. Naruto wasn't stopping for a long while. Several Anbu dropped down to survey the carnage wrought by the two combatants. A goat-masked female whistled and pointed. The mutilated body of a brown-haired man could be seen hanging from the trees. His leg was wedged between some branches. I think he's still alive. God, he can't have much longer. Get him down into the hospital. Helios, run ahead and inform them to prepare the emergency room. Snapped a dog-masked man. An Anbu with a bird mask blurred as he headed back to town. Sir, what do you think happened? I don't know. From the sound I'd say explosive tag, but they don't do this much damage. Do they? Dog Mask replied as he walked among the waste. He was careful not to step on any bits of warped metal sticking up. Sir, there's no sign of it or the scroll. A shorter man in a frog mask called. Dog Mask rubbed his neck. Damn. Assume it is still in possession of the scroll. Check for any signs of passage, but don't take too long. Report back to headquarters in 15 minutes. If we find nothing, that man is our only possible lead. The gathered ninjas saluted and leapt away. Idly the leader wondered why when they jumped away from the Hokage his robes billowed out, and when people jumped from him the natural vacuum created by their departure drew in his clothes. It defied logic. The Anbu Captain Liu kept over the area one last time before leaving to write up a report. The demon container had the scroll of seals. He shivered. If the child learned the secrets it contained, they would be in trouble. Best to hunt the creature down and exterminate it before it became a threat, but that would be left to the hunter nin. Dog Mask disappeared in the direction of the hospital. He hoped the man made it. After all, he was the only one that might know where to start looking for the demon. Anbu Captain Rai, codenamed Kana, paced along the hallways in the basement of Hokage Tower. His dog mask was firmly in place and covered his scowl. Rai followed the trail he assumed the demon vessel took, looking for any signs of passage. There were plenty. Poisoned kunai and other implements of activated traps littered the floor. This is so unbelievably sloppy. How the heck did that brat get past all of us? Rai stopped at the entrance of the jutsu library. Old man, what do you remember from last night? The G-mask effectively muffled his voice enough to be unrecognizable. The white-haired bookkeeper looked up from his orange novel. Last night, I remember. A goofy look came on the old lecher's face as he blushed. I remember a blonde goddess with breasts and hips nicer than Junko's. The Anbu sighed and turned. Next time, old man, pay attention and stop daydreaming. This is a dead end. The pervert must have been asleep having sick fantasies when the demon came in. Can't even get a proper timeline set up. Rei's hand flew to his sword handle at the feel of a sudden chakra signature behind him. His grip relaxed when he realized it was one of his team. Ayumu. What is it? Hokage-sama wishes to speak with you about the report, at your convenience of course. Ayumu bowed. Rai could hear the smirk in his voice. The brat was way too cocky for his own good, the overconfidence was well-founded but could easily be the death of him someday. Okay. Thanks for the message. Rai brought his hands together to perform the teleportation jutsu but paused and looked at his subordinate. How's that John Doe? Him. He'll live, expected to make a recovery with time but with more scars than Ibiki. Possibly lose some sight. Full damage reports still not done. Identified as a Chunin Academy teacher. Ironic huh? Yeah, ironic. Rai whispered and triggered the jutsu. Academy teacher, probably the demon's own. We never should have let the thing go. We never should have let it live in the first place. Naruto stumbled on a tree root and went flying. He didn't know how long it had been since leaving Iruka-sensei. He didn't know much at that point. His mind stopped working hours ago when he was too tired to think. He crashed headfirst into a tree trunk and screamed. Blood stained his yellow hair as he struggled to get up. He had to keep going, get as far away as possible. Naruto stumbled for several feet before getting back his mindless stride. Lift foot, lean forward, put down. Repeat. Overhead the sun loomed like a fiery eye, increasing the humidity in the air. The dampness gathered moisture to the running boy's clothes, making them heavy to his exhausted mind and body. Red drops continued to slick down his face and beneath his black shirt, but the injured blonde paid no attention to uncomfortable sensations racking his body. Finally unable to do more, his legs gave out and sent him rolling. One arm came up to protect his face from twigs and rocks while the other grabbed the bundle on his back. Naruto snapped his eyes shut and continued his downward fall, clutching the great scroll. Sharp rocks occasionally caught on the orange fabric of his clothing and tore it, but eventually the boy stopped when his back rammed up against mossy buttress roots. Blood and drool mingled as both trickled out his mouth. Naruto lay there at the base of the tree, exhaustion taking hold with a vengeance. His eyes slowly closed and breathing eased. Naruto rested far from the place of his nightmares. But even in sleep his hands held the forbidden object in a white-knuckled grip. Rai-san, the famous third Hokage of the leaf said with steepled fingers. He peered out from under his hat, very picture of a calm interrogation officer. Your report was suspiciously vague. Rai reached up to take off his dog mask. A small strand of chakra from his fingers loosened it from where it was placed. There wasn't much to report. Hokage-sama. His dark brown eyes revealed nothing. Inside he seethed, he wanted to be out there hunting down that damn fox. Several Chunin and Junin teams were already out in the forest scouting for it, but only Andor Hunter Nin could follow it out of the country. Every second wasted was another second given to the demon to hide. Yes, I would understand that. However, you left out anything concrete. Do you know if the boy has the scroll? He may have hidden it right under our noses. That would be like him. The old ninja muttered the last to himself. We should assume the worst. All I know for sure is one Chunin is dead and another out of commission. How that happened is anyone's guess. That boy did have the scroll at some point. I don't like what you're implying. Would Naruto really use the scroll to kill his own teachers? He always seemed so inept. He adored Iruka. And what is your opinion of Iruka Yumino's condition? Yumino. The Chunin. If Tsunade-sama was here I have no doubt he would make a full recovery, but as it is, he will have some permanent injuries. That's not what I meant. Hokage-sama. I know he was somewhat attached to the boy. And that he is alive and the other not. If what you think happened did, then what do you think should be done about him? The third was careful not to let his emotions show. He gagged. The Anbu captain carefully and considered. He had seen the look of despair on Naruto's face with Iruka after failing the genin exam. He knew from his scrying crystal the boy grew to have enormous stamina, and was worried. If he feels cornered by the retrieval teams, will he fight and tap into the Kyuubi? Will our intentions only serve to fine-tune a weapon against us? Yumino is our only possible lead right now. Teams are scattered over such a wide area, even those specializing in tracking will have a hard time of it. All the hunter nin must be, pardon the pun, hunted down to be given any new Orders and all of the Anbu besides my team and 2 others are out patrolling the border. By the time someone is able to alert them to the danger, it could have already passed through to another country. Rai calmly stated. He was starting to feel stupid. Only when he actually said it he saw the flaws in the Konoha security system. With this revelation he started to see how the Hokage Tower had been breached, and was ashamed. All it took was someone with a slip of skill in basic jutsu. There's a reason the academy teaches those. Why didn't I see it before? They're so simple no one ever thinks about them. If I had paid attention to that Chunin yesterday tripping on the bucket, my own superiority complex has come back to bite me. Sarutobi stood up and walked over to the window. He lit his pipe and looked into the distance. It looks like it's raining out in the forest. Think the scroll will become illegible. If we were that lucky Hokage-sama, the fox never would have attacked in the first place. The Hokage exhaled a long stream of smoke. I suppose that's true. The rain will only help hide his tracks. Take your team and join the search, but send updates daily. You have permission to cross the border. But only if you believe yourselves to be a day behind Naruto. Any longer requires my express permission. But, if he surrenders you are to bring him back alive. Hokage-sama. Rai bowed and replaced his mask. As he left the office and summoned his team he thought about one thing, the demon brat. That damn fox kid would pay for the shame he was feeling. The entirety of the ninja in the tower missed his intrusion because he had so little chakra active it completely passed beneath their notice. Hell, if the blonde brat had actively used any chakra for longer than the second to do his kawarimi they would have noticed. And all the traps. He didn't even need to dodge most of them. Rai nodded to his team of 4 others. Frog, goat, bird, and rabbit masks all nodded in response. Say as they jumped up and headed for the forest. Kana-san, orders. Asked the goat woman. Get the scroll back, use force at your own discretion, but we can't go more than a day across the border. The rabbit mask laughed. Then we better move faster. I want to be the one to end that thing's miserable existence. The frog-masked Anbu clucked his tongue at his comrade's words. Nay, hun, don't be so bloodthirsty. More than you want a piece of the boy. Besides it's not healthy. They couldn't see it because of her mask, but the woman quirked a manicured eyebrow. We are ninja, and Anbu no less. You think that's healthy? I meant mentally. I stand by my statement. The group of 5 vanished into the trees as silence descended on them. 2 were thinking of the mission, 2 were wanting the blood of a young boy. And 1 was strangely enough wondering if he remembered to turn off the coffee pot. The Hokage walked out of his office and found the secretary Shinobi stationed at the desk. He was a genin, likely pressed into service while the more experienced left to hunt down Naruto Uzumaki. The boy lazily glanced in Sarutobi's direction, then jumped up in surprise. Apologies spilled out of his mouth at the sight of Hokage robes. The third raised a hand to forestall more comments. Calm down. You know how to use the messenger birds, yes? The boy nodded. Yeah, that was the first thing they taught me at this internship. Hokage-sama. Good, I want all Chunin teams recalled and any Genin teams if they are out there. Only Junin and Anbu are to keep looking. Understood. Yes sir. May I ask why? It seems like overkill for one academy student. The genin turned back around after releasing the right hawks but found himself alone in an empty room. He shook his head and sat back down with his comic book. The third returned to his office and looked at the file sticking out of his bookshelf. It was labeled, "Nay. It is overkill boy, but I can't take any more chances. There just isn't enough information. Arashi, I'm sorry. I should have paid more attention, village council be damned. If Naruto is against Konoha, I can't give him time to improve. I'm so sorry Arashi." He took off his hat and held it in his hands, absently twirling it while in thought. With a resigned sigh the old man crossed the room to his bookshelf. Calloused fingers pulled the file from its brethren and he paced the floor. The Hokage hoped it wouldn't come down to root. If Naruto surrenders and hands back the scroll of seals we can avoid all of this. I hope he listens to reason. Angry with himself and his mistakes, Sarutobi threw down the file only to watch the papers explode into the air. Cold drops splattered on Naruto's head. Blue eyes opened in annoyance and surveyed the small clearing he was laying in. Rain fell down all around him, drizzling in a beat that soothed his nerves. Ouch. My head hurts. Where am I? How the heck did I get here? Naruto started hyperventilating as everything that transpired the night before came crashing back to him. Iruka-sensei. He whined and curled up, hugging his knees to his chest. Naruto tucked himself into the slight cave made by the tree roots as he told himself to calm down. I obviously can't go back to the village. So that's out, and I can't just give the stupid scroll away. I promised Iruka-sensei to keep it safe. What to do? The blonde Pr. Opped the green scroll against the tree and leaned back to let the raindrops wash off him. The water soaked the area, effectively drenching the boy. He smiled and stared up at the canopy, ignoring the faint stinging in his eyes from the drops. As the water flowed off him, it took with it dried blood and dirt. Naruto laughed at the absurdity of it all. Fresh tears sprung from his eyes as he continued to laugh. He clutched his stomach and rolled. The situation was so funny and stupid to him he couldn't help it. Rain continued to fall, turning the ground slick with mud that soon covered the blonde. He gasped and sat up, trying to get the giggles under control. It all makes sense now. The cold stares, the hate, the threats. Why did I ever want their approval? Naruto asked himself. He tilted his head back to catch the water in his mouth and thanked whichever god looked after orphans that it was raining. Naruto slipped off his jacket and threaded a finger through one of the holes. Damn, this thing's all torn up. And I don't have anything to replace it, he muttered. With the unsatisfying inspection of his jacket, the boy looked over the rest of his clothes only to find them in the same shape. When life gives you lemons. The bottom half of the jacket was promptly ripped off. Naruto's tongue stuck out as he began a quick surgery on his clothing. The boy tore orange cloth into several strips, one of which went around his forehead in place of a forehead protector or goggles. Iruka-sensei said this was a mission, so I'm kinda like a ninja. Maybe not official, but still. He smiled to himself and whistled in the rain while tying together a harness for the large weight leaning on the tree. Soon he had to loops around each end of the scroll, with several strips crisscrossing the bulk to help support it. Throwing the newly constructed carrying net across his back, Naruto jumped up and down, testing it out. The scroll settled nicely across his lower back. Yup, this is much better. Now I won't have to worry so much about dropping it when I'm running. Grinning to himself, he started moving north. I hope Iruka-sensei figures out what's happening and finds me soon. Naruto cheerful. LLY ran along the damp forest floor as the rain washed away his fears about his chosen course of action. He wasn't sure exactly where he was headed, because he never paid attention in geography, but it was an adventure. Adventures were always fun and interesting. I hate rain. Random Chunin number 1 growled as he and his companion jumped through the trees. He was tempted to turn around and head back to the village, but his hate for a certain blonde boy urged him on. We could go back, you know, the other ninja remarked. The both of them jumped through the tree branches, careful to land on the drier spots. I saw another recalling hawk a few minutes back. We should return and let that thing get away. Not a chance, he whispered darkly. Come on, Shingo. I don't like the rain any more than you do. We have a reason to get out of it. Let's take it. My sister is making cookies at home anyway. It's to celebrate the kid's departure. Shingo's resolve started to break. His partners ceased. R made really good chocolate chip cookies. Fine, but let's go just a bit further first. If we don't see any signs of passage in the next 5 minutes, we'll go back. All right. Cookies and milk, here I come. The still unnamed Chunin celebrated. Shingo rolled his eyes and kept moving. His feet hit the thick branches without a sound as they continued. Thoughts of revenge and blood ran around in his head with pictures of fresh gooey cookies. Damn Gurio and his cookies. I can't think proper, angsty thoughts with his sister's baking stuck in my head. Shingo lamented. The rain kept coming in a steady downpour. And he was about to suggest to his friend to head back when something caught his eye. Hey, Gurio, what does that look like to you? The Chunin asked while pointing to several broken bushes. Oh, dang it. That's a trail. Guess it means we follow it. The cookie-obsessed Chunin said with a resigned sigh. Shingo nodded happily, and the two jumped over to the path. Definitely came this way. There's a bit of orange fabric caught in these thorns. Shingo's eyes went cold as they followed the impromptu trail snaking down the slope. It's fox hunting season. Naruto whistled to calm his still frayed nerves. Who am I kidding? I don't have any idea where I'm going. Adventure or no, it still sucks. At least the rain will slow Mizuki-sen, no Mizuki-tem, down if he got away from Iruka-sensei. With that thought in mind, the blue-eyed child changed his tune to Singing in the Rain. A spring added to his step as he transversed the forest floor, unmindful of the danger lurking behind him. Well, if it isn't the demon brat. Enjoying the rain like any other ungodly creature. Naruto's eyes popped as he spun around looking for the speaker. Put the sacred scroll down, and step away. I promise your death will be quick, but bloody. I don't want to stain the thing if I can help it. Automatically the boy felt false confidence spring up like armor. He was so used to the act it was natural for him to talk back. Even though the two Chunin he faced were obviously stronger. Yeah, well, I made a promise and Uzumaki's don't go back on their word. Take it from my cold dead fingers. Naruto reached in for a kunai. One of the few he had with him, and watched the two. His heart beat rapidly in his chest, almost like a rabbit's as the adrenaline began to circulate. Boy, I intend to. Gurio, let's take this demon out. The Chunin grunted to his companion who nodded. Thankin' we eat cookies. I don't believe this. Here I am, possibly my first real fight, and they're talking about cookies after my death. Naruto gaped at the indignity of it all. He was ready to lay his life on the line and those two wanted to think about food. It made him angry and agitated his already volatile nerves. Naruto's eye twitched. Kya! Shingo cried as he charged. 3 shuriken went spinning from his hands as he moved, but Naruto saw them coming. He ducked to the side and rolled, then used AT. Retruck as a springboard to launch a kick at the murderous Leaf Shinobi. The Chunin laughed and caught Naruto's foot, then tossed the boy over to Gurio, who then punched the crap out of the blonde. Quote, did you honestly think you could take a Chunin? Let alone 2. There's no way a failure who couldn't even get through a simple genin exam could put up a challenge. Shingo was enjoying the verbal abuse immensely. Naruto coughed and shakily stood up. I made a promise. The kid rushed in, and surprised that he could still move, Shingo wasn't able to block the kick to his head and he went down hard. Gurio whistled in appreciation and took out several kunai from his leg holster. His mind worked overtime and Naruto could practically see the steam coming from the monk's ears. I made a promise to Iruka-sensei. And not you or anyone will make me break it. Gurio let one kunai go in Naruto's direction, and the boy started to run but slipped halfway. Sliding through the mud, he almost crashed into the cookie-loving Chunin. The Chunin in question easily jumped out of the way and tossed his other kunai at the mud-covered demon vessel. Naruto bit back a scream as the metal pierced the red spiral on his jacket and dug into his back. He rolled along the ground to avoid the barrage that followed the single shot. Shingo cursed as he got back up. His temple throbbed from the physical assault of the impossibly strong non-ninja. He looked up to see his partner launching kunai and shuriken at the blonde menace that was barely dodging the projectiles. Naruto was using the terrain to his advantage. A trait of his they should have known about with all the pranks he used to pull off. Bushes, rocks, and branches were employed as makeshift weapons and shields. Damn it, Shingo, if the kid would just stay still I could cream him. Gurio spat out. He had realized moments after confronting their prey the mistake the Chunin had made. The demon vessel was relatively fresh, having just woken up from a nap and not using any chakra to tree hop. The two Chunin on the other hand were not. They had been burning chakra all for 2 days without sleep looking for any signs of the brat. They were among those that had been deployed when the scroll of seals had first been discovered missing. At their present state, Gurio would say it might be an even fight one-on-one, and could turn in their favor if Shingo would just get up. Naruto winched as his body slammed into a boulder. Give it up. Shingo screamed and stomped on the blonde head. He laughed. This is for everyone you've mocked with your mere existence. He flipped the body over with the tip of his sandals and reached down for the now exposed scroll. What a pathetic excuse for a life. I think I'll take this. Shingo was about to cut the RNESS from the beaten boy when a small cold had wrapped around his wrist. I made a promise, you will not touch this scroll. Naruto screamed with his second wind. He jerked the Chunin toward him by the captured wrist, and reached for the kunai that Gurio had thrown earlier. His free hand plucked the blade out of his injured back and plunged it into Shingo's heart with a twist. Blood squirted out all over the young boy. Panting, the demon container kicked the body off and jumped up out of sight. Gurio stared at his now dead partner in disbelief. How? It should be impossible for a dropout to take an experienced ninja that easily. Guryo narrowed his eyes and scanned the area for his target. Distantly he heard a scream of, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. He bit his thumb and took out a scroll from his green vest. Running the blood along the length of the paper he retrieved a pair of katana. Damn it. All I wanted were those cookies. Usagi-chan. Naruto was nowhere in sight but Guryo knew he was around. The Chunin looked for the chakra signature but was surprised to not find anything substantial. He closed his eyes and tried to focus on his senses. Rain still pounded away relentlessly and Yurio was reminded once again how foolish they were to not go back when called. The rain drowned out all sound and scent. Everything he was trained to look for wasn't reliable in the downpour. It's like nature itself is helping the brat. Cursing, the remaining Chunin spun on his heel as his blades flashed. They deflected a brace of kunai from the foliage, but Guryo was a little slow. From seemingly every direction rocks, kunai, shuriken, and even mud balls were hurled from the surrounding trees and bushes. One shuriken grazed his leg and a rock slammed into his neck. Guryo's vision swam and his movements became jerky. More and more weapons hit their targets until he fell. The Chunin hadn't noticed that the first one to hit opened up his femoral artery. He died of blood loss. 6 identical Narutos staggered out of the surrounding brush, all were breathing hard. 5 consecutive puffs of smoke signaled the departure of his clones. The blonde boy stood in the middle of the small clearing and looked up at the sky. Tears fell unseen from his eyes. The boy shuffled to the dead weapon user and stared down at his cloudy eyes. He stood in the same spot for 10 minutes, watching the blood fade into the mud. Naruto's gaze moved over the many weapons littering the ground. He kneeled down and clapped his hand together, offering a prayer to his fallen opponents. That done, the boy stared at the forehead protectors, considering. What was that thing Mizuki Tem always lectured about in history? Spoils of war. Naruto reached down and untied the forehead protector from Guryo's corpse. He took one of the katana, sheathed it, and strung it through the net-like carrying case with the scroll of seals. Following that, he wiped off several of the thrown weapons and slipped them into his pouch. The blonde walked over to Shingo's cold body and took his forehead protector as well. As Naruto left the battleground, he took out a kunai and began carving names into the forehead protectors. He called that one Guryo, and the other was Shingo. Naruto rubbed his aching back as he jumped up into the tree branches. It was time to start running again. I hope Iruka-sensei is okay. Naruto hopped from tree to tree like a squirrel, his scroll and newly acquired sword thumping against his back with each leap. It had stopped raining an hour ago, leaving water to collect in the hollows and leaves of the higher branches. The blonde runaway climbed up carefully. Every branch had to be tested before use. He didn't know when one might snap under his weight or know how to stick to walls like other ninja. Naruto's fingers recoiled as they came into contact with some unseen slimy and wet thing above him. The blonde moved a bit further down the branch and began shifting his weight from side to side. A swinging motion developed and he was able to lock a leg around the tree branch and lift up. Naruto scooted on his butt back to the main trunk and braced himself against it. Between the trunk and the branch were some tree ferns. And caught in the small space were several cups of water. The demon container drank greedily, and the freezing liquid helped to calm his growling stomach. I haven't eaten anything since lunch 2 days ago. He whined to no one. The boy kicked the trunk as he stood up and looked around. His head swiveled almost 360 degrees to take in everything, including the sunrise in the distance. It's really pretty. I wonder how far this is. I can't even see Hokage Mountain anymore, not even as a speck. The boy grunted as he slid down the still damp and mossy trunk. I'm going to need to get food soon. I just wish I knew where a town was. He grumbled as the leafy branches once again formed a ceiling for him. Naruto tightened the cloth straps around his shoulders with a quick tug and scanned the immediate area. He didn't want to be caught off guard again. 2 down, a million more to go. Naruto tried not to ask himself if that thought was about Miles, or the dead men he left behind. His ninja sandals gripped the tree bark easily, and the blonde had to admit after several hours of the action it was becoming a cinch to do. Why didn't we ever practice this tree hopping back in the academy? It was hard at first but now I can do it okay, just have to watch out for any slippery spots. Deep in the dark depths of the boy's stomach something laughed long and hard. So much potential, cried a powerful voice. So much to work with. You silly, silly mortals. I'm going to be having a lot of fun soon. Naruto frowned at the burning that warmed his body. It radiated out from his stomach similarly to when he changed to his female alter ego, but didn't leave as quickly. Must be a new degree of hunger pains. Rai and his team sped through the forest, looking like blurs that only elite Junin could distinguish. The dog-masked man kept going straight ahead, confident that if anything required his attention, one of his subordinates would alert him. Yuko jumped Ed to his side and met her captain's pace. Kana-san, I sense a small group of Chunin heading this way. Her voice was understandable but garbled by the jutsu employed when making her goat mask. Yes, they must be returning since the Hawk's release. Turn to intercept. See if they know anything. Sir. She leapt back to relay their orders to her comrades. Rabbit Mask was disappointed and voiced his opinion to the frog and bird, but they ignored him. Orders were orders, and the demon brat couldn't possibly get far anyway. Thought the rabbit Anbu, he's a dead last drop out. His worthless Lud will never make it out of Fire Country. Shido always thought of himself as a simple and respectable man. He got up before the sun and made breakfast, then headed out into the general forest area to find the perfect tree to kill. It wasn't that he had anything against plants, but everyone has to make a living somehow, and Shido followed in his father's footsteps. It was a good life out Awa. Why from the hustle and bustle of city life, setting his own hours and plans. No one ever told Shido what to do, and he was too old to be ordered around or learn something new. Even though he enjoyed quiet life he led, it sometimes got lonely, and Shido wished for a family like when he was growing up. More than anything he would have liked a wife and son to carry on the traditions, but no girl he knew would want to live so far from a city. Alas, dreams will be dreams. Picking up his 3 axes, one for woodwork and the other 2 for throwing, the forester marched out across the leaf-strewn ground. His eyes scanned for the tree that sung its dying notes to him, that was big enough to merit the effort but small enough to not be troublesome. Those types of trees were getting harder and harder to find. Shido blamed it on the ninja to the south. The 30-something old man believed all the chakra stuff they pumped into the trees made them grow faster and stronger. Bloody ninja, bloody hang-on trees technique. Shido passed by a stream filled to the brink. He glanced in it. The overflowing creek was a source of water and at times food to the woodcutter. He laughed at the fish RTING from his shadow as they all tried to hide under the same log. Haha, not today little fishies. At least not now. I've got work to do. Shido shouldered his main axe and stepped on the log in the stream. It dipped dangerously low, sending panicking fish elsewhere in the process. The man reached out and caught a rope hanging not far above him. Using it to support his balance on the rocking log, he lunged forward to the opposite bank. The woodcutter had passed this way many times in the past, so far today was no different. Naruto was having fun. After the emotional rollercoaster he'd been on the past 3 days, the little mischief maker felt he needed some. Finding a path of hanging ropes only increased this feeling, and he acted on it. Naruto firmly gripped the first old rope, and giving it a few sharp tugs, he pushed off. Trial and error proved he could use this makeshift hanging highway to travel, and it was so much more fun. Woohoo! Naruto yelled as his ride narrowly dodged around yet another living obstacle. As the swinging rope came around again, he shot a hand out and grabbed the next one in the series. His momentum from the last carried over and sent the boy ooting off into the upper branches with a gleeful yell. I wish Iruka-sensei could see me now. Near the top, Naruto saw that he was quickly approaching an old wooden platform at high speed. The blonde was at a loss. Should he look for another rope, let go, or try to land on the rickety stand? The decision was made for him when the rope sent him crashing into and through the structure. OWWWWW. Ow, ow, ow. The blonde yelled in pain as the shock from the impact caused him to release his transportation. A thud followed by ominous creaks alerted the dense blonde to the trouble he was in. After letting go of the rope, he landed gracelessly on the remains of the old platform, which obviously hadn't aged as well as the rope system leading to it. Naruto nervously shook as he watched cracks spider out along the yellow moldy surface. All birds and bugs hushed in anticipation of what would happen. Resigned to fate, the dropout clapped his hand together in prayer. It was good ride while it lasted. May my soul find happiness in the afterlife. With a crunch the wood gave out and Naruto was sent hurtling to the hard ground. Wind whistled past his ears and blew back his golden hair. I wonder if this is what it's like to fly. The boy reached out to snag a branch, but it slipped out of his grasp leaving only a few torn leaves. This really sucks. After all that I'm falling to my death. He grabbed the hilt of his newly acquired sword and jerked. I really don't want to die like this. It's so embarrassing. I can imagine what the villagers would say, hey remember the demon. He went splat. Brains scattered all over the dirt. Fell out of a tree. The retard. Naruto growled and jammed the katana into the tree trunk with all his anger and frustration behind it. The blade bit into the wood and carved down with Naruto's continued descent, but he was starting to slow. Then the stolen blade hit a particularly hard knot. It shuddered at the impact and popped out of the tree as well as Naruto's hold. Shit, that almost worked too. The katana went spinning past Naruto and beyond the lower level of leaves. I don't think I'll die now, but I might break some bones or something. Just great. I traded a quick death for a slow one. The boy screamed in his mind and in the real world. Try again. Naruto's eyes snapped open. He heard something talk to him. Who said that? Can you help me? Try again. Came the whispering voice in response. I guess it's worth a shot. Naruto clenched two kunai in his fists. It was good for him the trunk was getting wider the farther he fell. The kunai barely made it into the bark, but did manage to give Naruto leverage to get closer to the tree. Didn't work. I could try grabbing, but the damn thing's too wide now. The voice answered again, try. Naruto let all his rage come to the forefront. He had gathered a lot over time. He was mad at Mizuki Tem for tricking him. He was mad at the villagers for glaring at him. He was mad at the Yondaime for ensuring the villagers' ire. He was mad at the Hokage for not telling him about the Kyuubi. Most of all he was mad at himself for getting in this situation. Try this you stupid tree. Naruto screamed and thrust his hands forward. Impossibly sharp nails grabbed onto the bark and held fast. The blonde almost had his arms pulled out of their sockets at the sudden stop. Chips of wood rained down below him as he scrambled around the trunk to a projecting branch. Once there he kissed it, and swore never to follow suspiciously placed rope trails again. Oi kid, are you okay? Came a yell from below him. The bird-masked Anbu was the first on to meet with the returning Chunin. The two Chunin, a man and woman, watched the gathering special forces warily. Hey, we just came back because of the hawks. We haven't done anything to warrant you guys. The girl said stiffly. We aren't accusing you. Frog Mask stated while putting his hands up in the don't shoot position. Dog Mask and Goat landed on each side of him. Rabbit was circling the area while twirling a pair of kunai between his fingers. We just want to know if you have seen anything that way. It would be pointless for us to continue. If our target isn't in the same direction. Rai asked diplomatically. It annoyed him how paranoid some ninja were about Anbu. Maybe it was the fact they were the best of the best, or maybe it was their reputation for coming seconds too late. Rai didn't know or care why other shinobi got all cautious when Anbu were around, but it was a major pain. No, but we didn't get too far before seeing the recall birds. The man answered. I see. Quote. The woman fiddled with a senbon and glanced at the sky. Actually, Shingo and Guryo haven't come back yet. I would think they would have by now. That's right. The man focused his attention back on Rai who was waiting. We left two companions further on who wanted to continue with the search. Both Chunin, but neither arrived at the agreed upon Ravendus. By the time limit we set, which was an hour. That was yesterday. Thank you for your assistance. Goat Mask gave a quick bow and followed the rest of team. Nay, brother. Now that I think about it, Shingo was always a little hot-headed. Do you think they got into trouble? The man looked at his little sister. She had graduated to Chunin at the last exam and was still relatively inexperienced but had an unusual grasp of the human psyche. She mostly talked her opponents into submission. I don't know Cho. I hope not. Brother and sister restarted their return to Konoha. Cho was biting her lip. I think he did. I think he lured Guryo into a fight or something and they didn't win. Against what? A butterfly. He tried to lighten the mood but failed. His sister sent glares at him that could melt rock if chakra powered. Think about it, Cho-chan. It's an academy dropout, couldn't pass the pre-genin exam. Even a second year could do that if they wanted. Cho shot him a look filled with surprise. But brother, haven't you seen the boy work? What are talking about? I've been by the academy after hours, and I used to be worried that the demon vessel could wipe us out. He tries so hard. But then I heard he failed most of his classes. Think about it, he got into Hokage Tower unmolested and took the scroll. When it really matters I think he pulls out all the stops. Cho sent her brother a meaningful look. He got it. Oh crap. There's a reason I studied psychology as an elective and not flower arranging. I think we have unleashed a ticking time bomb. Naruto hung upside down from the branch by his legs. He saw a middle-aged man with an axe looking up. No forehead protector. Hiya old man. He waved. Boy, you sure you're okay? You scream like a girl. What? I do not. There was just this thing. Yeah, this thing some idiot built and it collapsed on me. Naruto scowled and yelled down to the man. Shido swung his tree-cutting axe down into the ground and laughed. Boy, I can't believe you found it. Found what? Naruto asked as he made his way down. Very carefully he jumped down to the next branch, then the next, and the next. He didn't want to take any chances at the moment. One brush with a death a day was enough for him. I'm guessing it was a wooden platform, about 2 yards across with a rope leading to it. The man asked as he wiped tears from his eyes. Yeah, damn, I hadn't thought about that tree house in years. Tree house. My old mont's old man built it back when he was kid. For hunting and surveillance and stuff. You know, back when this area had ninjas swarming all over it. By the blank look on Naruto's face he didn't know. Shido ran a hand through his hair and took a good look at the blonde. Now that he could clearly see the boy his jaw dropped. Blonde hair stuck out at odd angles, and scratches decorated most of his skin. The blonde's clothes were in even worse shape. The net-like pack attached to the kid's back drew his attention. And he noticed the empty sheath strung through it. Naruto fidgeted at the examination, he felt like one of Shino's bugs. What? Did you lose a sword? Ah. Naruto blinked. I had a sword. Oh yeah, the one I took off of Gurio. Yes. Naruto nodded. Good, it almost took my head off. Come over here. Naruto followed the axe man, his head swiveling every few steps to take in their surroundings. No ambush that I can sense. So kid, what brings you out here? Shido asked as the two came up on the katana. It had been driven halfway into the ground. Naruto grabbed it and tugged. After 2 retries he freed it from the underground root it had stuck in. Running away. Shido offered a rag to polish mud off the fine blade. What about your parents? Won't they be worried? I know I would if my son ran away. Naruto handed back the dirtied rag and put the katana away. Don't have any. Oh, I'm sorry. Well, aren't we Mr. Sensitive? Shido, you idiot. Hey, you look like crap. There's a stream about a mile away you can clean up in. Naruto's stomach chose that moment to make itself known. And we can catch some food too. Really? The blonde jumped up excitedly. Lead the way. Nar. Yuto followed his new friend along a narrow trail, thanking the man and talking about random stuff along the way. Shido laughed. If I had a son, I think I would like him to be just like this kid. Doctors and nurses passed his door quietly. They didn't want to disturb the man's sleep, but he woke up anyway. Uruka blinked and groaned. Who turned off the lights? Pain was coming from so many different places it was funny. I guess that worked. Combination Kawarimi and explosive notes. Instills sharp pointy objects into the blast radius. I should teach that in the next class. Why aren't the lights on? Uruka groaned and tried to sit up. Immediately several alarms blared in the room and nurses came rushing in. Uruka-sensei. Don't move. They tried to press him down to the mattress. And it's so soft. Why not just relax and let them do their thing? Another, darker voice answered this thought. Naruto. Please, what happened? And why are the lights still out? The nurse stood very still and wrote something down on the clipboard at his bedside. I'm sorry Uruka-sensei, but it appears you're blind. What? The blast it killed Mizuki-sensei and. Don't call him that. He's a traitor. The nurse nodded, and then admonished herself. Of course he couldn't see her. It killed Mizuki and tests show that the heat, we think, it seared your retinas. You might get some sight back later, but never like it was. Is that all? He asked in a whisper. Uruka Yumino was exercising the vaunted self-control most teachers gained in their careers. The nurse bowed her head. It was a shame that the man would be crippled for life. But she had to tell him. It was her job, and it's not like he could see for himself. Your left leg, it had to be amputated from the knee down. We couldn't find 2 fingers from your right hand and you'll have some difficulty hearing. I'm actually talking in your ear right now. What about Naruto? The demon vessel. He's still missing. How long has it been? 3 days. About to be 4. Thank you. Haruka relaxed and focused like he was so used to telling his students. Slowly awareness crept into him, and he sent a thin trail of chakra down his leg. It stopped. A single tear trickled out of the corner of his blind eyes. Haruka now knew where every scar and mutilation the explosion gave him was. I have to be strong. For Naruto, if they haven't found him yet, he took my words to heart. I have to find out if anyone else was working with Mizuki. The former academy teacher's eyes shut as he fell back asleep, the pain taking its toll. Naruto was playing in the flowing water. Dressed in only boxers. The water came up to his waist in most parts, and deeper in others, but he didn't care. Sitting on the bank, Shido had out a portable sewing kit and was fixing some of the major tears in Naruto's pants and jacket. He shook his head at the younger boy's antics, laughing when he slipped on a rock and plunged beneath the surface for a second. Hey, old man, it's not funny. Naruto shouted when he resurfaced. His hair was plastered against his head, giving him an aristocratic appearance. Yes it is, Shido answered. He flicked the jacket out and ran his finger along the bottom. The man's gaze wandered between the orange jacket and the scroll lying next to him. I wonder what that is. He seems very protective of it. Take this. Water paddle no jutsu. Naruto slammed his palm against the water and sent it splashing to Shido, who jumped up and cursed. Naruto pointed and laughed. His mirth soon infected Shido and they were both smiling. Naruto walked close to the bank and leaned over so his elbows were supported by the grassy overhang. Hey, you said there would be food here too, Shido-san. Oh, that's right. I did, didn't I, boy? My name's Naruto. Naruto. He enunciated exaggeratedly. Shido slipped his needle through the thin leather of his vest and waded into the stream next to the half-dressed boy. Okay, I'm going to teach you something my father taught me and his father taught him. The man said solemnly as he slipped off his vest and shirt and dropping them on the bank. It's very important, so watch me and don't move. Understood. Naruto nodded and sat on a rock. The water reached his chin and tickled his nose, but his attention never wavered. Shido moved slowly at first. He stuck his arms under the water and froze. Minutes trickled by, and Naruto was beginning to get impatient. Ha! The woodcutter yelled and tossed something up on the bank with a great splash. Blue eyes widened more than ever before as they watched the big trout flop around helplessly on the ground where it landed. And that boy is the great art of noodling. Like ramen noodles. Did you use ramen as bait? You had ramen and didn't tell me. Shido waved his arms in the air to try and stop the questions that kept being fired at him by the hyper-blonde. No, not like ramen noodles. Catching fish barehanded, it's just called noodling. Calm down and help me put this thing on a fire. Yay, food. Naruto jumped out of the stream and ran into the brush to locate some fallen branches. There were plenty nearby from his earlier fall and he was determined to capitalize on it. Shido took a bare wooden spear from under a bush and washed it in the water. He said a quick prayer for the spirit of the fish, and then it through with the small cooking spear. Naruto came running back with a small pile of wood and began to stack them up, but was stopped by Shido's hand. Not like that, boy. You did say you were running away, right? Yeah, well, if you place the wood like that, it'll smoke more. Try this. He rearranged the branches, throwing out some and adding others. It'll burn faster, but produce less smoke. Smoke that could alert the enemy to your presence. Naruto took his thinking pose, while the man placed the fish over the fire. How do you know this? Are you a ninja, Shido-san? Nah, Shido muttered and dropped back into the water. It's part of the trade. Got to know what wood is good for smoking, what doesn't, and what burns fast. If the people want to buy wood that crackles, I find it. If they want a wood that smells nice as burns, I get it. Simple. Now get in here, I'm going to show you how to noodle while that sucker cooks. Rei's team picked up the pace as the smell of blood hit them. They didn't have long to wait. 2 more tree jumps and they froze. Oh, why didn't we smell it earlier? The woman asked as she surveyed the scene. Must be the 2 chunin those others were talking about. What happened to them? It looks like they just dropped dead. Bird Mask commented as he looked down at Guryo's corpse. Their forehead protectors are gone. Frog Mask observed. He knelt down and they all heard him gasp. What is it, Kimmy? Rai asked as he walked over to his subordinate. The frog Anbu pointed to the body of Shingo. Surprise and a little confusion was evident in his garbled voice. This was no accident. Look, he was stabbed through the heart. Whoever did it had to have gotten in close if the twisted muscle means anything. And that one, he waved over to Guryo, has multiple cuts and bruises. We aren't dealing with an idiot here. Either whoever did it had more luck than humanly possible, or is an experienced and deadly force. We didn't see it because the rain must have washed most of the blood away. Yun, the rabbit masked, delicately picked up a katana. I recognize this maker. He usually does jobs like these in pairs. The other must have been taken by the victor. Possibly. Rai agreed. Did the demon do this? It seems impossible, but he is a demon. Kana-san. The goat-masked woman called from the other end of the scene. I found some faint signs of a trail leading away. The rain washed most of it, but I can make out some rookie mistakes. No doubt it's our target. I think we are 1-2 days at most behind. The dog-masked Anbu clenched his fist in irritation. Yun, you return to Konoha and inform the Hokage of this development. Then wait for us to come back. What? But, Kana-san, you know I want this. Rabbit Mask coldly stated. I do. But the fact is no matter how good you are, I can't have you jeopardizing this mission. As soon as we get close 10-1 says you'll blow cover and try to take it on alone. Look around. If it could do this. We are dealing with an unknown variable. Anbu don't do unknown. We are going to track, watch, and then take it out. I understand. Rabbit Mask whispered and left. Boss, you think you were a little hard on the guy? Frog questioned. Perhaps, but he's young. He'll deal with it. Yuko, you led. The woman jerked up and leapt into the trees. The rest followed. As you can see, whoever passed this way, demon vessel or not, obviously isn't using chakra to balance on the branches. God, that takes a ridiculously large amount of stamina to keep up. Bird whispered in mild shock. Yeah, I know. Best part is this trail seems to be going for miles. North. Rai, feared captain of Anbu and part-time restaurant owner, was very glad of the mask concealing his expression. North. That's rice field country, and the sound. A long-forgotten feeling settled in the pit of Ray's stomach. It was dread. Naruto sat by the fire watching the visible patches of sky turn orange and purple through the canopy. He giggled as the cold gooey feeling tickled his skin. Shido-san, what are you doing? The woodsman set down a small jar of ointment. If you must know, boy. I'm putting this ointment on all those blasted cuts so they don't get infected. Now hold still. He smeared some of the stuff over Naruto's exposed back and whistled. What the heck do you do for fun? Is falling out of trees the only way to get kicks or something? There's a scar just missing your spine as thick as my finger. Really? I didn't know. Why are you doing all this? Naruto asked innocently. His eyelids gained weight of their own accord and began to pull down. Now that he was warm, fed, and relaxed, the past few days' activities were adding up. Sleep was calling. He wants to know why I'm helping. What did they do in that village? No wonder he wants to run away. I guess my conscience wouldn't like it if I just left you alone. Shido said and dipped his fingers back into the jar. What's a conscience? Naruto yawned. Shido paused in his ministrations trying to come up with an answer. This must be what it's like to have kids, always asking uncomfortable questions. Well, a conscience is something that tells you when something is wrong. And tries to get you to fix it. Like a voice, I suppose. Do you have a voice? I don't know, but something tells me to try. That's good advice, I'd listen to it. The forester pillowed his own leather vest under Naruto's head and draped the boy's jacket over him. You look wiped, kid. Go to sleep. Will you be here in the morning? Sure, I'll see you off. It's not like I've never camped out before. Thank you, Naruto whispered as he fell asleep. Soft snores issued from his mouth and Shido chuckled. This is the most fun I've had in years. Thank you, Naruto. Aoba Yamashiro scowled as darkness prevented him from going any farther. He was tracking the demon vessel, and wasn't more than a few hours behind. Shit. He scowled and moved to the ground. He was a Junin, and stupid mistakes he was not going to make. Aoba slipped off his sunglasses and rubbed his eyes. He settled down and decided to get some sleep. The vessel wasn't likely to be moving at night and he wasn't going to attack at this rate. Only headstrong idiots would attack in the darkness against unknown variables. Aoba smiled grimly. I'll get the scroll back. If it resists, I'll just have to kill it. The Junin stabbed a kunai into his tree and glanced up at the moon. I'll do it. They all say I got Junin by luck, but it wasn't luck. It was brains. I out-strategized them all, and I'll do it again. Naruto could sleep through almost anything. This had been proven on the multiple occasions when drunks would try to break into his apartment. Despite all the hassle Naruto was proving to be in the early morning, Shido was not to be discouraged. Yelling had not worked, nor had shaking or the smell of burning wood under the boy's nose. The woodcutter decided it was time to activate Plan C. He grabbed the blonde's ankles and dragged the still sleeping boy over to the stream, which had gone down quite a bit during the night. As usual, Shido had woken before the sunrise with only embers to guide him. He dunked Naruto headfirst into the cold water. Ah, stupid old man, what was that for? Many birds screeched in protest at the sudden shout and flapped off. A few miles away a single Junin cracked an eye open and grinned. Rei's team woke quickly and ate. They had stopped an hour after the sun had set the night before, and would have gone farther if Yuko hadn't admitted she feared leaving the trail. Dog Mask watched his remaining team members with a careful eye. The night of rest did them good. They were Anbu, but they got tired just as much as any other ninja. Traveling hard for 2 days normally wouldn't have been a problem. Are we getting soft without wars? Is that reason we could be so easily defeated? Most of my team wasn't in the war with the stone. And those that were had only been genin at the time. Kana-san, there's enough light to see the trail now. We can continue when you're ready. Frog Mask stated from an overhanging branch. Yeah, let's go. Yuko. The woman jumped up and returned to her previous leading position. The group of 5 had been tree hopping quickly for about an hour when Yuko raised her arm. Frog and Bird SL inked away into the trees to check for traps and the like while the captain approached his tracker. What is it? The goat-masked Anbu brushed her hand across the tree branch the two were perched on. Another has found the trail and is following it. They came from the east, in what I am assuming was an arc. Judging by the faint smudges on the moss, it's a single person. Either Chunin or Junin. This does not affect our mission. If they have already found and taken the demon, it makes it easier for us. If not, we will just pass them up. So we continue. Right. Frog Mask joined up with them as they headed deeper into the forest. Kana-san, Yuko-san, I'm getting a bad feeling about this. Not scared of a 12-year-old are you? The woman joked as she flipped over a large obstacle. Not that, but I don't know how to describe it. Rai pursed his lips. Sometimes I hate being the leader. I know how you feel. But we have to take it down. We are Anbu, the Hokage is counting on us. Uruka blinked his eyes, and the expected but not believed darkness greeted him. Naruto, I hope you're safe. He took several deep breaths and waited for the pain to subside. He could have taken the painkillers. But they would dull his mind as well, and Uruka didn't want that. I can't let this beat me. I have to adapt. Find a way around this. The Chunin grunted as he sat up. His back felt like it was on fire. He delicately brushed his fingertips around the bed and found the end table. There was a small pitcher of water and a glass which he filled after spilling a little onto the floor. Damn it, if only I could see. Everything else is possible, but, damn you Mizuki. I hope you are rotting in hell. He bit out angrily after chugging the water. A nurse poked her head in. Do you need anything, Uruka-sensei? She sighed at the sight of the spilt water and stepped in with a towel. If you need something, just press the button located near the pillow. It's fairly big, so you shouldn't have trouble finding it. The woman knelt down and started mopping up the clear liquid. Uruka turned his head in the direction of the voice. He was barely catching it. It sounded like someone was talking through a mouth full of cotton balls. Excuse me, I said. Oh, the woman just caught sight of the clipboard attached to the end of his bed. Sorry. She opened the window and twisted her dripping towel. Water squeezed out of the cloth and smacked an unsuspecting doctor below. She giggled and sat on the bed. Uruka-sensei, there's a button you can press for assistance by your pillow. Her voice rose to accommodate her near-deaf patient. Oh, okay. He sounded so depressed the nurse's loving heart just couldn't take it. Why did they have to be brought down in the prime of life? He was a teacher. A teacher. By all rights he never should have been in a combat situation. She wrapped her arms around the blind man in a hug. You know, they say when one sense leaves the others increase to make up for it. It's not much I know but you can always try, right? She said hopefully with her arms still locked around Uruka. Uruka was frozen. When the nurse hugged him he was thankful for her care, but then flashes of light bombarded his supposed ruined eyes. His mouth opened in shock and pain yet no sound came out. Slowly, as if he was watching everything through a heat-sensitive lens, vague outlines of shapes took form. Directly in front of him he could see a blue human-like blur cock her head to the side. Uruka-sensei, are you okay? Do you need me to go get some morphine? She asked concerned. Then it was gone. Uruka slumped as she let go and headed for the door. What was that? He racked his brain for any ideas, and for some reason thought about the Hyuga that graduated this year in Naruto. Was I seeing chakra? Is that possible without a Byakugan? But using the white eyes takes concentration. It doesn't just randomly activate like a Sharingan. Uruka put his hands together in the ram seal to help focus his energy. Let's try this theory out, shall we? Chakra flow increased as Uruka started to sweat. He was still in recovery and actively trying an unknown jutsu was an idiotic thing to do. This is something Naruto would do. Uruka laughed at himself trying to ignore the pain shooting through his system. The nurse paused at the door and looked back at the Chunin who was starting to scare her. Uruka. The Chunin concentrated. What was I thinking when she hugged me? I was worrying about Naruto, like always. But there had to be something else. Hope. No, relief. She said other senses increase. My ability to sense chakra increased. That's it. Uruka grinned and turned to the nurse shaking in the doorway. Hey, it's okay. He could see her, faintly. Blue energy radiated off of her and bounced off the floor and walls, making them visible as well. Uruka swiveled his head around and saw the even fainter light of the flower sitting in a vase. He smiled and fell back, letting his chakra dissipate before he burned out. Now I have a way to see, but to really be useful I need practice. Miss? He asked tiredly. Why yes, Uruka-sensei. Could you find me a leaf? I suppose. Thanks. Uruka smiled happily. He wasn't a Hyuga, no way he'd ever be able to gentle fist someone, but his new skill was enough. If only it didn't take so much energy to pull off. Back to the basics, I'll need to fine-tune my control and increase my capacity tons if I hope to be an effective ninja again. But it is possible. So this is it, old man. Naruto said through a mouthful of roasted fish. He was pointing at a dot on the stained yellow map Shido had given him. I'm 37, I'm not old. And yes, that's the closest village not in Fire Country. The town of Takara. Shido blushed and murmured something Naruto was having trouble making out. What was that? It's Amajorbruthal town. Just be careful, and don't accept candy from strangers or follow anyone into dark alleys. You should be fine if you don't stick around too long. The woodsman grinned and ruffled the short boy's hair. Now just head straight north, you'll get to a big valley. Go past it for a few miles till you hit the road. The map can direct you after that. Naruto jumped up and wrapped his arms around Shido's neck. His hair tickled the man's nose causing Shido's face to scrunch up. The blonde disengaged seconds before he sneezed. Just get little boy. Shido mocked as he rubbed his nose. I'm not little. Naruto yelled and spun around. He jumped up onto a low-hanging branch and waved goodbye to his friend. Bye Shido-san. Loaded down with a day's supply of roasted fish and new canteen of water the small boy forged his tree-borne path. Shido watched him until his orange-clad form became too distant to make out in the dim morning light. Have a good life, Naruto-kun. The man sighed and picked up his axes. I never found that tree. He crossed the significantly lower stream back to his small cabin, listening to the peaceful notes of birdsong. Aoba dropped to the ground and surveyed the premises. A large patch of slick grass was visible by the bubbling creek, and the remains of a fire still smoked. The Junin tilted his tinted glasses down and frowned. Two trails leading away, one in the trees the other on the ground. It appears the demon has found an accomplice. What to do? Aoba asked himself. He kicked at the ashes of the cook fire and found tiny thin bones. Further searching concluded there had been 2 of them camping here, and the Junin scowled. I can't believe that demon found help. I better locate this other person and see if they know any useful information. The Junin charged off following the well-worn path on the forest floor. Birds screeched at his sudden passage, and bugs whirled angrily when the human disturbed their homes. He wasn't staying on the path, the hunter preferred to run alongside it so he could see if anyone was walking toward him on it. This caused any of the creatures who expected the men to not stray from the dirt road to protest. Some squirrels bombed the Junin with nuts and small twigs, ants and other stinging insects swarmed. Aoba started to suspect something when the sparrows and crows started diving at him. What the hell? I don't have time for this. Blasted crazy animals. Aoba brought his hands together and began running through seals. He raised his head to face a group of bees and birds, Kaden, Gokaikyu no Jutsu. A quick stream of fire flowed from his mouth and incinerated the creatures. All chattering and squeaks stopped leaving only the soft thumping of the Junin's feet against the ground. 5 cooked bird bodies hit the dirt behind the Junin, followed by a rain of still burning insects. The animals did not like the human invading their territory. But they couldn't do anything about it. He was one of those humans. Yuck. Up on one of the thinner branches a squirrel turned to her mate for the season, nay, Suki. What? The bushy-tailed rodent rapidly scratched behind an ear and squeaked out, thump thump. She bobbed her head up and down, then leapt to a neighboring tree. The female squirrel ran through the trees like a madwoman, squeaking out orders to everyone who would listen. Slowly the stunned creatures of the forest tore their eyes away from the crispy bodies on the ground. They gathered around the tree. Suki the squirrel sat in, primping his tail. Nay, what, persons bad. Gathered animals chorused in agreement. Many hares thumped their back feet against the wood, creating a deep drum beat. It had an odd effect of making the normally hyper and happy animals solemn. A blue jay chirped for the floor, and was given it. No regord for UUUS. No regord. Not like Others. Streike back. The little bird hopped around. Many of the animals sang agreement. Nay. Bad. Forget. Fire. The squirrel shook a claw at his nemesis. Squirrels and birds normally had hostile relations, with the birds winning most conflicts. Suki didn't want the birds thinking they could be arrogant. It was 5 of their own that got toasted. Oh, right. What? Something should be done. But what? We can't do much ogonist humans who spit fire. One of the younger hares called from below. Call. Came a group of termites. Each different colony of insects could have its members speak at the same time. And frankly, it scared the crap out of the other animals. They shrieked and jumped away only to come back after calming down. A sparrow hopped down and stared at the several hundred termites curiously. Why do you care? Who would we call? Trees. Man cuts trees for forests. Call. The insects thrummed. Ogoin, who can we call on? A brown hare asked as its ears flicked in irritation. Suki chattered nonsense words for several minutes in annoyance before he calmed down enough to be understandable. Others. Thump. He was pointed south, in the direction of the human settlement known as Konoha. Several animals gasped in shock. That's a human colony. It's dangerous, cried an opossum in dismay. The Famal. East squirrel beamed the naysayer in the head with a nut. Thump knowers. Thump. Learn. Back. A large shadow swept across the small creatures gathered and sent shivers down the spines of those that saw it. They would have broken for cover under normal circumstances, but this meeting was not normal. With a crunch, sharp talons sunk into the rough bark. I for one, thinks it's a great idea, whispered the newly arrived falcon. His voice was deep and put the small mammals on edge. Out of the shadows a lithe form slipped in between the hairs. I second that. A thin red fox growled. Her lips were pulled back, showing 2 rows of sharp white teeth. I never liked the humans in that burrow. Your people or going to help? Asked a bewildered bunny. The falcon laughed. Of course, I've got a niece stuck in there. Let's get planning. As the talks or thumps if you were a squirrel continued, the smaller mammals paid no heed to the removal of the bird bodies by 2 other foxes. Such was the food chain. Some wild deer showed up along with boar and a bear. Suki smiled at his mate. Things were going much better than he had thought they would. Shido sipped some lemonade in his kitchen, happily thinking about the brief but entertaining time he had with the blonde boy. Maybe I should go into town this month. Yanni has always been partial to me, and though she's plain Lu King, I'm sure she'd love the chance to practice her healing arts on the animals. Grandmother used to do that when no one would test out her potions. The brown-haired man reminisced about the old days when his family was whole. He had been brought up to respect certain things, animals and Sunday morning were two of them. Shido scowled when someone banged on his cabin door. He stomped across the room and jerked open the door. "What? Do you have any idea what time it is?" he yelled at the man standing on his porch. Shido glared menacingly, but didn't do a very good job. "Crap, it's a ninja. I'm from Konoha, mister." The ninja trailed off. Shido never stopped glaring. He didn't know why anyone would be wearing sunglass goggle things at 7 a.m. in a forest. He thought they looked even stupid on the man than Naruto's orange jumpsuit did on him. "Shido, get the hell off my property," he growled. One hand inched toward the throwing axe beside the doorframe. Aoba stiffened and whispered in a threatening tone. "Shido-san, I know you were harboring a small boy. Blonde, where is he?" The Junin let just a little killing intent flare at his words. Shido shrugged of the intimidation technique with little difficulty. His old man had a much more effective way of scaring people. He would split apples down the middle bare-handed. It wasn't too difficult to imagine the fruit as your head. "I don't know what you are talking about. I don't know what game you think you're playing, woodcutter, but that boy is a dangerous demon and thief. It would be in your best interests to comply." Shido took a swig of his lemonade. Just suppose I knew where this kid was. What would you do with him?" Aoba lowered a hand down to his leg pouch. "We would hunt the demon down, and kill him." "Where is he?" Lemonade shot out of Shido's glass as he flipped it at the Junin. Aoba cursed and wiped at the stinging drink with one hand while slashing up with the other. "If he's a demon then I'm a death god." Shido spat as he jumped back to avoid the kunai. The woodsman plucked his throwing axes from their places by the door and rolled back. The Junin stumbled in the small cabin trying blink away the citrus liquid and fight at the same time. Shido knocked a kunai from the air and chopped down. He missed and hit his small table, breaking it in two. Books and plates crashed to the wood flooring, shattering pottery and scattering papers. Aoba finally wiped the irritating lemonade away and sent a punch at the man protecting the demon vessel. "He's in league with the Nine Tails, traitor to Fire Country." Shido hooked his axe around the Junin's elbow and jerked. He learned much from street fights. Aoba's arm flew back towards its owner. The Junin dipped to avoid an axe to the head and kicked out. Shido felt his breath rush out as his knees connected with the floor. He rolled and barely missed the kunai heading for his throat. Shido was no idiot. He knew the only thing keeping him alive was that the close quarters of his cabin restricted the ninja's movement. He rolled along the ground, tossing one of his axes as he did so. It spun through the air and managed to clip Aoba's arm. "Damn, he's fast." Shido scrambled to get up and out of the way. He was too close to the door. When did that ninja get him over here? Aoba flipped a short stool into the air with his foot. ND kicked at the woodsman with some chakra. The chair plowed into Shido and knocked him out into the yard. He coughed up some blood and stood shakily. "I don't blame the kid for running." The two exchanged blows for a minute. Shido was clearly getting his butt handed to him. The Junin was playing with him. The combatants wandered out into the surrounding trees. None of them noticed the way squirrel else and birds avidly watched the exchange. "Tell me where the brat went," Aoba ordered as he held a kunai to Shido's throat. "No." Shido spun faster than Aoba expected. The woodsman intentionally cut his own throat. It was a shallow cut luckily, and he brought his remaining axe to bear on the ninja. It connected with a crack. Crack. "That sounds like I hit wood." The woodsman cursed every ninja ever live as he saw his perfect shot get nullified by the substitution technique. His axe would have cut Aoba in two, but instead struck a log and buried itself in the wood. Aoba hit the man in the back of the head and he crumpled. "Stupid man," Aoba murmured and leapt away. "I can't believe I wasted so much time. Did you see that?" A little robin chirped at its companion. The two song birds were perched in the lower branches of a tree, staring at the unconscious human. "Yees." The other relied. "Poof." He made a wood apier to take the hit. "Report." Report. We need to report these. Up in Hokage Tower an old man rubbed his temples. He was getting too old for this, fighting he could do but politics and paperwork were a pain in the ass. Something was coming soon, he felt it. There would be a great disruption in the balance of something. Call it the force, call it balance of power, but the third Hokage felt a great warning ripple through his being. What is going on out there? He asked his window. Hokage-sama. Sarutobi turned to the Anbu waiting behind him. Did Rei's team return already? Where's the boy? No. The Hokage winced at the bitterness in the shinobi's voice. I was sent back to report the findings of 2 dead Chunin. Captain Rai and the others are following the culprit's trail. Suspected to be the demon container. Naruto took out 2 Chunin. The old man asked with a healthy dose of disbelief. It's what Rai thinks. Thank you. Dismissed. Naruto, how could you kill them? What drove you to do it? Tsuruobi felt his eyes drift. Back to the collection of files on the disbanded organization. Will you force my hand, Naruto, or is it not you but the fox that's making me feel uneasy? Is your seal weakening? Naruto jumped down the last tree before the valley and gasped. A waterfall thundered as it fell into a large basin lake. 2 larger-than-life statues of ninja stood facing each other on opposite side of said waterfall. Naruto took in the sight and let happiness fill him up. It was one of the most amazing places he had ever seen. The water sparkled beautifully in the afternoon sun and Naruto was tempted to slip off his clothes and dive from one of the statues. The blonde reached into his carrying harness and slipped out the rolled-up map Shido let him have. He traced the border of Fire Country with his finger before resting at what he assumed was his spot. Valley of the End, huh? End of what? Isn't it obvious? An angry voice answered over the roaring of the waterfall. Shit. Naruto turned to face the unknown voice, kunai in hand. Who the heck are you? Ninja, why don't they leave me alone? I'm Aoba Yamashiro. Junin. Now be a good little demon vessel and hand over the scroll. Come back to Konoha with me. I'm sure they won't punish you too much being a minor and all. Aoba crossed his arms and watched Naruto fidget. He finally caught up to the brat and could do what he wanted. Get the scroll. Lure him into a false sense of security, and then kill it. Simple. Clean. Effective. Naruto crouched low, unconsciously raising the kunai in front of him. He steadied the scroll with one hand, never taking his gaze from the Junin. No, I can't give you the scroll, and I am not going back without Iruka-sensei's okay. Pa, Iruka is as good as dead. Blew himself up. Now hand it over. Naruto froze. Iruka-sensei, dead. But, no. No. The blonde started screaming. No, you're lying to me. Just like you always have. All of you just lie to me. Shut up and go. Naruto twirled the bee, laid in his fingers as tossed it blindly. If that's the way you want it. Aoba scowled. I guess that means plan B. Beat the little piece of crap to a bloody pulp. He ran forward, sending quick kicks and punches at the demon vessel. Naruto tried to dodge, but the Junin was much faster than the 2 Chunin had been. He felt every single blow as they connected. Naruto was tossed backwards by the onslaught and started coughing up blood. He held his side and felt his ribs. If they weren't broken then they were cracked. Aoba tossed several shuriken with accuracy that left many others green with envy. The spinning stars sliced right through the straps holding the scroll of seals to Naruto's back and sent it hurtling off the cliff. Now that that's out of the way, he grinned and started forming hand seals. Kaden. Gokaikyu no Jutsu. Hot flames shot of the Junin's mouth. Naruto watched them come closer as if in slow motion, sore and aching when he heard a familiar voice whisper in his ear, move. Naruto stepped back. His heel caught on a small pebble causing him to lose balance and fall over the ledge and into the valley. He plummeted quickly and the fire attack didn't even singe his hair. His blue eyes scanned the area. And he noticed his scroll had landed up on the bank, barely missing the lake. Aoba cursed and looked over into the valley. The boy hit the water with a loud smack and disappeared. He jumped down onto the water, waiting for it to surface for air. Naruto curled into a ball and let himself sink. The voice was still with him. Boy, you have to move. You will drown here if you don't move. Seeing no reaction from the huddled child, the voice tried another tactic. Are you going to break your promise? The boy twitched. That man is going to take the scroll if you don't stop him. Do you want to break your promise to Iruka? No. Naruto shouted and bubbles spilled out his mouth. He pumped his arms to get to the surface. I'm not going to break my promise. Never ever. I'm not going to lose to this. This liar. Iruka-sensei is not dead. Naruto's blonde head broke the surface, took a breath, and immediately dived again. He had to avoid the rain of fireballs coming at him. He kicked his legs hard toward the bank, a feeling of unfairness settling on him. Why does he get to walk on the bloody water? I'll show him. I'm going to kill him, supplied the voice helpfully. Aoba tracked the shadow to the shallower waters. He clapped his hands together and smiled as he target scrambled up on the bank. You should feel honored, boy. I'm going to use a jutsu I haven't perfected yet. Suiden, Tsuryuden no Jutsu. Water rose up and shifted into a vaguely serpent-like guise. I admit it isn't perfect, but it more than enough for a dropout demon. Aoba held woke an eye at the ready as he watched his semi-dragon charge the recovering boy. He doubted Naruto would survive, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The water construct quickly overpowered the orange-clad boy. And Aoba congratulated himself a little too early. He jumped to the bank to check the body as protocol stated, but didn't find it. The scroll of seals sat in the demon's place. Aoba raised an eyebrow. Kawarimi Now where is he? Aoba did a 360 and took an involuntary step back. Over 50 Narutos stood breathing hard, each an identical copy of the other. I must not have wrote him perform it over the combined sounds of the waterfall and my dragon. You think you can beat me with illusions? Idiot. One of the Narutos grinned madly and Aoba swore he saw a pair of fangs in the kid's mouth. But that wasn't important. At the first Naruto's signal, half the clones charged forward. Aoba stood in place. I told you, brat, you can't beat me. Aoba's rant was cut off as his EAD snapped to the side from one of the clones' kicks. The hell? He can do shadow clones. To his credit, Aoba did remarkably well against such large numbers. He spun and jumped like a madman. Every time he got a solid hit, the clone popped away. Aoba had nearly cleared the field when he saw something to give him pause. Before him was the hottest woman he ever saw. Twin ponytails and sparkling blue eyes he could get lost in. Then the sudden pressure on his arms and legs drew him back to reality. On each limb 2 Naruto clones had latched on. Don't stare at Ne-chan, pervert. One of them criticized. Aoba couldn't move. The formerly angelic-looking woman walked over, clouds covering all the important bits. You can't make me break my promises. Her voice was filled with so much loathing and hatred Aoba knew it was the end. He didn't even know who she was, but this angel of death was going to kill him. She cocked her fist back and punched the Junin in the stomach. He flew back into He water, taking the 8 Naruto clones with him. Aoba struggled against his captors, but they bit and clawed at the Junin in retaliation. He managed to hit one hard enough to dispel it, but another from the surface dived in and took its place. The shadow clones dragged him to the bottom, existing however long they could and immediately being replaced. Up on the bank, the naked and female Naruto was sweating in exertion. Her fingers were held in a cross shape as she stood. Every few seconds she yelled, Kage Bushin no Jutsu. 2 explosions of smoke would then reveal 2 shadow clones that would jump into the lake to replace one exterminated by the Juniner that had run out of air. Naruto glared at the surface of the water. She had received word by mental thoughts the Junin had died, but she wasn't taking chances. Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Another pair of male clones dived in. Naruto might have wondered why they didn't appear in her female form like herself, but she didn't. She concentrated on her goal. 4 more groups went down before the blonde woman let herself collapse. 12 clones swam up into the bank. They flipped off their jackets and wrung them out. Ne-chan. One asked Naruto and offered a cooked fish. Female Naruto thanked the clone and lay back on the sand. She was wiped and didn't even have the energy to change back or dismiss her brothers. They seemed to wander for a bit before heading off to scout the perimeter. You did good. Their voice said. Naruto watched the body of the Junin float up. Are you my conscience? Yes. The voice hesitated at first but then sounded smug. Okay. That's good. The clone-appointed clone watcher sat next to his creator. Ne-chan, do you want his forehead protector? Naruto thought about it. I took Shingo's and Guryo's. Might as well take them all. Yeah. He stood up and followed the floating corpse. Clone Naruto hopped along some boulders with the real Naruto watching his progress. She hadn't known they could be so independent. It was cool. That is because we are special. The voice whispered. Shadow Naruto knelt down where Aoba's body stopped and untied his forehead protector. He grabbed a senbon out of the man's pouch and started carving into the metal. His name was Aoba, right Ne-chan? Naruto decided to rest for a few minutes before tackling the climb up. She would even stay in girl form, because it had a longer reach, and let her clones remain till they ran out of chakra. They deserved it. Conscience, what's that red light around my ribs? It's nothing. Ignore it. If you say so. Shido-san said you gave good advice. Naruto walked into the medium-sized town easily. It had no guards, and the people were loose and relaxed. The dirt roads looked paved from the years of crowds. Shops and brightly lit buildings lined each side. Food and drink stalls set up in the middle of the road with their owners crying out to the pedestrians. Naruto felt himself slowly spin as he walked. His eyes eagerly took in the new amazing sights. People wore all sorts of things he didn't see in Konoha. Women stood around with white faces and painted eyes, a few men also decked themselves out in girls' clothes. It was confusing to the demon vessel, but he decided to ignore it. The voice had told him ignore strange and confusing things, it made life easier. Ramen. Best ramen in Takara. Someone yelled out down the street. Ears twitched and Naruto followed the sound of the angel. He looked beside him at the last of his clones, the rest had run out of chakra before reaching the town. Do you want some? He asked his clone. Naruto had tried talking to his conscience earlier but it was suspiciously absent, so he assumed it only came out when he needed it. On the plus side, his shadow clones were able to hold an intelligent conversation and knew everyone he did, so there was never any confusion. The only annoying thing was he couldn't get them to stop calling him Ni-kun or Ne-chan. Sure, Ni-kun. The clone smiled and skipped ahead to reserve a spot at the ramen booth. Naruto shrugged. It felt weird having someone call him brother. Even if the person was essentially himself, it was nice. Almost pleasant. I wonder if this could be considered a mental disorder. Uruka-sensei said he thought I might have ADD before. Naruto asked himself at the bar. As express. Acted his clone had ordered for the both of them and the hot noodles were waiting when Naruto sat down. He eagerly slurped up the food, not caring if the broth dripped from his chin. It's not the same thing, Ni-kun. At least, I don't think it is. His clone answered humbly around mouthful of noodles. He was having pork flavored. The original blonde grunted. That's right, it had to do with attention problems. So what is talking to yourself? Hell if I know. The clone chugged some water and thanked the chef. He spun his stool around to face his creator, chin in hands and watching the real Naruto eat. It was little disturbing the way utter devotion was barely hidden in the clone's eyes. Of course to the passing people it looked like one twin was watching the other with inappropriate thoughts. Sorry Ni-kun, but I gotta go. Quote. Naruto sighed and dropped his chopsticks into his empty bowl. He was going to be alone again. Okay. Bye. Yane. The clone hopped off the chair and disappeared into the crowd. Swarms of people soon swept the chakra construct away to a place where it could disperse quietly. They had come to the conclusion that the clones would leave before disappearing so as not to alarm anyone. Hey, you are paying for that, said the owner of the food stall at the sight of the clone leaving. He had the customary chef hat and a stained apron that smelled like ramen. The man had beads of sweat rolling down his fat arms, and an altogether mean attitude. Naruto didn't like him. His eyes tracked the large ladle the man carried, just in case the foul man decided to swing it. Yeah, how much is it? 400. For the both of you. He held out a sweaty palm for the money. A fly buzzed around his ear distracting the young boy. Naruto giggled. The fly was soon joined by another one in a strange insect courtship. They flew around the smelly cook's head. What's so funny? Think you can get out of paying cause you're a kid? No. It's just, never mind old man. Naruto fell into his pockets to get the said amount. The man snatched it out of his hand and counted it greedily. What a weird guy, Naruto commented as he was swallowed up by the flow of humanity. Brown wings fluttered as a small sparrow landed heavily on a tree branch. Nemi was still young, only a few months old, and as such she had been picked for the first scout. The sparrow sucked in air and fluffed her feathers nervously. She was waiting for her contact in today's mission to show. He was a raccoon and as such wasn't used to the daylight hours. Nemi waited. She chirped excitedly at the humans passing beneath the tree, fearing they would suspect something. Yo, take a chill pill, birdie. The raccoon slurred as it mounted the tree and laboriously climbed up. His ringtail swished back and forth to some unheard beat. You, Skashi Prisame. The small bird chirped out in her high-pitched voice. Yup, now just chill, K. Humans too thick to know our saying. Got some buggy talkers and a few canine but none for us. Member that birdie. Now what was it you peeps wanted to chat bout? The bird flapped her wings in excitement. She sung a few songs of morning joy and hopped around her contact. We need help. Forest dweelers reachir assistance in watching spiakale humans. Want learn, want use. Nemi tried her best to impress on the city dweller the wishes of her group. It was very important. So ya want to follow around the ninjas and try to learn their attacks? The raccoon asked for clarification. He had never heard such a preposterous thing in his life. Yes, we need to know where they be. You lead us. The raccoon rubbed his eyes and mulled it over. Human ninjas are dangerous. I like my life here, eating rotten vegetables out of garbage cans, don't want to mess it up. Still, it would be cool to shoot water from my hands. Mikey would be so jealous. But that's impossible. Pa, us animals can't do that sort of thing. Forget it, birdie. It ain't possible for little mammals like us to do them sort of things. He swished his tail and grabbed at the bark preparing to climb down. Nemi was worried. Failure was not an option. The others were counting on her. They needed this raccoon's help. He could explain the weird things humans did. Other animals in the city were too dependent on the humans to be trusted. It had to be a raccoon. And Squash was the only one willing to talk with them. Foxy not think so. She blurted in desperation. Raccoons and foxes had a lukewarm relationship, but normally listened to one another's advice. What? LA80 fox think he's possible. So do bear and falcons. That's so, fine. Come back in 2 days and bring whoever ya want. Small and unnoticeable mind ya. Prefer smaller birds and squirrels. More raccoons. No bugs. Some o' the humans can understand that. And no foxes. Humans here don't like foxes. Rox scrambled down the tree and slipped through a pipe into the sewer system. His small clawed feet clicked along the tunnel as he headed back to his daytime home. This is going to be troublesome, but very interesting. Yuko silently watched her captain as he paced through the defiled cabin. Blood-tinted wood showed up sporadically, and broken ceramics told of a struggle. She felt her companion, Helios, tense beside her. He would never balk at a fight between two trained NJA, but seeing civilians harmed always granted his nerves. There isn't a body in the house or in the immediate area, that's a good sign. She commented to her bird-masked teammate. Frog-masked Ayumu popped his head out of the back room. His voice carried over thick with sarcasm, quite a feat considering the mask was designed to garble emotion and tone. Maybe the boy ate him. Yuko resisted the urge to strangle the man. It didn't hurt, she knew where he lived, ate, and partied. She would have revenge later. Shut up. There's no way anyone could eat a full-grown human in a handful of hours. Not possible. Hey, I didn't say it ate the whole thing. The demon could have nibbled an arm or two, then buried the rest for later. Foxes do that, you know. The cabin door slammed open as Rai stepped in. Ayumu. One more thing out of that trap and I will personally have you turned over to Ibiki-san. I don't think whoever was attacked is dead, likely wounded for lack of body or carrion birds. We don't have time to look for them. Helios moved over to his captain. Do you think the demon vessel attacked a civilian? Dog Mask didn't answer for several minutes. It seems like the logical choice at the moment. Why, I can't guess. He is a demon. They don't need a reason. Everything has a reason. Never have I found something to happen without a reason, small and incomprehensible but still a reason. Rai let the soothing repetitiveness of greenery calm his nerves as they traveled the tree branch highway. Distantly he recognized Yuko arguing with Ayumu about something trivial, but that all took a backseat to his mediations. This just gets stranger and stranger. The demon brat stays one step ahead of us, somehow, and causes grief everywhere it travels. But why detour to attack a lone citizen? It doesn't make sense. At least not yet. Kana-san. Yuko whispered. He turned to the woman, trying to regain focus. Her posture said she was confused and tired. It happens to all Anbu sooner or later. She'll ask to be taken off the roster and made regular Junin when we get back. Shame. Yes. Rai popped a solider pill in his mouth as jumped along. Something doesn't feel right. I feel like we're being watched. But when I check there is nothing present but a bird. I think something tells me we should stop now and go back. It's like the whole forest is leaking killing intent. Our head swiveled to the side as she said this, and sure enough a bird chirped and shot off. Rai frowned beneath his mask and slowed. Frog and bird mask went ahead at his nod, he concentrated. Slowly Rai let his shields drop. His Anbu training allowed him to ignore petty nuisances that didn't rate on his danger to self scale. Things like paper cuts, stubbed toes, and non-Junin glares were never even felt. It was almost like living in a whole different world. Rai faltered a step as the last shield went down. Holy shit. Yuko wasn't being paranoid. The entire forest was glaring at them. Every bug and chipmunk was shooting death glares at the passing Anbu. It was very nearly overwhelming. Rai snapped his mental shields back up and shivered. As soon as I get home there's going to be a nice long bath. When did you notice this? Quote, as we were, Kana-san, screamed one of their teammates. The two Anbu doubled their pace and burst from the trees. Frog and bird were standing at the edge of a waterfall. It's the Valley of the End. And, have you found anything? Rai was getting annoyed. This mission was becoming more trouble, and all they had to do was track down a dropout thief. Depends. Is a dead body anything? Ayumu waved a hand down to the lake where they could just make out a corpse bobbing in the water. The team landed on the surface of the lake and examined to bloated form. Helios froze and his voice came out like ice. I know this man. He was in my class, Junin. Forehead protectors gone as well. Now it killed a Junin. Frog murmured in awe. He was starting to admire the demon. A 12-year-old. Amazing, it's a real shame we have to kill him. At least he didn't start this little killing spree in the village. It would be like another Itachi Uchiha. Helios, return to Konoha. Inform the Hokage of this death in the cabin, expected civilian casualty. Ayumu, Yuko, were following the demon. Rei's voice held a sharpness to it that bordered on obsession. Sir, we aren't supposed to go past the border. Frog Mask asked softly. They didn't know how far the demon was ahead, or what direction it went from that point. Multiple tracks headed off in every direction. But generally they all converged north into rice field country. We need to catch it and regain the scroll. Imagine if it falls into the Sound's hands. He let the threat hang, and was rewarded by the renewed determination of his two remaining subordinates. Let's get out of this messed up forest. Naruto bounced along the road from vendor to vendor. The large bulk he carried with high got a few stares, but most pedestrians ignored the hyperactive child. There was a woman in a short dress leaning against a building with a man shoving himself against her. Naruto felt his eyes unfog. As of their own accord as his voice came whispering back into his mind. Don't look at that. Yes ma'am, he said aloud and turned his head in other direction, studiously avoiding that side of the street. His attention was grabbed by the stalls across the street. Several stands displayed stuffed animals of every kind. There were turtles, birds, rabbits, bears, and even large butterflies. The high dolls were held in rickety wooden boxes that taunted the boy, just begging to be freed. He weaved through the throngs of people to stand before the display. Naruto waited. He was puzzled by the lack of yelling but decided to ignore it. Back in Konoha he had never been allowed in a toy shop or to stand by a stall like this one. It was a novel experience. His hands passed over the soft fur of the teddy bears under the watchful eye of the salesperson. It was a man, who was much slimmer and cleaner than the ramen shop owner. He laughed at Naruto's obvious joy and went back to reading an adult magazine. Occasionally glancing up to be sure nothing was taken. Naruto rubbed the soft silk of rabbit's ears between his fingers, savoring the feel. He had never felt the material before and told the voice. This caused the owner of the stand to quirk an eyebrow before returning to his article. The sun beat down, marking the late afternoon, and the amount of shoppers started to decrease. Hey kid, shouldn't you be getting home? The man asked from behind his magazine. Home, probably. What do you think, conscience? Naruto pushed aside a box to reveal one he hadn't examined before. His breath caught at the toy held within. The blonde didn't know why he was drawn to the doll, but he knew he wanted it. Carefully he pulled out the stuffed fox and stroked its whiskers. The doll was a soft rusty color with beady black eyes and nose. Short black ears perched delicately on the head with soft white inner fur visible. An 18-inch white-tipped tail fluffed out in the back and white paws dangled in the air. Naruto blinked at the very real-looking claws poking out from each paw. Wow, like it. Never been able to sell the thing, it was a project I did to graduate. The man flipped another page and giggled. You had to go to school for this? Naruto asked as he peered into the glass eyes to see his reflection. I'm in a fox. There's a fox in me. That's funny. Did you think a person just wakes up one morning and knows how to make a work of art like that? No. It takes planning, designing, modifying, and time. Lots of time, but I enjoy it. It's fun in a way nothing else is. The man chided. Oh. Naruto sighed and put the fox back. He found something he wanted but he didn't have the money. With slumped shoulders he left the stand. I wish I could have that. I've never had a toy before. Well, why didn't you take it? Asked the voice. I don't have the money. Those dolls cost more than I have. Naruto kicked a rock and pouted. Suddenly his sour mood evaporated and he smiled wide. But at least he let me play with them. No one's ever done that before. Pa, next time you see something you want, just take it. Wait, never mind. You need practice. Practice. Yes, your pickpocketing skills need to be polished. Then we will move on to the finer arts of shoplifting. The voice sounded like it was happy. Naruto supposed that was a good thing. Isn't stealing bad? Now, I'm your conscience right. I'm only here to correct mistakes. Listen to me, do what I tell you. I'm going to take a nap, so stay out of trouble. Okay. Sweet dreams. Naruto cheerfully wished the voice only he heard. Several people swerved to avoid the blonde at his outburst. Undisturbed, the young boy continued down his path, oblivious to the shadow that detached from a doorway to follow him. Skip. Ping past darkened alleyways like Shido told him Naruto enjoyed exploring the town. He stocked up on rations and got a blanket. People smiled at him, and some winked. Many didn't mind him bumping into them, though a few drunks cursed. Those were the ones he practiced with as per his instructions. They didn't have much money on them individually, but after his 24th encounter of the drunken kind, Naruto had made enough money for dinner at a reasonably priced restaurant. He was about to go looking for a place to eat when a well-manicured hand clamped on his shoulder. I saw what you did. You are a talented boy, aren't you? The voice cooed seductively. Naruto faced the person, surprised to find it was a girly-looking man. His hair was long and black but held back in braids. Scarlet pain. Ted fingernails brushed along Naruto's cheek. And you look so exotic too. Can I help you, mister? Naruto asked. His body stiffened as it went on alert. There's a strange man touching me. What do I do? He's looking at me funny now. Conscience, will you please wake up quick? Oh yes. You can help me, and I won't tell those smelly dregs where their drinking money went. I don't know. I bet I can run faster than them. Naruto smiled confident. To his slight dismay, it seemed to encourage the freaky man. Spunky. I like that. And I think I'll like everything else. The man observed as his black eyes roamed over the small boy. Naruto dipped out of the monk's grasp and backed up. Don't be like that. I only need a little help this one night. My usual got sick and I don't have a replacement. They'll like you. Like me. Sensing Naruto's open confusion, the man smiled cheerily. Yes, definitely. My friends are very nice. They'll give you all sorts of things if you help me. So, come on boy. Call me Tasuki. Tasuki blurred behind Naruto and began pushing him back the way they had come. Iruka was glad the pain had finally bled away after 2 days. It wasn't completely gone but had receded to a dull ache. He drank some cool water and turned to face his window. Of late more animals had been gathering around it, but Iruka didn't mind the company. It was almost like having a class again. Chunin placed a small leaf in both palms and leaned back. After finding his center, he started the exercise. The green leaves spun slowly at first but gained speed as they hovered just above his palms. Chakra constantly pushed out against the foliage and into the air, but not strong enough to send them shooting off. The exercise reminded him of the time he had tried to teach Naruto and the others discipline. Haruka chuckled at the memory. In his mind he saw the trainees escaping out the window. A flash of chakra upset the delicate balance he had been maintaining and sent the leaves spinning. Chirping and squeaking came from his open window and Haruka could imagine it was his old class. Sakura and Ino screeching at one another like birds, Choji sneaking food in whenever Haruka wasn't looking. Haruka exhaled at the same time sending out a light wave of chakra. The strength of the wave was such only a Junin would notice it, but strong enough so the Chunin could read the ripples it made. Eight small life signatures were visible on his window sill. 3 he guessed were squirrels, the rest different birds. One of the nut scavengers scampered down into the room. It paused on the tile and sniffed around before crawling up the bedpost. Hello little animal. Would you like something? Haruka closed his eyes and waited. As he expected, the small forest creature crawled over the sheets too. His shaking hands despite the warning screeches from its fellows. The bushy-tailed rodent sniffed Haruka's palms and tilted its head inquiringly. It's called chakra little one. You have to convert stamina into chakra. I don't think you could do it. Haruka nodded off having exhausted his chakra stores. Again. The squirrel watched the sleeping man for some time. Hard. He finally said to his companions waiting on the window sill. No duh. We not to be here. Wait for 2 more sun seeds. A cardinal bit out and swooped into the room. His small talons gripped the water pitcher and he drank some. No here. Thump here. The squirrel slapped his foot down on the mattress, lost his balance and fell off because of the bounce. That why we wait. A blue bird snickered. The other 2 squirrels glared at the offending bird. They decided to use the new vocabulary they had recently picked up. Shove it. Kin played with her kunai while waiting for the results of the genin exam. It had consisted of a written portion of both trigonometry and physiology, followed by a practical demonstration of everyone's strongest jutsu. Training at the hidden village of sound was intense. And most sound genin were really Chunin level form it. Kintsuchi was no exception, but if they were a Chunin then the test was equally difficult. Please say I passed. I want to get out of this death trap of a village. Kintsuchi. An examiner called with a sneer. The dark-haired girl could swear the arrogant attitude was part of the qualifications of Chunin for the sound. She got up and tried to ignore the leers of her classmates. Some wanted her, but most wanted her dead. It was common knowledge only 2 genin teams would officially form. The third portion of the exam had yet to be administered. And her death would mean the chances for the rest would increase. Kin was the only remaining female left of the original class. The rest had either died in training accidents or went missing. Sharp nails dug into her palms to draw blood as the girl fell into her own pace. She went outside to hear her results and the details of the final portion. Kin, congratulations. You passed. Jutsu was horrible but your written score was high enough for passing marks. You get to live. For now. What? Kin blinked and covertly scanned the area. She couldn't feel any killing intent from the 3 Junin watching her. Or see evidence of traps in the surrounding area. Despite these assurances her instinct was screaming at her to run. A soft breeze blew through the light tree cover from the east. Blood. Thick and strong the scent of blood hit her nose like a brick wall. How did I miss this? One of the Junin smiled and leaned over the table set up. He held out a forehead protector with a music note on it. You see Kin-chan. Those that couldn't make the cut have already been eliminated to save time. Now you get to fight for the honor of serving Otokage. I would hurry. The others will be out soon. Understanding dawned. Kin snatched the forehead protector and charged past the instructors and into what little cover was available. She had been far from the first person called, at M. Another 10 were already waiting in the brush for a chance to strike. Remember Kin-chan that this is a life or death test. Only the last 6 standing will be allowed to move on. Fear and anger mixed in the girl. The man was laughing at her, the only female genin left. Sharp kunai spun into her hands and Kin jumped over the fire pit filled with the bodies of her former classmates. Oh Kami. Natsumo had always let me copy his notes. Kin buried her feelings deep and swiped at the tripwire in her path. 2 explosive notes went off but the girl had already bounced away from the blast. She wasn't going to die. She wasn't. Ibiki stood before the petite woman with a blank face. It wasn't often he had to deal with these people, but each time he got the impression they wanted to give him a solid whipping. It wasn't difficult for him to imagine the graying woman turning him over and giving him a beating with the clipboard in her hands. I said no and I mean it. Come back next week. Haruka-sensei is in no shape for your. She sneered in obvious distaste. Interrogations. The man just lost his leg and most of his hearing. He's under heavy sedation, or should be. Ma'am, I understand that, but all I ask for is 5 minutes. I'm sure you heard about the incident at the Hokage Tower. We have reason to believe Yumino may be an accomplice in the theft. She reddened. Haruka-sensei. Never. I've known him since he was a boy. And he would never betray the village. This whole idea is preposterous. Now go, I have patients and I don't need them worrying because there's a torture and interrogation member in the room. The man felt one of his teeth crack under the pressure as he ground them together. He had no legal cause to detain the woman. Medic Nin. It was an old custom, and archaic if you asked him. But the hospital was the domain of the medics. In those walls their word could override that of Hokage. It had been the belief of the Konoha founders that shinobi tended to fight with all their heart and would go into battle severely injured unless restrained, hence the medics' power to order them around within the hospital. Sometimes it was the only thing that stopped a ninja from overworking themselves. Ibiki turned quickly and left, his coat whipping behind him. The old medic gave a satisfied nod and returned to her desk. Ibiki cracked his neck and decided he would need a different tactic. Those people couldn't know all of his people, could they? Ibiki pushed open the glass door and entered the streets while heading to his headquarters. He didn't like trusting a new recruit to the assignment. But it may be the only way to get the information without those harpies breathing down his neck. Naruto pecked at the soft fabric of the yukata he had been given. It was too smooth and felt weird. Blue silk brought out his eyes, or so the strange man had said, so he had to wear it. He made the young blonde take a bath after arriving at an out-of-the-way building. When he came out of the bathroom his clothes were missing and the silk outfit was waiting on the couch. It was annoying. Naruto wished the nice voice would wake up and tell him what to do. He didn't know how to react in the situation. One part of him wanted to find the nearest exit and run while another wanted to stay and find out what the men would do. Tsuki said he would like them, but the girlish man was strange and hadn't let Naruto eat anything since arriving. I wonder if he eats ramen. Naruto asked himself and fell back on the small couch the room contained. Tsuki had been nice enough to provide him with a waiting room to rest in. The blonde's things sat on the floor in a corner but his clothes were gone. A cup of ramen a day keeps the needle people away. If Painted Nails skips his daily dose of ramen, then his weirdness would make sense. Naruto smiled at the logic. The door creaked open and Tsuki came in dressed formally with that creepy smile on his face. It's time for you meet the nice men. You'll be good boy won't you, Naruto-kun? Of course, I'm the best. Naruto jumped up with a burst of confidence. His mind raced and made connections no one else would think of. Are these guys going to teach me some cool techniques? Huh, Painted Nails. Oh, that's cute. I get my own nickname. The man squealed and clapped his hands. Steel handles twisted and the man motioned to the open door. This way. The whisker-marked boy rushed into the hall and tapped his feet impatiently. Suki's smile never faltered, though it seemed to twist the more they walked. Naruto's bare feet speed over the wood flooring as he crisscrossed the halls to inspecting every vase and painting. On the way he almost ran into no less than 20 people, the majority of which were scantily clad women who cooed at the boy. The blonde decided he liked the attention. Nay, Tsuki-sama isn't sending the little cutie into that room. One cherry-lipped woman whispered conspiratorially to another. Hatsuharu is ill. Those pigs would not enjoy someone with a fever of 102. He's lucky he managed to find another like Hatsu-chan. You mean, that little cutie is mentally. The girls shushed at the look Tsuki gave them. An undercurrent of submission passed between the women and woman wannabe as both girls bowed and hurried away. Naruto glanced back curiously. He wanted to hear more about the two boys. He didn't associate cute with himself. Painted Nails, why are there so many girls around? They never dressed like this back home. Tsuki laughed. They're just women of poor circumstance. Ah, here we are. He pushed open a wide set of double doors. Naruto ran in to find the supposedly nice men. Hiya, I'm Naruto. Are you guys going to show me stuff? His smile lit up the room. One of the guys got a nosebleed and fell over, another blushed to a degree only a certain Hyuga could compete with. With only 3 of the original 5 high-paying clients coherent, their leader decided to take action. Tasuki-san, this isn't what we paid for. Not that I'm complaining, but it's the principle of the thing. Yes, but you see Hatsu-chan is ill and not able to satisfy. However you'll find Naruto-kun accommodating. I suppose, leave us. Tasuki bowed to his customers and nervously left. Naruto's eyes sparkled innocently and he bounced over to the nearest adult. Hi. Kyoji-kun. This one isn't too hard on the eyes, even better than the usual boy I'd say. Come closer boy. Naruto complied happily. The man ran his hand through the blonde strands and grinned. Will you remember us in the morning? Or will you forget as Hatsu-chan always does? Is it that bad? The man leaned over and breathed on the short boy. Naruto's nose wrinkled. Your breath smells like the man that always sleeps on the street at my apartment. He disliked the sudden sensitivity of his senses. Now Naruto was picking up the sake on the table and the sushi in the miniature fridge behind the bookshelf. One of the other men laughed and downed a shot of alcohol. He's honest. I like that. So Naruto-kun, what position do you prefer? Position. Blue eyes blinked in confusion. Instead of answering, he tilted his head at the man, Kyoji, and asked his own question. Why are you taking off your shirt? Are you hot? I bet if you opened that fridge it would get cooler. The leader shifted uncomfortably. Guys, I can't do this. The kid is too innocent and I just can't taint that. I'll be taking a nap. Suit yourself. He's just mental, likely won't remember it as always. They turned back to Naruto, who was enjoying the attention the other man was lavishing on him. So boy, what is your favorite position? Naruto's face screwed up in concentration, but it was difficult to think. With the soothing hands petting his head. It felt really nice. Hey, come over here and try this. Hatsu-chan never sat still long enough, but this kid's hair is surprisingly soft. Quit hogging the kid, Midoki. I called dibs, remember? Yeah, but by the time you are through with him he won't be nice and clean. The man grumbled as he relinquished his hold on Naruto's hair. The boy finally regained all thought process and jumped up. He climbed up on the table, clearing it of empty bottles with the action, and struck a pose. His body was sideways to them with his feet apart and his hands held slightly back in a cross position. I like this one. Doesn't it make me look cool? Are you going to teach me some awesome moves now? The little speech came out in rapid fire that the two men had trouble discerning. Both businessmen had the same thought at the same time. Tenchi was right, he really is innocent and naive. What is going on here? Did I not tell you to stay away from this area? A breezy voice rumbled in Naruto's ears. Nay, I did, but the funny guy said I would get stuff, and he kinda dragged me over. The demon vessel spoke in his defense, inwardly glad his conscience had reappeared. The two remaining men arched their eyebrows at the display as Naruto started talking to thin air. Kyoji leaned over to Midoki. I guess Naruto-kun does fit the bill then, but his condition isn't short-term memory loss. What is it? Turrets? No. That's cussing. Maybe he's schizo. Either way, I've lost my will to fuck him. Even in a fit of madness he still looks too angelic, must be the yukata. Then I'll just take over. Naruto pouted at his voice, which seemed to be insinuating the men wouldn't give him anything useful. Midoki waved at the boy to gain his attention. I have something you might like. I was going to give it to Hatsu-chan, but I think it will look better on you. The blue-eyed boy jumped from the table and into Midoki's lap rather like a puppy. What is it? What is it? Tell me. Midoki stroked the soft hair some more, this time letting his hand trail past the neck down Naruto's backside. This sent alarms ringing from the voice. Naruto. If I say move it, you jump on the double. Got it. Good. The man pulled a tissue-wrapped object from his coat. Naruto eagerly took it and tore the lavender covering off. It's pretty. The boy unclipped a gold clasp and held the accessory up to the light. The gift was a dark red choker studded with brass and a small flat gold diamond hanging down. Nimble fingers quickly fastened the leather accessory around his neck. Naruto was about to thank the nice man when a scream echoed through the building. What was that? Move! The voice yelled. Immediately Naruto burst into action, crashing through the doors and down the hallway. Originally the slightly insane blonde wanted to return to his room, pick up his things and get away, but then the scream sounded again. Male and female heads started poking outdoors, also curious to the disturbance. Blue eyes clouded over and Naruto's feet slowed. On an impulse he spun on his heel and charged up a flight of stairs to follow the screams to their source. Halfway up and no wreck. All order from the voice convinced the boy he had chosen correctly. Inside Naruto, a red ball of hate and anger slammed against its bars and sent out wave after wave of pure chakra into its host system. Normally such an occurrence would only cause temporary changes, but that was why Kyuubi rammed repeatedly against the cage. The demon fox wanted permanent changes. There was no mental self for the chakra to attack and seep into. So it went straight into the body. Without any orders, the chakra was left with no outlet, and naturally dispersed throughout the demon's host. You dumb ass Hokage. Yo. You may have sealed my body, but you are far from trapping my power and influence. The boy is mine. Mine. Kyuubi screamed in triumph. Two people froze in fear as a door slammed open. A mustached man squinted at the small figure standing in the doorway and dropped the broken chair leg he held over a naked woman. The woman in question had perfect vision, and gasped as she scrambled away from the boy and man. Blood marked the red-haired prostitute's trail as she crawled under a table for cover. Why did you hurt her? The demonic-looking boy asked, curious. Get away. Leave, demon. The man shouted and fell backwards. Naruto narrowed his eyes. Painful memories of a village best left forgotten surfaced and he growled. I'm not a demon. Naruto rushed forward. In the back of his mind he noted the newly sprung claws and put them to use. A red corona of energy pulsed around him as his pupils elongated. Naruto heard the heartbeat of the man slow as he ripped it out, and the woman's increase. Mission accomplished. He stood and watched the heart stop. The red aura of power receded with his claws and his eyes returned to normal. Naruto twirled around and bounced over to the woman cowering under the table. Red hair hid her face. But gray eyes watched in mute fascination as the death child offered up her tormentor's heart. Hi, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Leslie Fujiko. Taking in the familiar blue yukata, Leslie blinked in shock. This is the boy Tsuki-sama brought in as a replacement. And he saved me. Kaide-san always beats his whores, no one but this kid would even think to come and help. And that power. It was like nothing I've ever seen. He must be some sort of angel. An angel of vengeance. Those pointed ears prove he is supernatural. Are you okay, Leslie Ne-chan? Naruto asked and dropped the heart. He frowned at the blood stains collecting on the carpet and his clothing. Blood was sticky and hard to wash out. Naruto hoped he wouldn't get in trouble. Why yes. I'm okay, mostly. Just a few cuts and a broken wrist. But I'll be fine. Is there anything I can do to thank you, Tenshi-sama? I wasn't expecting thanks. Naruto blushed. Leslie cradled her arm and crawled out. Stupid. Of course he's not expecting anything. He's an angel. Her angel helped her stand and let her lean on him. The redhead was over twice his size, but he seemed to have no problem supporting her. Naruto helped her throw on a thin robe and walk out. I know I don't have anything worthy of you, but is there anything I can give you? Leslie almost cried. What if this was some sort of test? What if she didn't give a proper offering and he choose to strike her down? Why else was he still with her? There is this one thing. Naruto trailed off at the hungry look the woman was giving him. If he asked her to bring him the heart of every customer in the building, she would do it. There is this stand that sells stuffed animals. I really like the fox doll. Will you get it for me? Yes, I know that stand, but I've never seen a fox plushie. If Angel-sama wants it, I'll get it for him. My wrist can wait. Hold on, I need to get my things. Naruto slipped into the room he had cleaned up in and came out loaded down with scroll and sword. Ready to leave, Leslie Ne-chan. The woman bowed. It sounded like an order to her. From this day on she would stop working for Tsuki, maybe even go into business for herself. As soon as her wrist was fixed up she would hire a bodyguard and start her own brothel. I could call it Angel's blessing. Leslie smiled, the first true smile she had in years. Walking out the front door, she was oblivious to the looks of shock and awe thrown at her and the blonde boy by her former co-workers. Leslie watched her blonde savior as he hugged the stuffed fox toy close. Soft fur tickled his chin and he smiled, warming the former prostitute's heart. He was amazing. Naruto, as he had introduced himself, brought her from death's door all for the price of one doll. The memoir, Why of That Bastard's Heart in His Hands, was especially sweet. Leslie would have never been thought to be the vindictive type, but seeing the life fade from her abuser's eyes had kindled a righteous fury in the red-haired girl. She wasn't quite sure where it would lead, but her angel of vengeance had pointed her on the path and she would follow it. Nay, Leslie Nei-chan. Thank you, Naruto whispered, still petting the plushie he held with obvious possessiveness. The woman had witnessed her angel growl at a drunk who almost spilled ale on the Scarlet Fox. She had no doubt that had the liquid landed, the old man would be out, permanently. I'd do anything for my angel, Leslie answered meekly. Humans had to show the proper respect to higher beings or risk falling from favor. She didn't want that to happen. Naruto paused and picked at a blood-stained sleeve of his yukata. He missed his orange jumpsuit, but receiving the fox plushie made up for it. He turned Leslie's words over in his head. I didn't remember hearing the term she used before, but it lacked the tone of insult that Demon carried. It was more of an endearment. What is an angel? Leslie blinked. Another test. She must have done something to merit attention. But clearly her old profession was getting in the way. The higher beings must be giving trials to test her faith. Naruto and Leslie were walking to the town gates, with the latter in deep thought as she formulated her answer. What was an angel? If her answer was unsatisfactory, would Naruto-sama leave? Would she be struck down by a sudden bolt of lightning? Leslie crossed her arms beneath her large breasts, careful not to knock her splinted wrist. What exactly was an angel? There were the many different types of ethereal creatures. Vengeance and Guardian the most prominent. Then there were the elemental spirits, not to mention the many yokai. Leslie's brow furrowed as her eyes followed the blue-clad blonde. Clearly he didn't mind waiting, but she would have to come up with something before they reached the town gate. Kin pressed against the tree, bark digging harshly into her back. With a complex but small application of chakra she slowed her heart until the two other genin candidates went by. Normally sound trainees could detect the faint vibrations of breathing or heartbeats, but Kin knew this and she had specifically trained in case there would be a need to assassinate one of her own. In the hidden sound, personal attachments were frowned upon, and their leader was known for discarding tools he considered weak or useless. There had been a time Kin would have admired the ruthless man. He was a ninja that didn't let morals or personal life get in the way of his mission. It was considered an honor to be part of Rice Country's new shinobi village. To make the land of Rice great and to serve the master, that was all Kin wanted. When the white-haired ninja had come to her orphanage and offered membership, sensing her potential, she eagerly accepted. They never told her betrayal was the norm. Kin grabbed a branch and swung herself up, trailing an incredibly thin wire. She zigzagged through the tree tops, creating a web of wire and bells. They wouldn't get her. She wasn't going to die for some old man's entertainment. She ran along a branch, cursing at the lack of cover. Using the branch like a springboard, she bounded off into the air. Deft fingers wrapped the end of her wire to a thick needle, then hurled it into the selected position as she began to fall. Kin tucked and rolled, winching as a hidden kunai slashed her arm. She didn't know if it had been left over from last year or was placed on purpose, but it had sliced nearly to the bone, leaving her left arm nearly useless. At least I got the warning system set up. Brother. Gozu nudged the last of his family with his elbow. His eyes fixated on something beyond the bar the two missing nin were eating at. Mizu ignored his senior, favoring instead to eat his steaming cream of mushroom celery beef stew. Gozu sighed at his brother who jealously guarded his meal. Really, what kind of reputation were they making sitting at mom and pop booth slurping stew? Just like Ma used to make. Mizu muttered as he inhaled the food. I'm glad, dear, the old woman said with a smile while she pushed fresh baked bread over to the chunin. Gozu felt his eye twitch. He grabbed his brother's head and wrenched it in the right direction. Do you not see that? He demanded with metal gauntlet squeezing the younger's head. Mizu clutched his brother's wrist to alleviate the pain and snarled. He didn't like being interrupted during food time. Whispered threats dribbled out of the chunin's mouth along with creamy soup. Brown eyes landed on two people turning around the corner, or more precisely on the scroll one of them carried at his back. Dried mud decorated the dark green scroll, which was itself held within a grungy orange net. The remains of a paper seal peeked out from under the mesh. Faint chakra radiated from the scrap of paper, something that only the most important of documents had. Is that what I think it is? Gozu grinned under his breather mask, metal gauntlet clinking as he rose. It's the scroll of seals. Come on. With it, we won't need to listen to that child-loving old man. He chuckled darkly. The younger brother followed, pausing only to pay the kindly old couple that fed them. Why would a kid have it? He could be dangerous. Idiot. He's a kid, looks maybe 11 at the most. Short. Probably took it off the corpse of whatever ninja was transporting it. Easy kill. But I don't want trouble from the authorities. We can take him a few miles out of town. Flashes of color assaulted the Chunin's senses. Haruka immediately shut down his exercise. His chakra coming to a standstill within his body. It was mildly painful in both his retinas and his chakra circulatory system. He didn't think he'd ever felt so tired in his life. Haruka-sensei. A pretty nurse admonished as she stepped into the room holding a cup of oblong pills. You should be taking it easy. At this rate you'll double your time with us. That's all right, he whispered as he accepted the pills. The woman shook her head in aspiration as she filled the former pill cup with water from the bedside. Ninjas, always acting tough. Pushing themselves past their limits. At least he's not as bad as that Lee kid. Haruka chugged the water and fell back, his head narrowly missing the bedboard. What were those? He asked as body began relaxing. The nurse adjusted his pillow and answered that one pill had been antibiotics and the other a sedative. He needed to rest. I see. Then it's true what they say about you medics. She paused. What did they say about us? Haruka fought to stay conscious as the chemicals rushed through his system. That was the downside of being a ninja. His metabolic rate was extremely fast and the medicines were broken down and put to use quickly. They also had to be far more potent than for a normal civilian for the same reason. Just that, you'll pound a patient into submission or tie them to the bed to make them do what you say. Red crept to the woman's cheeks as she stepped back. We haven't done that since Tsunade-sama was with us. Something flickered in the Chunin's memory. He lunged forward sloppily due to the drugs. But he managed to catch the nurse's wrist before she left. Please, can you contact a puppet maker from the sand? I would like to have a replacement made. If you wish it. Thank you. With that he gave into the drugs. Half sprawled on the floor, and a bit of drool. Ayumu went through the gates, his disdain of the local populace evident. Prostitutes avoided him like the plague, their flattering smiles turning sour as they looked into his cold eyes. His Anbu mask had been stored away for the excursion into enemy territory. What makes you so great, freaking ninja? He spun, hand grasping the woman's throat and pinning her against the wall. He couldn't stand the disgusting whores. Any respect he had gained for the demon spawn evaporated when they followed the trail to the city. Have you seen a boy, yellow hair, about this high? He asked, his voice cold as steel. Some people never listen to reason. The woman snarled, her long fingernails scratching at his hand. Why should I tell you anything? He started to get annoyed by her attitude and squeezed marginally harder. Fear flickered in her eyes as she came to the conclusion that he could and would kill her if she didn't cooperate. Child. Blonde. New. Have you seen him? Maybe. Leslie Chan was walking around with a kid. Said he saved her from a rough client. He was blonde, had blue eyes. But kind of shrimpy. The ANBU's eyes widened. The chances of finding a lead so soon were slim, but how many blonde kids were running around a brothel town? He released her, and the whore stumbled while rubbing her neck. She spat at the ground. Before running to the safety of the crowd, Ayumu pulled a Nokia, the brand of ninjas, cell phone from his pouch and dialed 0. One-touch dialing did wonders for ninja communication. Less breakable than radios, but expensive so that only Anbu got them. Kana-san, we may have a lead. Target was seen with a prostitute by the name of Leslie. Okay. Contact Yuko, start looking for this Leslie. Right. In a blur his thumbs dialed Yuko's number, and to his annoyance the only thing he got was a busy signal. His foot tapped against the wall impatiently. Come on, come on. Pick up woman. No, she doesn't care what color you've dyed your hair. I heard that, and take it as an offense. Shit. Yuko. Where did you come from? The woman crossed her arms, tilting her head just so that the sun would shine in his eyes. She glared, he winced. Did you even get a description on this Leslie? Quote. Thought so. I'll take the shopping district, don't say anything, and you can scout out ill repute town. Kana-san is probably going through the city records as we speak. She calmly stated. Ayumu nodded absently as he tried to figure out why she didn't pick up her phone. Did he dial the wrong number? He didn't think so. Wait, why do I have to search the slums? Because you are an ass. Smoke clouds were the only thing that signaled her departure. Ayumu sighed. Running after a demon was wearing down his nerves. He just wanted to kill the thing and go home. There was no doubt in his mind that Rai wouldn't give up until the creature was dead, orders be damned. He was a good captain, the best he ever had. But the man had a nasty habit of refusing to quit until he finished what he started. As Ayumu stalked toward the homes of prostitutes, pimps, and whores, the crowd parted like silk away from his dark aura. Across the street a plushy vendor spied on the ninja with a look of suspiciousness. The dolls were whispering to him. His creations were warning him of nearby danger, a ninja. High caliber. He was looking for something. There are 3 in the city, looking for a demon. Multiple voices whispered in his head. A demon. He questioned the dolls, staring into the glass eyes of a turtle. The spawn of a demon. Under the influence of demon. A murderer. The cart began to vibrate lightly, metal wheels squeaking with urgency. I suppose it's time to close up now, friends. The man told his cart. Just as he was beginning to tie down a canvas, something pulled at his leg. Hello little girl. Hi. Can I have the horsey? Mommy gave me money. Not me. I'm not right for her, the bird. Bird. Why not this pretty red bird? That's real tail feathers, see how soft they are. He questioned with a smile. The pig-tailed girl bit her lip in thought, small hands running down the smooth body. Okay. Donna ran down the street, pushing people over out of spite. Her skirt flew up as she leapt a fire hydrant, causing several drunks to whistle appreciatively. Ignoring the hooligans, that were occasionally clients, she proceeded to head toward the center of the red light district. Her blonde ringlets bounced cutely, at odds with the anger marring her features. A manicured hand reached out to catch a wooden post, jerking her out of the pell-mell charge. After running at full speed for around 5 minutes, Donna arrived where a building resembling an old hotel towered. Shaking and nearly out of breath, she pounded on an intricately carved door and demanded entrance. Open up. I have to speak to Leslie Chan. Silver handles turned awkwardly, a rat-faced man poking his head out. We're closed. Before he could shut the door, Donna snagged his nose and pulled down, her eyes level with his. Let me in. Angry fire burned in her brown depths and the doorman gulped. Hastily moving aside, the self-employed prostitute didn't release his snosh until she was fully inside the building. I need to speak to Leslie. The small man coughed, motioning for someone to hurry over and handle the crazed whore standing in his entryway. She isn't here. Bitch left last night with a young boy and a corpse in her room. What? But Leslie would never hurt a fly. Donna exclaimed in an accusatory tone. Heads poked out doors, curlers still dangling from locks. Room-to-room whispering began and the small man turned red. He took an umbrella from the hallway canister and waved it threateningly. Back to your rooms. Female and male heads quickly disappeared, and Donna was beginning to get nervous. What had happened to cow the strong women of Suki's flower? The girls that could take a beating and keep on fucking. She didn't think anything could cause them to listen to their bouncer. It is none of your concern. Nothing happened. Yes, it is. There's some people looking for her. Ninja, I think. If they trace her back here, you know what will happen, minuscule man. Donna used every bit of her pissed-off women aura to intimidate the small man. Her eyes glared daggers at him, and passed a hand over her throat. The small man's eyes widened in shock at the bruise rapidly forming around her neck. Red and blue marks stood out against white skin in a faint imitation of a hand. Do you think they will be so easy on you? He bit his lip and stepped back. I suggest you leave, whore. If they think you've warned Leslie, I'm sure they'll do more than that. Donna snorted as he reached behind his back for a small jeweled dagger. There was a code among her kind. If a price had been put on one of their heads, they would do everything possible to help her. The small rodent-looking man didn't scare her at all. On the contrary, she could tell he feared her, for she could bring the ninjas to the establishment. Rice Country largely ignored their Wens activates because of the amount of money it brought to the economy, but if attention was drawn to the not-so-uncommon murders. TCH. Don't worry about me. Donna swept out the door with her blonde head held high like a queen. Her neck was exposed, and several of the women peeking out windows and doors of nearby brothels saw it. Energy was building. Something was going to happen, and bring with it a great change. Donna couldn't figure out why she had the sudden urge to scream to the heavens in defiance. Everything was changing. Looking around and seeing the nods of her fellow prostitutes, she knew there was a storm coming. You need to worry about yourself. Excuse me, miss. Donna turned, her breast swaying suggestively. To her surprise, it was the toy vendor. Funny. I never figured him for a client. Yes. He smiled and held out a rather odd-looking plush turtle. It had 3 tails, and spikes showed up randomly on the soft figure. Would you mind delivering this to a friend of yours? Leslie, I believe her name is. Donna felt like he was laughing at her. Still, she didn't want to stand in the dirty street all day. Hot cups of cocoa would do nicely at the moment. The drink would soothe her throat and help recover lost energy from her mad dash to the brothel. On a whim, she snatched the stuffed 3-tailed turtle and tucked it under her arm. If I see her, she'll get it. Thank you. I was thinking of moving, you see, and wouldn't have time to give it myself. The man just chuckled at Donna's retreating form. Soon she was lost in the crowd along with the turtle gift. Interesting. Do you really think it will work? Alone the turtle plush can do nothing. It's not what Sandy will do, but what he will inspire. All is going to work out. If you say so. Kin wrap. Da ripped portion of her skirt around her injury. Spit was a surprisingly good cleaner, if there was enough of it. Probably why animals lick their wounds. But I'm not an animal. The kunoichi slumped in exhaustion. Tending her own wounds proved to be much more difficult than another's. I need to start learning to become ambidextrous. Thick thorny bushes surrounded her, though not all were real. Minor genjutsu was simple, though a master wouldn't even consider the genin candidate's method true genjutsu. Summoning 5 bushin, she then had her clones utilize the transformation technique to take the form of the plants that did grow. With ample cover, she hoped some time could be spared for recovery. That was her plan anyway. Silently Kin rested an elbow on a rock, and closed her eyes. Occasion. Ally the sound of birds chirping or fleeing alerted her to the whereabouts of her fellow candidates. It was surprising she didn't hear much screaming. Or begging for mercy. Her classmates must have been stronger than she thought. Kin rested, focusing what chakra she could to the injury. Then the bells started ringing. Kin snapped her head up, seeing a wire shiver in warning. They were coming from the east. Cursing, the kunoichi started running as her transformed clones were dispelled with a blast of air. Now, Kin. You should have known better than to take a nap in the middle of a test. She plucked a hair from her head, charging it with an amount of chakra so small they wouldn't notice. Dosu. I guess I have to deal with those portable speakers first. Say what you want, Kin, I might give you quick death if you agree to one thing. Her former classmate sneered. Kin felt anger grow, in her current state it only helped. With an enraged scream she flicked her wrist, the thin hair practically invisible as it flew through the air, lodging into the boy's chest. He grunted and pulled the now limp weapon out, giving the girl time to run. The chakra burns from it hurt more than the piercing had. I'll find you, Kin. There's only 7 of us left. We're all after you. Leslie stopped at the gate, her angel turning to face her with the fox held loosely. The whore looked up and prepared to take her test. An angel is a creature known for drawing their power from the light and holy aspects of nature. They protect and defend, or provoke an attack. They are looked upon as great and wonderful. Higher than humans. Angels can be benign or malicious toward them. Naruto tilted his head and smiled. So I'm an angel. Thank you. Unexpectedly he threw his arms around her middle, hugging tightly. Leslie blushed and ran her fingers through his golden locks, amazed at the smoothness of them. I hope you achieve your goals, Leslie Nei-chan. Naruto broke the embrace and started off at a run. The fox plush safely stored in the crook of one arm. Ramen filled his belly, and a new toy that was his and his alone created a feeling of absolute happiness inside that Naruto briefly forgot the misfortune that followed him. He met people who cared about him, and even helped protect a pretty lady. His conscience was actively helping out, and his promise was being kept. Uruka-sensei would be proud. Tan hands raised the doll to the sky, and human eyes thought for a moment they saw something different in the glass marbles that served as the toys. I think I'll call you Q. Yeah, you'll be called Q. Q no Kitsune. Naruto laughed at his own joke and continued running. If he kept up the pace he could be halfway to the ocean with the week. Dirt was kicked up by the running boy, who took no notice of the two others following closely behind. He ran flat out with the scroll bouncing against his back, and if he wasn't careful a bruise would develop. Inside the blonde a demon stirred. It stretched its limbs and yawned. Kyuubi distantly noticed the way its prison bounced along but was in no way disturbed by it. After over 1,000 years of life, the only thing that can alarm an ancient demon is Kami-sama himself. As per custom and habit Kyuubi scanned the immediate area. She noticed the mild increase of demon chakra her container could handle safely and clucked her tongue in satisfaction. Delving a bit further she snorted at the two strong chakra signatures tracking his vessel. Nowhere near a level Kyuubi would worry about, still it was better to be safe than sorry. Cracking its neck the Kyuubi prepared to contact Naruto. Good morning. Naruto smiled wider and speed up. Morning. Did you see my present? Kyuubi concentrated for a moment as its vessel's memories flooded its mind. Laughing in amusement, Kyuubi answered. Yes. It's very nice. You do realize you have a minion now. Minion. Minion is how we refer to a person who would serve you any way you desire. With no regard to themselves. Leslie Nei-chan is my minion. Interesting thought, no. I was just wanting to inform you of the two large and stupidly dressed males heading for you. 1. Is getting ready to send a claw into your neck. What? Shocked out of his haze of contentment, Naruto growled and jumped straight up. A large poisoned iron claw passed beneath him, which the ninja in training used to track his attacker to the trees. Forming a familiar sign, Naruto summoned several shadow clones that headed into the bush to draw out the enemy. Kyuubi watched all this from the sealed cage while bloodlust grew. It wanted battle and blood and relayed this to Naruto, who was happy to oblige. Don't damage the scroll. Gozu yelled in annoyance as his brother nearly cleaved the thing in two. He winced at the clinks that came from the claw retracting to its home, and made a note to remind his brother to oil the chains more often. Naruto whistled and his clones withdrew several blades of varying usefulness. On account that some had seen more bottles than others. On cue, the shadow clones tossed the blades at random, forcing his opponents to come out of hiding. Well kid, looks like you have some abilities. The older brother commented as he tossed a barrage of shuriken that dispelled the clones. Naruto stared at them with wide eyes, barely controlled insanity could be seen dancing in them. Mizu glanced at his brother who was quietly observing the boy. I think you were right. He is crazy, he talks to himself. Of course that only means this battle will be marginally more difficult than we thought. The crazy ones are unpredictable after all, shall we introduce ourselves? The younger brother stepped forward, though his mocking smile was hidden behind the gas breather he wore. Mizu of the Demon Brothers. I'll sever that pretty little head of yours, boy. Gozu rolled his eyes. Gozu of the Demon Brothers. Older brother. Naruto and his many brothers stood. I.e.d. the two men with a critical eye that was starting to get on their nerves. Finally he rocked back on his heels, somehow never letting down his guard. What is a demon? Had they been anything but ninjas? The two men would have gone into mild shock at the statement. As it was the only visible reaction to the question was a slight narrowing of the eyes and a shift in stance. You don't know what a demon is. What rock did you crawl out from? A demon is a creature with incredible power that uses it to kill. Like we are going to kill you for that scroll. At the mention of taking his scroll Naruto's visage darkened. You won't. I made a promise. Mizu laughed. Not all promises can be kept, kid. Like this one. Gozu wished his brother would shut up. He obviously wasn't paying attention to the sudden spike in the kid's chakra. Naruto felt his teeth rearrange themselves, and he opened his mouth. Blood poured out as two large fangs protruded from the cavity, and eyes turned to slits. Wit. His gaze never leaving the two missing nin Naruto bent down on all fours. When Naruto next spoke it chilled the blood of his opponents. The voice in my head doesn't like you, and neither do I. Nah. Ruto tossed Q and the scroll off to the side of the road with a muttered, I'll be back, and charged the still stunned demon brothers. Lucky or not, Gozu snapped out of his trance and managed to lock the claw swipe delivered to his face. What is this thing? Is it an unknown bloodline? Gozu rolled to the side while throwing 3 daggers in succession, each coated in a vile poison that would eat away at the target's body like an acid if not washed out immediately. Naruto rolled in a mimicry of Gozu to dodge the projectiles, his sudden speed boost courtesy of his voice, giving him an unexpected edge. Mizu snapped back to the present and performed some quick hand seals while the crazy kid was focused on his brother. Being rice country, water was abundant in the area, and with his jutsu see. Omplete the younger brother sent several water-based daggers toward Naruto. The blonde distantly heard his tenant warning him about them, to which he flared some of his own blue-tinted chakra. Increda. BLE heat evaporated the former Mist Nin's attack, to the amazement of both Nin. Naruto jumped to the side, screaming as Gozu's own claw chains wrapped around him when he dodged Mizu's. The poisoned Edel slid over his skin and burned so much that tears welled up. It'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Just get out of his hold before they kill you. Foregoing rational thought, Naruto believed in his voice and ran straight at Gozu, who was wondering why Naruto had not fallen to the ground screaming. Using his free hand, Gozu took out a kunai and aimed for Naruto's throat. He didn't expect the sudden grip form behind. Crap, I thought we killed all the clones. A very physical blade closed in on Gozu's neck, and he saw his brother dealing with 3 clones on his own. Forced to release his captive to block, Gozu managed to kick the clone into a tree, effectively dispelling it. He didn't expect to see the katana that the clone had been holding fly up and into the real Naruto's grip. The original blonde somersaulted into his landing. The metal bared. Still close to the ground, Naruto ran toward his enemy while slashing widely with the katana. Gozu blocked with the hard case of his claw, thankful to the blacksmith that designed it. Mizu broke out of the shadow clone mob with a quick spinning kick. He rushed to help his brother while taking out an explosive note. Gozu. His brother got away in time. And Gozu was about to berate his brother for nearly hitting him, when both went silent. Naruto landed right in front of them, clothes singed but otherwise unharmed. Red and blue chakra waff. Ted off him like steam, and he chopped off their feet in the blink of an eye. Naruto stood above them, sheathing the katana. You tried to make me break my promise. I cannot forgive you. Naruto's claw. Wet hands aimed for the 2 men's hearts, but they defended as best they could. Annoyed, Naruto caught an arm and twisted, resulting in a snap that excited his conscience. Their blood, Naruto. Drink the blood, whispered his voice gleefully. It believed that if the creatures dare challenge its vessel, they deserved a proper demon funeral. Where it was from, leaving a dead opponent's body to rot was the ultimate insult. Naruto thought it strange, but obeyed the voice nonetheless. Oh God, someone help. A demon. Mizu screamed and tried to crawl away. Naruto ignored the man. It wasn't like he could get far on bleeding stumps. Red rivers of blood stained the front of Naruto's kimono as he bit into the still beating heart. Fangs made it easy to rip into the tissue as Gozu breathed his last. Nah. Naruto wiped his mouth and delicately picked up the forehead protector. It bore a symbol the young blonde didn't recognize, 4 tilted wavy lines. Shrugging, Naruto flipped it around and carved, Gozu, into the metal with the man's weapon. A trace of poison would be left in it, but Naruto didn't care as he tied the ninja gear next to Aoba's. Naruto practically danced over to Mizu, quickly disabling the man's arms as his voice instructed and pulling out the heart. Once again he ate it like one would an apple, watching the light fade from Mizu's eyes. They weren't as hard as the last one. They were not up to his level. A chunin at most, I'd say. Kyuubi sniffed. There had been some strange coating on their foe's weapons that was wreaking havoc with its container system. Naruto's fingers twitched and he yawned as his teeth went back to their normal size and positions, a small amount of blood leaking from his gums in the process. The boy watched his normally acute vision begin to go hazy and tipped to one side, stumbling. As he picked up the scroll and stuffed fox. Conscience. Hush. I'm busy, this is most disturbing. The Kyuubi paced back and forth as it sent wave after wave of chakra through its host's chakra system. Unintentionally, the demon fox had only made it worse when it regenerated the wounds from the weapons, as it had allowed the toxin to spread much faster. Kyuubi snarled and retreated. It played a dangerous game now, as the life of both itself and its host hung in the balance. The poison could not be flushed from the body, it was far too late for that with Th. Original wound closed and the range of it. There was only one choice, and it was risky as well as painful. Naruto, keep moving as long as you can. Doesn't matter where, but stay off the road. Naruto tried to shake the cobwebs from his vision as he proceeded into the brush. Why? We will need a hiding place, if you collapse. Why would I? Naruto began, but stopped his questioning when he felt his temperature rise. He felt like he was being cooked alive. Naruto closed his mouth and continued shuffling through the woods, and his mind started to go. The foggy images blurred together into bouncing bunnies and strange visions of reality. He was sick. He kept walking as he daydreamed and the Kyuubi worked. He saw a vision of himself still at Konoha, and another where he fought a woman with long hair. He watched a boy with red hair murder another with red eyes. He felt the presence of thousands of small creatures coming together to fight against another. Leslie floated in his thoughts. But there was something different about her. Naruto walked for hours, but when the shivering set in he fell to the ground in unconsciousness. The poison continued to destroy his body despite the Kyuubi's attempts to neutralize it. Rai looked up at the house that the supposed Leslie lived in. It had a cracked window and needed a paint job. In fact, most of the homes here needed a paint job. He sighed. Konoha was certainly unique. It didn't have a slums. The Hokage saw that everyone had the necessities. The fact that it caused him more paperwork only made one wonder why he bothers. Even the demon had been taken care of by that fact. Rai knocked on the door, and waited. The prompt arrival of the house inhabitant was surprising, but he decided that one shouldn't judge a person on appearances. Leslie smiled at the new person. Hello. Can I help you? Rai nodded as his two subordinates showed themselves. You were seen with a boy. Short and blonde, blue eyes. Ring a bell. Yes. Naruto-sama was with me. He escorted me to the hospital earlier this morning to get my wrist fixed. She offered her splendid wrist as proof with the smile never leaving her face. The ninja shared a look, pondering what could have possibly made an injured woman so happy. When she referred to the demon vessel as Naruto-sama, they had suspicions, very wrong suspicions. Naruto-sama. Code name Yuko questioned delicately. Of course. He's an angel. What else would you refer to an angel as? The smile left her face as she continued to study the shinobi. You're not trying to hurt him, are you? No. Their third member remarked. We want to kill him. All pleasantness fled from Leslie's body. The three Anbu were surprised at the killing intent coming from the woman, who previously would have invited them in for tea. You will not kill him. You cannot kill him. Naruto-sama is an angel. He will rip out your hearts before you can stop him. The threat was waved off by Ayumu. Yeah, right. Where did he go? Or is he with you? Before he could enter the house, Leslie blocked the doorway with her arm, glaring all the while. He left this afternoon by the north gate. I wish he hadn't, then he could kill you for your insolence. She grinned in complete confidence of her idol. Rai turned and left. Come on. It's no use. She's obviously insane. We got the info we needed anyway. A young ninja stood on a tree branch looking over the city. He frowned for a moment, thinking. Wind tousled his long black hair. The ninja turned to his master, a missing ninja by the name of Mamachi Zabuza. Zabuza-sama, the demon brothers have not returned. Quote, no, they haven't. Cold Eyes regarded the city of Takara with mild interest. We will leave. If they aren't here, they must be dead. Haku was saddened at the news. He hadn't been on the best of terms with the two missing Chunin, but they had been comrades. Why is that? Zabuza shifted his large sword with a grunt. They needed to move. Because if not, I will kill them for disobeying orders. Two shadows of the night headed east, where they would make contact with the next client. Someday in the far future, Kin would be asked why she cared about something that would kill without a thought. Questions would be asked on how she could stand to be around someone so inhuman. When this happens, the kunoichi tilts her head to the side and bitch slaps the questioner into submission. She has no reason, she just can't see her life without the demon vessel to make it better. At the moment though, the genin hopeful was fighting for her life against former classmates. Gritting her teeth, Kin launched a handful of kunai toward her enemy. Two strong blasts of air knocked them easily aside and caused her to kneel on the ground in agony. Her hands press ed against the side of her head as her ears popped repeatedly, but pressure continued to build. It was as if she was diving deep into the ocean where the pressure could squeeze the life from your body. Kin blinked in shock as the pain left behind a sharp ringing that drowned out all other sounds. A spike in killing intent was her only warning that another had entered the fray between her and Dosu. She rolled out of the way, screaming as large rocks and other shrapnel pounded her back and ripped through her shirt to the pale skin. With bleary eyes she managed to make out Zaku removing his hands from the ground. A crazed smile didn't reach his eyes, it was as if he sold his soul long ago. The two boys spoke for a moment, but the persistent ringing from Dosu's attack only allowed her to make out distant gargles. I can't hear them. My ears. Dosu's attack must have done more damage than I thought. Hoping to use the brief respite to her advantage, Kin clapped her hands together and began channeling chakra. It came slowly. The bleeding wounds in her back stung and divided her attention. Shit! Zaku yelled as he tossed kunai at the girl's head while adding momentum with wind from his arms. Kin quickly spread her fingers, eyes closed, and spread her hands apart, revealing glimmering threads like spider web connecting opposite fingers. A flick of her wrist sent the fine threads through the air where they attached to the warning bell lines she laid earlier. She formed her hands into fists. Like whips, the bell cords retracted and snapped at the kunai, misdirecting them and protecting her for the time being. Kin dropped on one knee to the dirt. The action had taken more out of her than she wanted. She was no puppeteer and chakra strings didn't come easily to her. Looks like the little girl could do more than we thought. Too bad this is the end. Dosu murmured as he took aim, intending to blow her head clean off of her shoulders. To Kin it sounded like he was lecturing her as if she were a baby. Nothing but goos and gaas. She laughed tiredly. Brown grass crinkled under her feet as she shakily stood, a determined gleam in her eyes. She wasn't going to go down that easily. Her previous attack served its purpose, supplying her with the bells. Oh, are we in time for the end? Another genin jumped into the clearing. Kin had never liked the boy, after running and fighting. All night she was seriously wishing everyone would hurry and show up. Then they could all die at once, or kill her at once. She was just getting tired of the endless fights with no reprieve. I have no idea what you assholes are saying. Dosu Baka took out my hearing a while ago. Kin called to buy time while she thought of a plan of action. The boys seemed a little taken aback at that, not having known just what their friend's melody arm could do. That's right. I can't hear a thing. For a sound shinobi you may think it's a death sentence. Kin leaned back, executing a one-handed flip and ding her bell-bearing cords out with her other hand. They wrapped around tree trunks, creating an extensive net that would be impossible for her opponents to break through easily. With a practiced motion she tapped one silver bell lightly, charging it with a minute amount of chakra. It glowed, and soon all the bells were ringing. Hopefully this will keep them busy for a while. Zaku cursed at the genjutsu he now found himself in. Everything, from the birds to the moss-covered trees, looked hazy, making walking a chore in and of itself. Though not prone to motion sickness, the illusion did a good job of inciting it. Damn, at least it's not an offensive genjutsu. Dosu snorted. No, but it's going to give her a few seconds to hide again. The other genin spoke up. Wait, a few seconds. I can move in this thing without getting the urge to puke. What do you suggest? Dosu raised his arm, moving back the gray military fabric that covered it. Get down. Squash the raccoon napped in the bushes. The others would be here soon. But he was a creature of the night and needed to get in what sleep he could. The sound of the village's early morning bustle was like a lullaby to the animal. He was curled up, but didn't have the trash-filled dreams so loved by his kind. Instead he saw himself with a strip of human cloth wrapped loosely around his neck. As he ran openly down the city streets, a mob of other creatures followed, also wearing the cloth. Everywhere an animal touched, fire sprouted as they continued to run, with the crowd growing larger and larger as if more were being born from the fire. Squash could not figure out where the humans had gone. He snarled awake and thrashed, in an attempt to throw off his attackers. The last time the raccoon had woken from something touching him, it had been a group of human children attempting to stuff him in a box. It wasn't his fault, he had eaten a little too much mold the night before and was sluggish. Squash, stop, cried a high squeaky voice. The raccoon blinked his brown eyes and turned to his gathered audience. There was a young fox kit, several rabbits and squirrels waiting for his instruction. Squash sniffed and yawned. My bad. Anyway, you, the fox. It's most important no one sees you. In fact, I thought I said no foxes. Everyone else can get by, but if a single human catches ya, you'll be dead before ya can say Kyubi. The fox nodded solemnly and crouched closer to the dirt beneath the meeting bush. Her ears quivered at every sound, be it natural or human. Yes sir. Squash's fur bristled at her comment. He wasn't the officer type. He wasn't even on the raccoon hierarchy ladder. Is this everyone? He asked the small group. Way or the forerunners. After this, we took learning to others. A hare claimed as it cleaned an ear. Fine then. Squash turned. Follow. Small paws made barely perceptible clicking noises as tiny claws touched drain pipes and rooftops. Squash and the squirrels moved shadow to shadow along the rain gutters while the rabbits shot around the street. They were very organized and the raccoon couldn't help but admire them. The forest creatures were nothing like their city-bred cousins. Where the squirrels of his home had become docile and fat on the leavings of the humans, the ones keeping up with him still possessed wiry muscles and sharp eyes. He could tell they would be fast learners. The rabbits were no exception. If possible, they were even more aware than the squirrels. Brown and white bodies zipped around the feet of humans and took shelter beneath stands and wagons. They jumped and twisted in midair to avoid touching anyone, but kept low enough to remain out of immediate eyesight. Their long ears differed greatly from the ears of the pet rabbits Squash had seen in cages. These swiveled, constantly gathering sound and processing it into information the hares could use. Squash paused a moment to check for the fox kit. She was nowhere to be seen. As it should be. She shouldn't even be here. 10 minutes later Squash leapt from a rain gutter to a small tree limb. The tree overlooked a school, and its bark barred scars from several years of abuse. Hundreds of children had used it as a target and it showed in the many cuts and crevices littering the trunk. Try to act bored, Squash suggested, and spread out. There's nothing more suspicious than a bunch of animals of different species gathered in one spot. Taking the hint, the squirrels searched out a bunch of nuts and assembled at the other end of the yard yet within distance of the drain pipe in case they should need to escape. The rabbits found various bushes to hide in, and Squash was surprised to see the fox kid emerge from beneath the Ninja Academy gate, slightly more dirty than she was previously. The fox sniffed the air and shot over to the tree, nothing more than an auburn blur. I had to take a detour, sir. Squash nodded and pointed at the door to the school. Several human children were walking out accompanied by a pair of adults. You made it just in time. I believe this is what they call taijutsu practice. Taijutsu. Squash licked a paw and cleaned his fur while watching the students form rows for their instructors to more easily observe them. It is the name humans give to traditional hunting. Without the fire. The small fox wrinkled her nose and peered at the kids. How will that help us? She braced one paw against the tree and attempted to stand on her back legs, but lost her balance and fell. It won't. Not you anyway. But the squirrels it will help immensely. Tomorrow the older class will use the yard to practice their ninjutsu. That's what you'll be interested in. Though, Squash scratched at an ear and made a mental note to find a good sunbathing spot soon. You should go down that way, and look in the 5th window. It's a younger class that will be studying chakra basics. Don't let them see ya. The fox kit shook her fur out and scanned the area. Satisfied, she vanished from view. Rai and his team stared out their slitted masks at the two mutilated bodies in the road. The signs of several villagers walking around the carnage was evident. But not all completely avoided it. Blood poured in such great quantities that small puddles had formed on the dirt road, particularly around the stumps of the unfortunate shinobi's legs. Why? Uko slipped on a glove and lifted one large gauntlet claw to her face as she sniffed. The acrid scent of copper came to her nose and she tossed the weapon away in disgust. Just about all their weapons were coated in a poison. It's not common, seems metal-based from the smell, but I could be wrong. My nose is still tingling. She snorted and reached into her ninja pouch for some smelling salts to hopefully chase the horrid scent away. Ayumu held his hands behind his back and peered at the two corpse torsos. Both hearts were ripped out. That is unusual. Do you think the attacker lived? Rai was Anbu captain for several reasons. He allowed his two remaining subordinates to examine the bodies while he himself searched a spot on the side of the road. The grass was bent, indicating someone or something had rested there for a good length of time. A patch of orange. The demon brat. It was the Kyuubi. Come again. Ayumu questioned as he let Yuko finish her work. I'll admit the kid is a killer, a good one. But everything we have seen so far leads to the fact that he's lucky. And clever. But too fresh shinobi, with poisoned weapons. He should be dead. Rai ground his teeth and held up the sliver of frayed cloth. How else do you explain this? Obviously the demon's power is growing, and we can't do anything. It's already long past our time limit. The Hokage will be upset. Yuko stood quickly. A sick green glow faded from her hands, and she addressed her leader. He's wounded. The demon. I did a quick scan. I'm no medic nin, but combined with my tracking background I'll determine that there are 3 distinct blood types here. Comparing with the mist nin corpses I can only assume that the third is the Kyuubi's. Consider that all there, she waved toward the bodies. Weapons are coated in poison. It is a safe bet the demon is weak. Rai shook in anger. What good is it? We have to go back. Already have we overstepped our authority. But he's injured. He can't have gone far. Ayumu commented. The man wanted vengeance, blood, and violence. We would need to report this to the Hokage. If it is killing foreign nin as well, it could cause an international incident. I don't think so. Yuko removed her glove and burned it, along with any traces of poison it may have picked up. These 2 were reported as renegades by the mist. No one will miss them, and Ayumu does have a point. Injured. We should be able to locate and eliminate the Kyuubi vessel within 24 hours. The Hokage. Ayumu shrugged. It's up to you, Captain. Personally I don't see why we can't follow with what we have been doing, send one person back and the others go on. I want to finish this mission. We cannot let the scroll fall into enemy hands. It is already in enemy territory. Rai looked down at his hands. He wanted to get it all over with. He wanted to see the blood of that demon in a child's body flow. Yuko and Ayumu wanted it as well. He took a breath and watched the sun. How far could the demon brat have gotten in that time? The bodies were cool, but rigor mortis had yet to set in. Ayumu, you go back. What? Why not Yuko? I want this. Rai let his intent free to quell any protests. Yuko is our best tracker. The mission must be completed ASAP. Do I need to remind you that we already have gone overtime? Kin was tired. She had started to accept the F. The Genin test would be the death of her when something bright and yellow caught her eye. Curious, she turned to find the body of a small boy. Beads of sweat covered his face and he wore a blood-stained blue robe. Is this some sort of illusion? But why? It makes no sense to try and trick me with this. Tentatively the kunoichi approached the body, and the small tremors became noticeable. Poor kid. Kin reached out and touched the boy's forehead, gasping at the temperature. He had to have a fever well into the hundreds. Kin looked around, fears of her former classmates surfaced and she moved Olive, but something pulled her to the blonde boy. Something attracted her to him. If the others find him, he's as good as dead anyway. I suppose we both are. Unbidden, memories of her life before the Sound Village surfaced. She remembered growing up without siblings. The hard life at the orphanage. The harder life of training, of constantly having to push beyond her limits. Emotions and dreams were buried because only Orochimaru-sama mattered. Only the snake in his dream. Obey only him. Kin spat as fresh anger and resentment for the snake Sanin bubbled up from her heart. She carefully lifted the boy. Surprised by how light he was, but let the stuffed animal in his arms fall away. Her knowledge of healing didn't extend beyond bandaging cuts, but anything was better than leaving the boy alone. Even if it were to be the last hours of her life, she would live them the way she wanted to. Not according to some bastard's selfish desires. Shish. Quiet. Kin whined as her wounds throbbed at the sudden weight. But she carried the boy piggy back into the trees. He stopped whimpering, and for that the girl was grateful. The kunoichi located a small spring and removed her hair ribbon. Inciar. Edibly long hair fell all around her as she cleaned the child's face. His skin was unusually tanned for rice country, and the whisker-like marks on his cheeks drew her attention. He reminded her of a chipmunk and she whispered fondly. You're kinda cute, you know that. The boy had stopped shivering but he remained unusually warm. If they survived, the long-haired girl hoped that he wouldn't have brain damage because of it. He slept lightly, and Kin stroked his hair while waiting for her enemies. The end was near but she wouldn't let them see her fear. It had dried up with the appearance of the sleeping boy. His presence was somehow soothing. Kintsuchi wasn't sure if that was a good or bad thing. Shouldn't you be more worried about yourself? Kin closed her eyes at the muffled sound of Zaku's voice. She had yet to recover totally, and there was that damnable ringing in her ears, but she could make his speech out reasonably well. In total she was surrounded by 5 ninja, all ready and waiting to kill her. When Kin opened her eyes they were cold and distant. Naruto didn't notice the person picking him up. When his thought process returned he felt a cold cloth on his forehead, and a pleasant smell of pine and blood filled his nose. Soon his hearing returned stronger than ever and Naruto groaned at the sharp ring of metal on metal. He curled into the fetal position and tried to bl. His ears before an irritating high-pitched whine drove him insane. What's this? The little prick is moving. Naruto blinked and looked into the waning light. Someone, a sound genin hopeful, was standing over him. The demon container growled at boy who oozed arrogance. Dumbass. Think you can challenge us? The nin plucked a kunai from his pouch and mimicked the motion of slitting his throat while staring at Naruto. The blonde took the hint. Naruto rolled away from his attacker and bounced up. All around him were the signs of battle and he could see an exhausted girl getting kicked in the side. Blood leaked from her mouth. Multiple cuts could be seen on her arms. Trees had been broken and splintered under a great pressure, dust floated in the air reducing vision capacity, and debris tettered the ground making it difficult to walk. A headache pounded in Naruto's mind, causing him to squint and hold his forehead. Conscience. Where did Q-chan go? The Kyuubi was absent. It had retreated to the very back on Naruto's mind to recover after spending its energies on reconstructing Naruto's bone marrow. The blonde boy didn't like not hearing the comforting voice of the demon, and he was confused with the sudden change in scene. Waking up on a battlefield would be disorienting for anyone. Conscience. Can you believe this kid? Someone laughed. Naruto sniffed the air. The girl smelled nice like the trees. Her eyes were having difficulty focusing on things. The gray of her fatigues was stained with blood, the majority of it her own. They already won, why are they torturing her? Why don't they kill her? Conscience. Conscience. Naruto shook his head in indecision. He caught movement behind him. A humpbacked ninja with a straw cape was opening the scroll. Naruto snarled and clapped his hands together. You leave that alone, bastard. Kin gasped at the carnage being wrought by the small boy she had picked up. Her battle with the genin to be had been pitiful. It had taken less than 5 minutes and all she had been able to do was dodge jutsu and nick Joni. But the boy, he was extremely fast in comparison to his age and amazingly strong, though his style was extremely raw. He barreled into Dosu with his shoulder and knocked the genin into a tree. The girl was positive she heard something crack, and it wasn't the bark. The blonde then lifted his small foot and brought it crashing down on Joni when the hand-to-hand fighter tried to come in from the side. Naruto clapped his hands together and screamed, suddenly splitting into multiple copies. Not mere Bushin, but Kage Bushin harassed the sound nin giving the boy time to gain the advantage. Zaku managed to use his kunai with wind technique to impale the boy, but then blood splattered onto Maki who had been coming from behind after dispatching 4 clones with a spear. Upon contact the dark red droplets sizzled and Maki screamed in terror as the blood burned his skin like an acid, small wisps of smoke rising from the dermis. Kyuubi had not been able to cleanse the poison from his host's body so he altered the body to adapt to it. Naruto's blood was now a mid-level acid that, given time, could eat through metal. Human skin didn't stand a chance. As the genin screamed and scratched at the burns Naruto rushed forward and used his claws to rip the head from the neck. The human cries were like knives cutting into his ears, only worsening his headache. With the boy silenced Naruto pulled the body around and threw it at the ninja with tunnels for arms. He then used the replacement technique with a broken tree and punched a genin in the back of the head. It didn't kill the boy, but Naruto's follow-up ripping out of the heart did. He was getting quite good at it. Joni attempted to perform a genjutsu to slow down the animalistic boy but Naruto avoided it by closing his eyes and allowing his ears, ridiculously sensitive as they were, to help him navigate. He created another batch of clones that linked arms and collectively hinged into a heavy rock that successfully squashed the genin. Only Dosu and Zaku remained. Both watched the boy with wary eyes, and Naruto crouched while following their movements. He stood protectively before the injured girl, a wicked grin slowly spreading on his face. Naruto pulled a blade from his leg. Like a machine he proceeded to pull out and throw the blades at the two remaining boys. Zaku easily blocked with his wind tunnel, but Naruto acted as if he had been expecting that. He ran forward and grabbed the arm, immobilizing it, and bit into the flesh of the boy's unprotected neck. With a jerk he pulled out a chunk of bloody meat and ignored the spurts of blood that came gushing out in time to his dying heartbeat. While Naruto was absorbed with killing Zaku, Dosu teleported to Kin's side and jerked her upright by the hair. He peered at Naruto with his one eye, in silent awe at the animalistic nature of the boy. He wondered where Kin picked up the kid, but he would have to keep her alive to find out. He'd also have to keep himself alive. Normal attacks didn't slow the brat down. His only choice was to bargain. Come any closer and she's dead, Dosu warned. The sound ninja wasn't sure why Naruto seemed to care for Kin. He was certain they hadn't met before, but she was a weakness. Leverage he could exploit. He had learned long ago that friends and emotions were a hindrance. Naruto narrowed his eyes, shifting their focus from haystack to pine. Did it matter if she died? He took a breath and watched Kin's hand twitch. Her eyelids fluttered, as she struggled to remain awake and conscious. Of course it matters. She didn't do anything, they're the bad ones. Naruto prepared to move, when he noticed the almost imperceptible twitch of her lips. Dosu's grip on Kin's hair loosened as he dropped to his knees. Red bubbles spilled from his throat. A shuriken covered with Naruto's blood had embedded itself in the boy's neck. Kin smiled in satisfaction as she passed out. Naruto looked around and wondered what to do. Shido groaned as he set the ice-filled towel on the back of his head. He didn't have any mirrors in the cabin, but he was willing to bet there was a large black bruise where the ninja had hit him. Every time the bruise was brushed against it sent slivers of pain to cut into his skull. Sleeping had become especially difficult, since he couldn't rest his head on anything. The woodsman nudged a piece of broken pottery with his toe and sighed. He still hadn't managed to find all the shards from the plates and vase. He stood Ali and set the towel on the counter while picking up the broom. With slow methodical steps he swept the floor, praying that it would be the last time, as he never liked house cleaning. Without the LD to deaden the nerves around the injury, Shido felt like each motion jarred his brain. It was painful, and annoying. Gods, I'm not old. Why is this so debilitating? He swept the shards of clay out the door and into the dirt. Shido stood in the doorway and leaned his side against the doorframe, enjoying the warmth of the setting sun on his face. His body still ached from the fight, and there were several cuts marring his face. But it didn't really matter. Not at that moment. The woodsman looked around his yard, and paused as an old fox slunk from the surrounding shrubbery. She walked with the air of royalty, and Shido felt the hair on his arms stand up in response to her approach. While not the most feared human, as deep in the forest as they were, animals generally avoided them. They were unknown variables. A human could simply be a lost camper or a dangerous trapper. Where their scent remained, there was a good chance a snare did as well. Simply put, for an animal to come walking in to his domain like it owned the place was not something that should happen. He examined the vixen, curious if she was injured, and briefly noticed that all other wildlife sounds had ceased. She examined him in return, her brown eyes lingering on the bandaged wound of his hip before moving up to his gray eyes. The vixen stared into them for a long time, and Shido felt his lips quirk as he returned the favor. For many minutes they stood still, fox and human, as if waiting for some sign to attack. The fox blinked. "Aha, I win," Shido exclaimed with a laugh. He had always been good at staring contests. Granted, it was with an animal, but it had been entertaining. She yawned and flicked her reddish ear. Shido was turning to go inside when he heard a rough voice that resembled that of Smoker on their deathbed. "I hadn't realized we were competing." Hinata leaned against the outer wall of her family estate, facing the street, and let the dying rays of the sun warm her face. It was bright and yellow, a symbol of hope and light, just like Naruto was. Naruto Uzumaki. Thinking about the boy who had been her crush caused her chest to constrict painfully. Had been her guiding light, but now he was gone. Probably dead. Naruto-kun, the Hyuga whispered the name like a charm, and memories of the energetic blonde flooded her mind. He was always so perky and never let other people get him upset. He remained positive and tried his best, refusing to conform to what others wanted him to be. She had wished many times she could learn from him and fight back against the people that got her down. Hinata shrunk in on herself as her father came to mind. She slid down the wall, and tucked her knees to her chest. No one bothered a Hyuga, and her family members could care less about her when she was on the outside. She was a failure. The Hyuga drop out. The only reason she hadn't been pushed off to housework was because she was the heir, and Hanabi was her backup. Most likely when her sister came of age she would inherit everything and Hinata would become the spare. The girl shook and ducked her head down, fighting the tears that longed to spill. Naruto was gone. She was alone again. Completely alone. Oi, Hinata. What are you doing? Shouldn't you be inside? Hinata swallowed dryly and glanced up, her mind racing back to the day before when she had been formally introduced to the loud boy as his teammate. Not quite as loud as Naruto. Kiba would never understand. My name is Inuzuka Kiba. I like my pack, hate cats, and my dream is to be a really strong ninja. A really strong ninja. Why couldn't he go with something more specific like Hokage? Naruto would have said that, but he was gone with Anbu after him. Surely they would catch him and, Hinata didn't want to think about that. She could not believe in Naruto's death. Naruto was her counterpart, both shunned by society, both trying to improve themselves beyond everyone's expectations. Oh Hinata, Earth to Hinata. Hinata snapped out of her memories and was surprised to find that she had the urge to snarl at the boy. She settled for a mild glare. Kiba-kun. He laughed and scratched the back of his head as Akamaru barked. Finally. Thought you were high or something. It is dangerous for a shinobi to do drugs. Her voice was low, but with his advanced hearing he didn't notice it. Yeah well, what are you doing out here? Akamaru sat at her side and let out a short whine. Hinata smiled lightly and began stroking the rough fur. Both ninjas laughed when Akamaru sighed and rolled over exposing his belly. Hinata decided she liked the dog better than the master. She turned her pale eyes back to Kiba, hand working on autopilot, and considered her options. Should she tell him that she was prolonging the inevitable? Remeing about her true love? No. He had been one of those that made fun of her orange-clad crush. It hit her like lightning. Slowly, a smile formed. For Naruto. From this meant on everything she did was for Naruto. Not for her father. Not for her village. Not even for her, for she was nothing without him. Kiba-kun, would you like to help me train? Didn't we do that already with Kurenai-sensei? I've still got bruises from when Shino kicked me into that rock. Kiba rubbed his side and looked down the street, eyeing a cat wearing a ribbon with utter loathing. Yes, but Kurenai-sensei spends most of her time with me building up my chakra reserves for the Byakugan and teaching kunoichi-specific techniques. Akamaru rolled over and sat up, only pausing to scratch his ear. And barked something at Kiba. The boy shrugged. But why would you need that? We're a recon team. He grinned and puffed up his chest. Like Sensei said, if we do get in trouble Akamaru and I can take of things. Hinata stood up shakily, her bangs hanging down over her face concealing her pain. Even the dog boy thought she was weak and useless. If you don't want to help, she entered the compound leaving Kiba in the street. Suna was known for two things, sand and heat. The rest of the world would avoid the place, some thinking that the sun had fried the natives' brains, but the people of the desert wouldn't leave the dry wasteland. It was part of their souls, each and every sand grain held a piece of them and they loved it. Most of them anyway. Such were the thoughts of one Kotaro Suzuhara as he blew out a stream of smoke from his pipe, staring out into the seemingly endless desert. He shook, and listened with a grimace as sand fell off of his form and onto the stone building. Blasted sand. Gets in the gears, ruins the joints. The words came quickly to his lips as he repeated the familiar litany that had developed over the years. As a puppet maker, very different from the users. Sand was his worst enemy. His old clouded eyes glared at the offending grains and he turned, his pipe spinning in circles as he chewed on the end. The sun was near its midday point, and only a fool would remain out in the open when it was. Alone and unprotected from the heat anyone, including the hardened shinobi, could die of sunstroke and dehydration. The old man flipped up his hood as he entered the shade of his home. A two-story building of stone that from a distance blended perfectly with the desert landscape. In reality Sunakager was the best hidden village of all. It was very difficult to find for those who did not already know where it was. Kotaro laughed as he thought of the thousands of skeletons lost in the desert, people searching for the shelter the ninja village represented but never found. Even if travelers managed to bring plenty of water, sandstorms could be just as deadly as dehydration. Kotaro-san. The old man coughed into his fist, all humor quickly evaporating. Ah, yes. What is it, Kurumi dear? He spoke with a straight face as he looked the girl over. She was cute, which was why he chose her for apprenticeship. In the past, puppet users created their own puppets as a sort of graduation test. However, over the years especially unique and useful puppets were passed down to new ninjas. As a result, often a puppet master could perform basic repairs and maintenance but lacked the ability to truly create a new puppet. Hence the profession of puppet maker took hold, and the need to teach others to build them. The teenage girl tucked one of her curls behind a pierced ear. I've made the adjustments to the Boss-sama design as you've requested. The torso can hold 3 times the previous volume now. She held out a thin slip of paper with several blueprints and ideas for new puppet models drawn on it. Kotaro accepted the parchment and slipped a pair of reading glasses from his sleeve. Interesting. The girl stood on her toes in an unconscious gesture of pleasure. She had been working on the designs for a year, and they were an attempt to puzzle out the weakness in an older model that Kankuro Dono would be inheriting soon. Grinning, the man lifted it to the light and clucked his tongue in disapproval as he ripped the sheet. Kurumi rocked back on her heels and bowed her head in submission, all pleasure evaporating at the sign of disapproval. Kotaro-san, it would be nice to get out of this oven for a while, but if I inform Kazekage-sama of the potential weakness, he'll want me to find a way to fix it. That would take so much time. Kotaro let the pieces blow away in the wind. He rested a hand on the sad girl's shoulder, inwardly pleased with her analytical ability. No doubt she had created smaller-scale versions of the puppet in question to test the theory. She would be one of the best. Now, Kurumi dear, don't be upset. You did very well, but we can't let others know about something like this. The good far outweighs the bad. One weak link will go unnoticed by all but the makers. See, she nodded jerkily. I suppose. Excellent. Let's go have tea, this heat is killing me. Naruto was laying on the ground with his elbows in the grass and his head supported by his hands. His feet kicked in the air as he watched the sleeping girl. His conscience claimed that she was physically and spiritually drained, but the blonde didn't know what that meant. Roughly translated, the voice said it meant she had multiple injuries and the best thing they could do for her was let her sleep. Naruto tilted his head and took inventory of her many cuts and bruises. She certainly looked like she went through a war zone, and with the way those others had acted it would make sense. He dragged her over to a more sheltered spot away from the battle zone and waited. Naruto, why don't you take a nap? I can keep watch and wake you if something needs to be done. Whispered the voice seductively. But I'm not tired, Naruto reasoned. He had been before the fight, but at the moment his mind was working round the clock and trying to puzzle out the day's events. First he was attacked by those demon brothers, and then he found some weird wind-based ninja. Don't forget the pretty girl. We don't think of girls as pretty. We don't need those kinds of distractions from our goal. Naruto smiled as the girl in question whispered something and shifted in her sleep. What's that? What's our goal? The Uzumaki questioned. He had always wanted to be the Hokage, for if he was in a position of power surely everyone would have to acknowledge him. The voice on the other hand seemed to think there was something greater than Hokage. Kyuubi smiled within the cage and relaxed as the boy's attraction to the girl faded. The fox would rather have liked to kill her. She would be cumbersome, but it didn't want to alienate the host by doing something that he opposed so much. As long as he did not think about her in that way, she might be a useful minion if used correctly. Power. We need more strength, and perhaps allies. Yes, we need to be stronger. That is our goal. That's fairly vague. Naruto grumbled as he reached for the scroll. If his conscience claimed they needed power, then he should be reading the scroll again. It had plenty of techniques that would make them grow. Kin grumbled and opened her eyes. I'm alive. Her body was screaming in pain, telling her that death would have been more merciful. She felt the warmth of a small fire and snapped up, fighting through the pain to reach for her kunai holster, that happened to be missing. Naruto had taken it off earlier and examined the contents, searching for implements of femininity. It was no secret most Konoha kunoichi tended to store a tube of lipstick with their knives. Kin stiffened, an action that her back protested. You. Naruto looked up with a grin. Me. You, what are you doing here? Kin asked and looked around, her heart racing as her eyes searched at each shadow for signs of her village's ninjas. It was unlikely Orochimaru cared that almost this year's entire genin class had been wiped out, but he might send in some investigation teams out of spite. If the boy who helped her to got killed, she wouldn't be able to live with herself. Then again, if Orochimaru did send out someone, they might kill her as well, just to keep the numbers even. As reading this, Naruto went back to the scroll, completely missing the panic and worry in her tone. Kin could barely make out the title to his scroll with all the mud marring it, but the importance of it was unmistakable. Why are all these shadow-based? Kin bit her lip and contemplated her situation. She was alone. She owed the impossibly strong boy her life. With a resigned sigh, she tucked her legs under and bowed until her forehead touched the ground. It was difficult and she felt her ribs shift in protest, but she would do things proper. My name is Kintsuchi. Please accept my thanks. Had you not been there, there is no doubt in my mind I would have died today. I am forever in your debt. Naruto's eyes went wide. He didn't know how to react. The scroll tumbled as his grip went lax and jaw dropped. It rolled out along the ground and Kin glanced the first few techniques described, Shadow Clone and Dragon. Inside Kyuubi rolled its great red eyes. Naruto, hold out your hand. Naruto did so. Now put it on her head. We need to establish who is the master. Good. Tell her you will accept her as a servant. The boy thought about those words as he pet Kin's hair. It wasn't nearly as soft as Sakura's had been and far below his own, but it was a nice change. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Kin-chan, you serve me now, and I want you to be my friend. Naruto said forcefully, all business. Kin allowed herself a small smile and sat up while observing the small blonde bundle that now commanded her. I would love to. She meant it. This boy's mere presence broke down barriers long established and fascinated her. His eyes sparkled with the warmth of a joke only he was privy to. What's this? She asked, reaching for the bit of scroll that had rolled near her. Naruto narrowed his eyes as her hand went toward the scroll. And Kin paused. You're not gonna try to take it, are you? No. I was just curious. Only wanted to look at it. She backed away from the paper despite her wish to read it. Most of the skills would be beyond her level, but the chance to get a look at valuable jutsu was sorely tempting. Still, Naruto was her master. If didn't want her to do something, she would not. Yuto broke out into a large grin and crawled over to the girl in the scroll. Well, that's okay. You can look all you want. Iruka-sensei just said I couldn't let anyone take it. See, I already learned this one. Shadow clones were tons easier than the regular kind. Next is the Cage Ryu, Shadow Dragon, but it says I need a tattoo before I can use it. Kin sat down next to the boy as her eyes scanned the writing hungrily. What's the problem then? You can get one of those in any city. Naruto blushed and looked down. He had never liked hospitals, for various reasons. I don't like needles. The dark-haired girl bit her bottom lip to prevent laughter, and couldn't understand the sudden urge she had to ruffle his hair. She would have, but it wouldn't be proper despite his childish appearance. You'll just have to move on to the next one. The demon vessel leaned back, into Kin, and grumbled, that's just Shadow Shuriken. Kinda pointless if you ask me. He yawned. I mean, if I can make clones of myself. Then they can throw their weapons and I don't need to make specific copies of the shuriken. Kin glanced up through the thin tree cover and noticed the sun was nearly gone. She may ha. They slept most of the day away, but Naruto hadn't, at least she didn't think so. After the fight he should have been exhausted. Why don't you get some sleep and think about it in the morning? Naruto scowled at her. Then he started talking to himself while rolling up the scroll. The act sent alarm bells ringing in her head, but she quickly squashed them. It was a known fact that the stronger shinobi tended to have quirks, and she would be damned before she mentioned it. Nothing brought death swifter than angering the unstable, and it wasn't like Naruto could hurt her by talking. I'm not tired. Sure, my body is a little sore, but... He waved his arms. Up here I'm wide awake. What do you mean it's your fault? Well, if I can't fall asleep it can't be helped. I'm sorry. Naruto grumbled the last part. And pulled his knees up to his chest as a gloomy air took hold of them. He began muttering about a missing, Q-chan, and cursing haystacks. Kin sighed. It was never fun hearing only half of the conversation, and what she was about to ask was embarrassing. If Naruto was any different than what he was, that being a childish powerhouse, she wouldn't have even given the thought a second of consideration. Would you like a lullaby? Naruto looked up. What's a lullaby? Certainly not a question the kunoichi was expecting. It's something that parents sing to their children to help them fall asleep. I'm an orphan. I never had any parents to do that. Naruto could be very blunt, and Kin felt like someone just stabbed her with a dagger. Yet there was something about the revelation that brought her closer to the demon child. She gave a dark smile and chuckled before replying. So was I. Seeing as neither of us has had a proper lullaby like, "Hush little baby, I think I'll go for something more relevant." Naruto nodded at something only he could hear and rested his head in Kin's lap as she stroked his hair hesitantly and hummed in an attempt to remember how the tune went. Once she flew. Nd the pace Kin began singing in a low tone so that only Naruto heard it. The kunoichi knew she picked well at the smile that blossomed on his face as his eyelids dropped. Joan was quizzical, studied pataphysical science in the home. Late nights all alone with a test tube. Oh. Maxwell Edison majoring in medicine. Calls her on the phone. Can I take you out to the pictures? Joe own. But as she's getting ready to go, a knock comes on the door. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer came down upon her head. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer made sure that she was dead. Back in school again, Maxwell plays the fool again. Teacher gets annoyed. Wishing to avoid an unpleasant scene, she tells Max to stay when the class has gone away. So he waits behind, writing 50 times I must not be so. Oh. But when she turns her back on the boy, he creeps up from behind. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer came down upon her head. Do. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer made sure that she was dead. PC 31 said we caught a dirty one. Maxwell stands alone, painting testimonial pictures. Oh. Rose and Valerie screaming from the gallery. Say he must go free. Maxwell must go free. The judge does not agree and he tells them so. Oh. But as the words are leaving his lips, a noise comes from behind. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer came down upon his head. Do. Bang, bang, Maxwell's silver hammer made sure that he was dead. Wow, oh. Do. Silver hammer Max. End chapter. Originally I planned to have Kin sing him, Hush Little Baby. But then I was going through my mom's vinyl and I found the album Abbey Road. I love this song. It then occurred to me as I was on the couch that I could fall asleep listening to it. Aha. I think it's a bit better suited to this story than Hush Little Baby. I would suggest looking up Tsukumagami on Wikipedia. It'll be important later on. Omake. Yes, but Kurenai-sensei spends most of her time with me building up my chakra reserves for the Byakugan and teaching kunoichi-specific techniques. Akamaru rolled over and sat up, only pausing to scratch his ear, and barked something at Kiba. The boy shrugged. But why would you need that? We're a recon team. Hinata grinned and stood, her eyes blazing with an intense passion. Because I'm going to be the next Hokage. Morning lie. Tea filtered into the small cabin from a curtained window. Pale rays of yellow light drew lines across dead crinkled herbs. Haku frowned at his pathetic collection and lifted a thin stalk for closer inspection. Brown eyes examined the decomposing leaves with concealed contempt before dropping it back to the table. It landed amongst the rest of its useless brethren, rusty brown, a sharp contrast to creamy white of their former storage scroll. The plants had been a rare find around Takara, and their uses varied from dulling pain to dyeing fabric. It was a wonder they hadn't been found earlier and harvested for commercial purposes. Haku crushed a stem between his thumb and forefinger as he thought about the woman who had taught him about plants. Zabuza-sama filled the gap she left admirably, but sometimes. Haku sighed as he felt a heavy presence appear behind him and block the light. The cold memory of the woman warmed and drifted away as more immediate concerns pressed on his mind. Due to various circumstances, the majority of which were too embarrassing to be remembered, he had been unable to properly sort and store his gathered herbs. Since it was only the two of them, Haku and his master, He had hoped they would arrive at the safe house quickly before any detrimental effects took hold of the plants. He hadn't anticipated the high decomposition rate. All that time spent carefully selecting and picking them, wasted. Organics don't store well, a gruff voice commented, slightly muffled from mask-like bandages covering the mouth. Zabuza glanced over his protégé's shoulder and mentally scoffed at the ruined herbs. Haku's jaw tensed, an action that Zabuza noted with some humor. The boy always strived to be the best, and rarely let his emotions show through, but he was still a kid. Even when they first met on the bridge long ago, Zabuza could see that the body had come to reflect the cold ice the boy could use. Still waters ran deep, and reflected in those brown eyes was a tsunami waiting for the order to release. The missing nin's lips twitched in what could have been thought of as a smile if they were visible. It was his tsunami. Haku acknowledged the comment with a nod. And his arm blurred as it swept the contents of the table into the nearby waste bin. Scroll and ruined herbs clattered into the metal container, testament to the effeminate boy's disappointment in himself. He should have known better. He wasted the scroll, wasted the herbs, and wasted time. I apologize, Zabuza-sama. Zabuza turned and adjusted the large sword that was always within reach of his person. Far from an elegant weapon, the blade had cleaved the heads from numerous opponents. He had lost count how many. Haku preferred the much more refined method of killing with needles, it took more skill and energy. To each his own. Zabuza glanced out of the corner of his eye, noting that the boy's shoulders were marginally more tense than usual. He knew the boy's idiosyncrasies like the back of his hand. They have a root around here. Zabuza commented offhandedly as he looked out the window. Locally it's used in teas to bring down swelling and fevers. It's a pale root, but thick, has small purple flowers. Haku blinked and stood up, lips moving silently, repeating his sensei's words. He shook his head to clear it from thoughts of herbology, opened his mouth to speak, but the older man continued, ignoring him. This mission is simple enough. Apparently our client's daughter was taken in lieu of payment by the local loan shark. I'll scout the warehouse, spend the day as you will. A cool breeze ghosted in through the still open door. Haku smiled faintly, the feel of Zabuza's chakra rapidly receding. The boy reached up and released the tie in his hair. Long, silky black lock. KS fell, framing a visage that would not look out of place on a female model. Thank you, Zabuza-sama. Naruto sneezed as he woke, and he could feel a distinct chill against his back where some dew had gathered. He rubbed his arms to encourage blood flow. His limbs felt like ice, and as warmth returned he wondered why his clothing was in such bad shape. Kin groaned in her sleep as Naruto moved around. He twisted and stared at a red-brown stain outlining a large hole. Nay, Kin-chan. He pushed the mysterious hole to the back of his mind and sat up. Naruto grasped one of Kin's shoulders from Wher. Ishii was slumped and shook the half-asleep girl. He stood and glanced around the clearing, searching for any signs of danger, when the voice returned with a yawn. Boy, what are you still doing here? Conscience, why's Kin still asleep? Naruto asked as he changed tactics and proceeded to repeatedly poke the girl's arm. She muttered something about snakes and shivered, still lost in her nightmare. Not everyone is an early riser. You know. I recall you used to be late for school, what, 4 out of 5 times? The voice reasoned with a chuckle. But she doesn't have school, and she keeps saying things. Kyuubi pondered this. Images of the girl's recently acquired wounds flashed to mind, and it sighed. Honestly, why was it that the only animal of the group had any sense? Why did the stupid girl fall asleep without dressing the wounds? They could be infected, or worse. As long as Naruto's okay, I could care less. If she dies, I won't have to worry about her slowing us down. Naruto bit on the inside of his cheek and looked around. Conscience, I'm worried. Kyuubi sighed. I suppose now is as good a time as any. First aid 101. Pick up her wrist and check her pulse. Use 2 fingers. Kyuubi waited as the sensations transferred over to him, and was surprised. Damn, her heart's beating way too fast. You'll have to get her to a hospital or find some way to slow it down. Okay. Hospital. Gotcha. Naruto knelt down and placed one of her arms over his shoulder. Wake up, Kin. You need to tell me where the hospital is. She blinked, and her eyes wandered unfocused. No hospital. Can't go there. If Orochimaru finds me, is that the snake you were mumbling about? I don't want to go back. Naruto-sama, she trailed off pleading, and Naruto felt his chest twinge. She was depending on him, she trusted him. Like Iruka-sensei. She was his friend, wasn't she? That was what happened last night. Naruto remembered reading books when he was younger about heroes and friendships. Friends were supposed to protect each other. Friends cared and respected each other, or so the stories said. The blonde carried her over to a shady spot beneath one of the trees and set her down. All right, Kin-chan. No hospital, but I'll find some help. He retied several knots in his scroll net, and slung it on. The scroll smacked against his back, brushing against the skin that had been exposed by the ruined clothing. Naruto gasped and stood straight as a tingle went down his spine. A small spark of red chakra leapt out and burned the scroll, dissolving the strip of seal parchment that marked it as something special. Let us go, Naruto. The voice whispered. Niata cracked her neck and walked down the dusty hallway, her arms carrying a box of random instruments and papers for the civvies. Her thick brown boots were a far cry from the usual ninja sandals, but they served their purpose better than the sandals would. Close the border with wind, it wasn't usual for there to be sudden dew. Pores or sandstorms depending on the direction of the wind. The desert brought sand and grit that irritated her toes, and the forest wind wanted to loose its moisture before entering the arid wasteland. Niata didn't like mud either. Oi, Minato-san, Niata called out as she nudged open a door with her toe. The room was strange and filled with odd equipment. Niata didn't understand how most of it worked. But she didn't need to know. Her job was quite possibly the easiest of all shinobi occupations, it was so simple it only required one chunin. If it weren't for the maturity level required, a genin could do it. Just put them over there. Minato waved a well-manicured hand toward a desk already covered in papers. Some were printouts of dots and dashes, others bore the chicken scratch. Niata had come to recognize as Minato's handwriting. The box squashed several papers as Niata dropped it, but it seemed that the blonde didn't care her things were a mess. It was just one more thing add to the list of problems their outpost hand. Anything interesting today? Niata asked as she brushed her hands on her green mini-skirt and walked over to the other woman. Not really. Some woman in Hokusai had a baby boy. And she's inviting her cousin to a party in a month, but other than that the line's been dead. Minato commented as she concentrated on drawing a picture of a fox with multiple tails. Nothing interesting since the notice of the Jinchuriki going rouge. Niata sighed, she was too young to clearly remember the Kyuubi attack, but she certainly knew about it and what really happened. Boring. None of the trip wires have been activated, not even by animals, and I just finished my Sudoku book. I won't be able to get another one until my tour is up. Both women sighed. Ninja and civilian had come together to form a friendship out of mutual boredom. It was a known fact Konoha had one of if not the best intelligence network. Add to that the Fire Country's own civilian-based communications system and nothing remained a secret for long. In theory their position was dangerous, but in the years they'd worked there nothing had threatened the telegraph post. Niata had recently posed the theory that no one attacked because no one knew they existed. Unlike inter-country posts, the lines that brought information to them were underground due to the large number of trees and possible ninja battles. They were out of the way. Though Suna might have known about Morse code and the transmission lines, the changing landscape of the desert and repair costs made it impractical to be used there. No other country had a relationship with Konoha stable enough to merit technology exchange. The women sighed again. There just wasn't any good gossip out in the sticks. Before Minato a machine jumped to life. Shocking the two women. Instantly she had a black sheet of paper and a pen at the ready, her eyes shining. Niata looked on with interest as a series of beeps and whistles were tapped out by machine. A wire extended to another machine across the room that began spitting out dot and dashed paper for record purposes. The blonde woman nodded to herself and began writing rapidly. She stopped only seconds behind the machine and kicked herself away from the desk, narrowly missing the observing ninja. Her chair squeaked as it rolled across the floor and came to the cluttered desk Niata had left the box. What was it? The shinobi asked as she watched her friend reach into the box and pull out a bag of round lettered pieces. A medical message. No matter how trivial, anything to do with medicine is to be given top priority. She pulled out 3 pieces from the bag and attached them to an old typewriter which had clearly seen better days. Minato smiled. You have no idea how annoying it is to type with missing keys. Her fingers flew around the typewriter with satisfying clicks. She spun the wheel and withdrew the paper, which actually contained something legible compared to her handwriting, and folded it up like an official document. Niata accepted it with a, "Where to?" Suna. "Oh, okay." Niata ran up the stairs just for the heck of it, and burst open the attic door. "Yosh. My name is Yoshi. It's one bloody letter." An angry man yelled as he attempted to clam the disturbed birds. He wasn't doing too well. "Sorry, Yosh. Anyway, this needs to go to Suna." Niata brandished the letter like a shield. "Medical message." He rubbed his neck and nodded. "Then it'll need our fastest bird. Beastie. Are you ready for a flight, Beastie?" The falcon shrieked and hopped. Niata just rolled her eyes. Yoshi was a bird trainer, but he babied his charges more than a shinobi trainer would. Still, he got results, and the post was technically under civilian control. Which was part of the reason it was always so disorganized, Niata privately thought. Yoshi rolled the letter up and attached it to the falcon, before kissing it on the head. "Go with grace, my beastie." Zabuza peered through the leaves of his cover feeling disappointed. Several people had been working around the warehouse his target was presumably located. He had counted no less than 35 guards. But none of them would pose a challenge, and that depressed him. How was he to test Haku's growth when all they had to kill were weak small-time crooks? Haku, the boy, was probably out in the forest around their temporary base looking for the route he'd mentioned. Somehow he never lost his intrinsic innocence of childhood, never seemed to connect the dots that would jade normal people. He looked like a lost puppy on that bridge, waiting for someone to take him in. Haku had been a priceless find in shinobi terms. Not only did he have a valuable bloodline, rare after the purge, but a quick mind and interest in medical herbs. It was because of the boy's base in herbs that Zabuza had postponed his rebellion. Training with the Undertakers had vastly improved Haku's arsenal, and Zabuza was never cheap when it came to his tools. And Haku was his favorite. The Demon Brothers had been good tools as well, but they didn't matter anymore. Shinobi did not dwell on the past, not if they wanted to live. Zabuza shifted and watched a young man exit the building, his gait betraying his drunkenness. The missing nin had been observing the man for some time, and with every appearance his alcohol consumption had been increasing. Foregoing the massive sword at his back, Zabuza reached into his arm warmer and withdrew a single kunai. He had been listening to various conversations of the guards, and found out that the drunken man was the son of the leader, one henjin he'd be in. Just a brat. A spoiled brat that doesn't understand the meaning of anything. He's never had to earn anything, daddy's provided everything. Zabuza leapt soundlessly from his perch. He hadn't been in the assassination squads for fun, at least not entirely. As annoying as it was to go through the system, he had learned what he wanted. The ninja trailed the boy from the trees, sneering behind his mask of bandages, watching as his target tripped and cursed. Spit flew from his mouth, and Zabuza could imagine the stench of alcohol that accompanied the curses the idiot spoke. Their client didn't care how it was done. In reality, he wasn't so much a client as a contact, a provider of information. Zabuza mused on. Their deal as he watched the pathetic excuse for a person get up and continue toward the main town. In exchange for a place to stay, the missing ninja had been contracted to retrieve an old man's daughter alive through any means necessary. Zabuza had almost declined, but then he heard that he could take whatever he wanted from the syndicate and no troublesome authorities would be alerted. Who knew what they kept in there? Damn bitch. She'll be begging me to take her after today, the man said with a slur. Zabuza would have arched an eyebrow if he had one. Was he talking about his target? Perhaps he would live a little longer to see if any more information would be coming. The ruthless nin thought it over and laughed. No, I don't think so. Zabuza gripped his kunai lightly, ready to throw. He'd have to do it soon if he wanted to avoid the body being discovered. The man spun. Who said that? This is too fun. Throat, spinal column, lungs, liver. Maybe the heart. That's a classic. His voice seemed to be coming from every direction, confusing and terrorizing the small man in the road. Stop hiding. Come out or I'll hunt you down. The man yelled as he spun around, eyes searching for the invisible person. hands going for a weapon concealed beneath his coat. He has a weapon, but it's not cared for. Zabuza scoffed and threw the kunai with pinpoint accuracy. It glinted in the clear sunlight once before digging into the soft flesh of the man's chest. Zabuza dropped down and walked to man while taking pleasure in his fear. Frothy blood bubbled out the dying man's mouth as he tried to scream. Zabuza had picked the lungs. Haku crouched close to the ground, Senbon at the ready. His brown eyes examined the target, weighing the advantages of attacking at various points. I'm really putting too much thought into this. The boy thrust his slim weapon downward and it easily pierced the soft red-brown dirt native to rice country. He worked a circle around the small purple flower with the sebin to loosen dirt. Occasionally he stopped and tugged the stalk of the flower, testing if it was ready to pry from the ground. Haku smiled and jerked on the flower, unearthing an oddly thick root resembling ginger in its shape. Maybe I can replant it somewhere else, but we probably wouldn't stay long enough to see the effects of a new environment. I should start brewing the tea tonight. Haku turned to put his prize in a basket he'd brought along, but a small bird was perched on the handle. He smiled and thought about trapping it. There was a white bunny at the cabin that might appreciate some company. The renegade ninja sat the root on the ground and cupped his hands even though he doubted he would actually catch the bird. The small sparrow's head tilted, watchful. Hey, do you know which direction the town is? A cheerful voice caused Haku to turn around, surprised at being caught unawares. Zabuza wouldn't be pleased about that, but it was just a kid. Haku whipped his head around too late. The bird was gone. He mentally shrugged and placed the root with the two others he'd found that morning before returning his attention to the younger boy behind him. Are you lost? Haku asked while his shinobi habits came forth. The boy was younger, yet Haku got the feeling he was actually older than his frame suggested. He had crystalline blue eyes that on initial examination sent a chill down his spine. Something lurked in those eyes, a hidden anger that smoldered waiting for the prod that would bring it out with righteous fury. When he noticed the bloodstains on the Hild's clothing, Haku smiled pleasantly to conceal his worry. Maybe someone had already prodded the anger out. If that was the case, the blonde boy could be a potential threat. It was also odd for such a small boy to be carrying a heavy scroll, and the forehead protectors dangling from the net hinted at past victories. Haku's mind drifted toward the small amount of senbon sitting in the basket. Naruto squirmed under the scrutiny but didn't say anything. This unknown person's eyes didn't carry the unbridled hate that had been so common back in Konoha, and as long as it didn't hold that he could put up with it. I'm not lost. Exactly. Do you know where I can get some help? The voice hissed in agitation. This one is dangerous. He's a shinobi. Haku stood and picked up the basket. What kind of help do you need? Naruto paused. What kind of help do I need? That was a strange question to the Kyuubi container. How many times had he been asked if he needed help? At the moment though, he felt fine. Kin was the one that needed help. I don't need any help. Haku observed, and decided the boy might require further study. Maybe he's suffering from some sort of head injury. I'm gathering some medicinal herbs. Would you like to accompany me? Medicine. Yeah. Kin doesn't want a hospital, but if I hang around this guy the first might get some medicine. Perfect. Hey, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Nice to meet you. Naruto grinned widely, displaying unnaturally sharp eyeteeth. Haku smiled back, though his was more subdued. Naruto's fang-like teeth reminded him of an old vampire movie his mother had liked. They call me Haku. Pleasure's all mine. When Naruto turned around, presumably in the direction Haku was heading for more roots, the mist-trained shinobi froze. The back of his yukata was practically non-existent. Something had eaten a large hole in it, and there was a pale scar stretching across the bare skin. For a scar like that to have formed, the wound would have had to be deep, most likely fatal or paralyzing. Everything Haku knew about healing was set on a ledge and dangerously close to falling. The boy was interesting. Here, I'm looking for these flowers. Haku began the same processes before to dig up the root and keep the whole plant intact. It's pretty. I bet Kin would like one. She's a girl, and she's got that purple ribbon. Naruto commented. Girls always like flowers, then. Naruto sat back and began going through the basket. Of course. Why else do you bring them flowers on birthdays and anniversaries? Do you think I like flowers? Haku laughed. He didn't get the answer he expected. No. Haku does not like flowers the way girls do. Naruto stated as he found one of the senbon, and then began to use it as a toothpick. The feminine boy thought, "Why do you say that?" Naruto's expression made it clear he thought the question was stupid. His conscience had said Haku was a boy, and though he appeared the opposite, his conscience was never wrong. Never. Because you aren't like most girls. What were you planning to do with these things? They don't look like normal needles, and you don't look like a normal doctor. The blonde ended his words with a flourish of the senbon. The metal flicked up and down in his mouth when he chewed the end. It slashed his unprotected tongue, and Naruto felt his eyes tear up as he spat out the weapon. Haku lifted a hand to offer assistance, but dropped it when he saw that the younger stupid boy was fine. Blood tended to clot faster in the mouth. Whose kin? Is she your precious person? Precious? What is precious? Naruto wasn't completely ignorant, but he had difficulty shifting his paradigms. He recognized the word, but had most often associated it in relation to valuables like precious stones. Family heirlooms could be precious. What about family members? But I don't have any. I don't think I have any precious people. That is very sad. Haku meant it. To him, not having a precious person was akin to dying. Revenge, hate, and selfishness only brought more pain in the end. To not value anyone, it must be a very lonely world. It can be, do I value anyone? Yes. Yes I do. Uruka's smiling scarred face flashed in his mind. That image that had burned though the hate-filled glares of the villagers fed his soul, healing his heart bit by bit. The teacher had been his pillar of support in Konoha, ND kept him from falling into suicidal despair, but I think, as long as you have one person, it's okay. Naruto nodded to himself. So then, you have someone. Yup, and, holy shit. You know healing things, right? Right, Naruto asked, desperate. How could I be so stupid? Kin's a precious person too. Within a cage, Kyuubi paced with bristled fur. It had been close, so close to getting the boy to forget about the weak female. Well, maybe not totally weak, but still. She was a liability. She wasn't in any fighting condition, and the fox demon could feel something coming. With the seal in place, his temporal abilities were severely hampered, but he could still sense when a vital turning point was close. After expending so much chakra helping the boy with the 2 chunin, and healing his wounds during the free-for-all, Naruto's body was tired. It didn't show, but at the cellular level his body was at the limit. Kyuubi stared at the wall, her mind going into crunch time as he tried to come up with a plan. Sarutobi, the 3rd Hokage of Konoha, closed his eyes and listened. Ninjas stepped lightly, but when one knew what to look for he could hear their passage past his door. Few bothered him, and those that did insisted that he take a break. He'd gotten little sleep over the past week, only a few hours here and there. Bags had formed beneath his eyes and his bones were finally starting to feel their age. Every step ached. He couldn't decide if it was real or his mind punishing him for letting everything happen. I should have stepped in. I should have taken care of him. There's nothing I can do. Nothing I can do for Naruto. The council won't let me overlook this exploit, even if he did come back willingly. The Hokage shook himself and reached for a thin folder that had been left on his desk this morning. His secretary must have left it there when he had gone outside. Several slips contained the selected teams for the year's academy graduates, and if they passed or failed their teamwork examination. The old man chuckled at the thought. Not every Junin sensei tested for teamwork, despite Konoha's emphasis on it. If they had lived up to their ideal, Naruto wouldn't have been pushed so far. His situation was the fault of the whole village. The slips listed Team 8, consisting of an Aburame, Hyuga, and Inuzuka, and Team 10, a Yamanaka, Nara, Akamaiki, as passing. Team 10 had the teamwork thing. Or rather they believed in the, if I work with you I only have to put in half the effort. Team 8 just worked well together but their sensei claimed that they I have looked good on paper but were almost always at each other's throats. Their saving grace was the ability to put personal grudges aside for the good of the mission. Team 7 was in limbo. It consisted of 2 people. And they were still waiting to be assigned a sensei and a 3rd member. Naruto would have been ideal but Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno. The top of the class in practical, and top in theory. Kakashi should have been assigned. Sasuke's been mostly left alone, too. There were no free genin to fill the position. Sasuke and Sakura would have to remain on the reserves list, or go back to the academy and await to be sorted next year. Visions of an angry Uchiha prodigy flitted through Sarutobi's head. The boy would not take to being sent back well. The third rubbed his forehead and called for a cup of tea. His secretary entered promptly with a pleasant smile, though he could see the nervousness in the slight dip of her shoulders. She set the cup and saucer on the desk. Sarutobi nodded a dismissal and reached for the cup. He couldn't help but groan as a hated folder entered his view. The root profiles. She couldn't have known he had been trying to ignore it. Like lightning a thought hit him. And Sarutobi smiled. He propped his feet up on the desk and sipped his tea with one hand, the other was flipping rapidly through the root profiles. He didn't have to assign a genin to the Uchiha and Haruno. Did he? There. No name, but the picture and stats were enough. The root member was pale, almost albino, with short black hair and an expressionless face. He was strong. A high Chunin level the profile claimed, and just the right age. Sarutobi chuckled for the first time in what felt like a century. Danzo won't like me using his special ops like this, but, screw him. Haku arched an eyebrow as he examined the sound kunoichi resting fitfully beneath a tree. She might be a threat, though the amount of damage she could do would be extremely limited. Blood had C. Aked in several places and the medically minded ninja mentally sighed at the incompetence the makeshift bandages demonstrated. He reached into the sleeve of his robe and retrieved his medical kit. Nah. Ruto watched in fascination as the long-haired boy unfolded a pack of leather revealing several different types of cutting instruments. Haku selected a rounded pair of scissors and began cutting Kin's top off. Though he was careful when removing the cloth that had been cemented to her body by the blood. I'll need to clean this. Could you go get some water? Haku asked without looking up from his work. He took a pair of tweezers from the kit and started removing tiny bits of debris from Kin's wounds. Okay. Naruto jumped up and grabbed a canteen while running to a stream, happy. His friend would be alright. Kin-chan's my first friend. A precious person. Oh really? The voice groused. Left turn here. Naruto turned and quickly found himself at the smallest stream he had ever seen. It was more like a trickle that passed over some rocks. He knelt down, absently scratching at his back, and dipped the container into the water. The action disturbed the mud, and Naruto cursed as he was for. CED to move upstream and try again for clear water. You think that's enough? No answer. Conscience. Naruto screwed the cap back on and headed to the clearing. He chewed his bottom lip and glanced around worriedly. Was his conscience upset with him? Should he have listened when it suggested leaving Kin and heading on, alone? Where was Q? I need to wash it. Haku gestured for the canteen which Naruto quickly gave. Haku methodically rinsed the area, and Naruto grimaced at the angry red swelling around the cuts. His injuries never lasted that long. While the Jinchuriki had been gathering tea, Haku had crushed several of the roots he'd gathered that morning with a few herbs he kept on hand. What little water that had been left after cleaning the worst areas was mixed with the herbs, creating a paste that, to Naruto, smelled like clovers. Kin shuddered and snapped her eyes open. She let out a startled gasp and reached for a weapon, only to find that her kunai holster was missing. Kin-chan. She then realized her breasts felt unusually free and cold. Blushing in anger and embarrassment, Kin wrapped her arms around her chest and glared at everything she could lay her eyes on. What is going on? Kin bit out. Miss, please relax and let me finish applying the ointment, asked a soft voice. Kin tucked her legs closer to her body and did not relax. Her hard training in the S.Ound village would not allow her to drop her guard. Ointment. Naruto crawled over, eyes sparkling. Yeah, you didn't want a hospital, right? I found you, Haku. Haku knows medicine stuff. Well, we're both girls, but is something troubling you? Haku asked politely. It's just that, men, girl things, why is this so embarrassing to explain? As much as I owe Naruto-sama, I do have some modesty. Kin looked down, and was surprised to hear a small explosion that normally accompanied a transformation jutsu. The girl glanced in Naruto's direction and her mouth dropped open in surprise. A very female, and obviously well-developed Naruto sat smiling with only a few wisps of smoke concealing her breasts. Now we're both girls. She nodded sagely, leaving Kin to sigh in defeat, and Haku clapped 1 hectare. ND over his mouth in an attempt to prevent himself from laughing out loud. Raise your arms. Haku asked, inwardly giggling at his new acquaintances. He hesitated to call them friends. No doubt he and Zabuza would be leaving in few days. And he would never see the two people again. Best not to get attached. When the girl lifted her arms, Haku began wrapping a roll of gauze around her torso. She was pleased her lord found her some help and respected her wish not to go to a hospital, but a small portion of her mind was worried. She couldn't understand why. Haku gave a sharp tug and secured the bandages tightly. The missing nin re-wrapped his surgical kit and stood up. I would suggest you don't do anything taxing for the next week. Naruto-kun, you should redo the bandages every few days, at least. Haku handed the naked blonde a large roll of bandages and turned to leave. I should be going. Naruto waved slowly, torn between joy that his second minion would be okay and sadness that his new friend was leaving them. Bye Haku-kun. Kin froze. Haku-kun. I thought he was a girl. Kyo entered the hospital calmly, almost wishing his superior hadn't told him how important the mission was. He probably wouldn't be so nervous if it had been put off as something to pass the time, as it was. Every gaze sent a shiver of warning down his spine. Medic nin were known to get violent when their orders were ignored. You can do this, Kyo. Act cool. Just checking up on an old acquaintance. That's it. The reception nurse glanced up from her work and smiled at him. Immediately Kyo's training kicked in and he began looking for any sign that she suspected his true intentions. The smile wasn't forced, and her eyes didn't give the subtle dilation that alerted interrogation specialists to lies. Her whole body was relaxed. He was safe, for the moment. What room is Iruka-san in? Iruka. One moment. She turned, her chair giving a small squeak, and began breezing through files. Kyo couldn't help but watch her. She had long fingernails any kunoichi would envy, and they flicked the manila envelopes to the side with surprising ease. The nurse stopped. He was just transferred down a level. We finally convinced him he'd heal faster if he wasn't trying to burn himself up with chakra. Room 204. Kyo turned to be on his way, and nearly had a heart attack when her voice called him back. Rookies weren't meant to be doing this sort of thing. You forgot to sign in. Her voice didn't carry any discomfort, only humor. He took the pen she offered with a forced blush nearly as red as his hair and quickly jotted down his name. Seiki Kyo. Nurses bustled by, some carrying bandages, others laughing. It's only ever this calm during peacetime. Kyo rubbed the back of his neck and started up the stairs, one hand on the rail. What exactly did Ibiki want him to do? Questioning an injured man wouldn't get them very far. Painkillers and drugs worked against them, and only the best knew how to differentiate between chemically induced words and true confessions. This was not something Kyo should be doing. The young man paused outside the door to room 204 and marveled at the fact he actually wanted to be in the dank dungeons. At least he knew what to do there. Good afternoon, Yumino-san. Kyo commented dryly, with only a hint of cheerfulness. The Chunin blinked and turned his head toward Kyo, who swallowed nervously when he caught sight of the older man's eyes. He was supposed to be blind, but the thought didn't comfort Kyo in the least. Iruka's pupils had stretched to their limit, practically eradicating the iris. Beside that, the whites of his eyes had become red from increased blood flow. It was disturbing to say the least. Kyo got out his notepad. I'm afraid I don't recognize you. Kyo. You can call me Kyo. I just need to ask you a few questions, sir. Nothing too terrible. If I pushed too hard it would only take a second for him to reach the call nurse switch. Iruka folded his hands and leaned back onto a pillow. Somehow his head followed Kyo's movement to a chair across the room. Kyo attributed it to the sound his notepad made when he flipped it open. What made you go to the clearing Naruto Uzumaki was located the other night? There was a long moment of silence, and Kyo noted that Iruka's hands tensed. He was worried, but the question was, about what? As you probably know, Naruto was in my class. Though not the best student, you could say I watched him more. After a year it wasn't hard to put myself in his place and figure out where he would go to hide with something so valuable. He referred to him as Naruto. He has feelings for the vessel. Why didn't you think to tell anyone? Iruka shrugged. At the time it was only a guess. I didn't think it would be wise to spend so many of the searchers on one area if it proved to be wrong. I see. Or did you want the scroll for yourself? Were you planning to help the kid escape with it? Mizuki is dead. Can you describe what happened to cause it? Ruruka paused. He was no fool. The man wasn't just trying to form a report on the incident, he was gathering information that would be picked apart by the best. Kyo had never been in his class. But he remembered an older teacher bragging about a Kyo-seiki, far from the best in class, but with a mind that rivaled the best if pressed. The man had been bragging that his student had foregone Junin exams and moved into internship with the interrogation squad. Ruruka formulated a reply. I arrived on the scene shortly after Mizuki. I hid myself, thinking that he could handle things on his own, and listened in case my fellow teacher needed backup, however unlikely. What I heard was incriminating, and I realized that there wasn't enough time to call for help. Naruto asked if he could have more time. Apparently Mizuki told him that if he stole the scroll of seals and managed to learn a technique he could graduate. Naruto has failed the past 4 times he's tried. Mizuki then called him a fool and began revealing the secret. That was when I interfered. We fought, with Mizuki constantly trying to kill Naruto and take the scroll. Fearing for both the boy's safety and the scroll. I admit it wasn't the wisest choice, I told him to take it and run. Then I blew us up. For several minutes all that could be heard was the faint scratching of pencil on paper. Kyo chewed on his pencil. Do you know where Naruto may have gone? Put yourself in his place, as it were. Ruruka shook his head. Naruto's never been outside the village, and he always slept in class if he could. The Chunin sighed after a calculated pause. 2 can play this game. He would go anyplace but Konoha. Can you think of any other town he might have thought to visit? Kyo thought it was eerie how the blind man could shoot any looks in his direction. Particularly annoyed ones. Naruto doesn't even know the names of other hidden villages, what makes you think he would know a civilian one? Right. Thank you for your time, Yumino-san. Ruruka closed his eyes and frowned as the man exited. His time with Kyo had put some things into perspective. After he got out the hospital, Ruruka would be going through one hell of a training regime. Rai followed closely behind his subordinate. Every now and then his eyes would drift to the small stuffed animal held in her grip. The Oman had discovered only an hour or 2 ago and claimed that it was covered in the Kyubi vessel's scent. Rai had to agree, though his apprehension had grown since they picked it up. Why was it left there, where we would find it? A fox. The brat left a bloody fox behind. It's like he's taunting us. Yuko began to slow and she held her free hand behind her back while forming signals in Anbu assassination language. They were closing in on their target. Rai tapped her shoulder and took the lead while silently ordering her to circle around. She nodded and leapt to the side, soon vanishing among the foliage. No one got to be a captain by taking stupid chances. This true at all levels, and Anbu was no exception. As Rai approached the small clearing his heart rate increased exponentially as adrenaline coursed through his system. The Kyubi brat would be dead soon. No, not yet. The thought of the fox plush wormed its way into the forefront of his mind, and he paused. Just how strong had the child become without them knowing? Was he expecting them? Rai clasped his hands together and allowed his form to melt into the background. He would wait and watch. The Anbu captain slowed his breathing and tried to control his heartbeat as he peered into the clearing. The blonde menace still had the scroll, that was good. At least they wouldn't have to waste time looking for it. Who's the girl? The T must be the hidden sound symbol. Is the demon getting help from the enemy? It would make sense. It was all too convenient for the experienced Anbu. As much as he would like to rush in and slaughter the 2 people on the ground, he couldn't risk it. As he had said before, they didn't do unknown variables. Wait and watch. Once they could be sure of the situation, he and Yuko would move quickly and annihilate them with surprise. Silent assassination. For a moment Rei's breath caught in his throat and his heart stilled. The girl, the unknown quantity, was staring right at his position. When there's too many coincidences, there are actually none. He didn't know how she could have seen through the jutsu, but when she opened her mouth to warn the Jinchuriki, his thought was confirmed. Rai cursed and released a salvo of kunai. It looked like they would have to fight right off the bat anyway. Kin held her cut shirt in her hands sadly. She had liked it, the gray camouflage, but now it was unusable. Typical medics were always worried about moving their patients and ended up ruining good clothes. Not like it would last much longer with all the holes in it, I suppose. Kin muttered to herself. And she folded her top and tucked it into her pants pocket. It'd be useful as a cleaning cloth and she didn't like being wasteful. Are you okay, Kin-chan? Naruto asked when he noticed her mutterings. She waved his question away and looked at his own terrible clothing. Before it had been very fine, but now it was near rags. Shinobi were certainly hard on their things. We'll need to get some armor then. I feel half-dressed with only bandages covering my breasts. We need to get some new clothes. Naruto nodded and shrugged out of his sleeves. Yeah, but I don't think I have enough. It's fine. We're ninjas. We can always. Kin stopped and turned her head. The hairs on her arms stood up in response to some long-forgotten instinct. Danger. A predator. Thump, thump, thump. The steady beak bar. Ely registered against the many sounds of nature, but it was unmistakable to a shinobi trained in the sound village. A heartbeat. It wasn't hers, or Naruto's. Her gaze went to the trees as she tried to locate the unknown watcher. But she couldn't see anything. Wait, those leaves are. Naru. Kin cut off as she was forcibly rolled to the side by her master. Naruto crouched over her, and through Here luck the weapons that had been sent to silence her had found themselves buried in the scroll. Two masked ninja entered the clearing and Kin's stomach churned. No matter what village or name, the masked shinobi were the best. Even if Naruto-sama could take on Genin, he couldn't fight Elite Nin. They would die. Naruto moved to face them, and a low growl echoed around the clearing. Konoha Anbu. Uzumaki. We're here to get back the scroll of seals and execute you. We can do it quick and painless or slow and brutal. Once of the Anbu said with a slightly garbled voice. Kin was willing to bet it was a woman. But after Haku she wasn't so sure. Not like it will matter once we're dead. Naruto actually laughed. I don't give up. Slow and brutal it is. Haku was halfway back to cabin, deep in thought. When it occurred to him that he had forgotten the whole reason for the outing. His basket of herbs had been left with the boy and girl. Oh. The ice user turned and began running back. He had been so preoccupied trying to figure out how the blonde knew he was a boy he had forgotten about his herbs. Zabuza-sama had given him the time off to gather them, and if he returned without the roots the whole day would have been wasted. Perhaps not entirely wasted, he had helped the girl, but the older ninja wouldn't care about that fact. Haku raced through the forest, his speed unmatched by any his age. Oddly, the smell of smoke reached his nose and changed from earth-bound travel to tree-bound. Alarms rang in his head and he reached into his light robe. The mask he took out of bone white with a single blue swirl accenting it. It was a mask of the mist shinobi hunters, and he had taken it from his first kill. So many memories. Haku placed the mask on his face and attached it with a sliver of chakra. Instantly everything became sharper, clearer, as if there was a fog that covered the world and it had only just then lifted. Very few knew the true nature of mist hunter masks. Not Eve. Haku understood the full capabilities of them until he put it on for the first time. Haku moved carefully and watched as his two acquaintances managed to trap a masked ninja and wound her, but the W. Oman cut the wires and jumped away, leaving an explosive tag in her place. Naruto groaned as the heat from the explosion burned his exposed back. They were going to die. Haku bit his lip and flicked Hai's wrist, instantly summoning 3 Senbon to his hand. Watching the practically one-sided fight didn't feel right. Even though it was only for a moment, he still knew those people. The mist-trained shinobi reached back and took aim. I already spent half the afternoon healing her. I'm not going to let that damned hunter ruin my work. The trio of Sebin flew through the air and collided with a brace of shuriken, knocking them off target. The Anbu turned in the direction the Senbon had come, but Haku was already moving. He flitted among the trees like a ghost, his speed equal to that of most Junin. The male Anbu caught a flash of pink and rapidly formed hand seals to launch an earth missile toward the new threat. Haku flipped over the speeding ball of rock and twisted, releasing more Senbon as his anger began to build. No mercy. These people are just as lethal as Hunter Nin. If I allow them to live they'll just come back stronger. Hunter Nin wanted to kill Zabuza-sama, and Haku by proxy. He wasn't about to let that happen. Makyu Hayusho. Haku twisted his fingers into something resembling a diamond and began pushing his family's unique chakra into the air. There was ambient moisture in the air and Haku smiled sadly beneath his hunter mask. His technique utilized ridiculous amounts of chakra in dry air, but with so much raw material to work with he could keep it up for quite a while. Ice particles formed rapidly in the air and condensed, gathering and encircling the supposed male Anbu. Haku placed a hand on the back of one of his mirrors and stepped in. His image was reflected in each and every mirror, making it impossible to tell which one was real. Mist Hunter, this is none of your business. The Anbu spoke cautiously. Haku could imagine his eyes searching for an exit. The act was futile. His technique did have gaps, but there was impossible to reach them. Neither is it yours. Haku spoke in monotone and crossed his arms over his chest, each hand armed with senbon ready to throw. The blonde is a renegade of our village, and a thief. Haku smiled sadly. So am I. He released the senbon quickly, yet only one hit the Anbu. No matter. He had a perfect record with his demonic ice mirrors. And he wasn't about to mar it. Haku took advantage of the improved senses that the Hunter Nin mask gave and jumped 3 mirrors before attacking again. He didn't score any points this time. The man was good. Haku channeled more chakra to his mirrors and increased his speed. Yuko backflipped and spun away while sending a spiral of fire blasting toward the blonde demon. She had tagged him several times. And he was slowing, but the fact he wasn't dead was quickly making its way on her private 7 wonders of the world. The girl he was with proved to be next to useless. Either she was simply a horrible kunoichi, or she was too injured to be a threat. One solid kick to the chest was all it had taken to put her out of the battle. Q. The demon yelled in anguish. Its big blue eyes were locked on her belt, from which hung the stuffed toy she had picked up. Does it value this thing? The woman inhaled and mentally called out her chosen technique as the Uzumaki boy ran toward her. Kaden, Hisekisho. Superheated ash particles blew out of her mouth and covered the clearing. Yuko stepped back and pulled a shuriken from her holster. Shuriken Kage Bushin. The shuriken suddenly doubled, then split again and again till some 30 shuriken flew into the cloud of deadly ash. The female Anbu moved to check her progress when a glint in front of her caused her to pause. Another wire. She spun only to see the thought to be unconscious, possibly dead, girl grin with blood trailing out of her mouth. The girl's eyes burned with pain and madness as she flicked a small bell attached to the wire. Yuko collapsed to her knees as her world shifted. There was a ringing in the air from the bell that made her feel as if someone was pounding her brains out. Yuko clutched her stomach and puked. The jutsu was screwing with her senses, her balance, everything. For someone who had spent her life improving her senses for tracking purposes, she felt like she was dying. I've got to get her to stop. Yuko reached for a kunai, missed twice but managed on the 3rd try. She held the stuffed animal up, possibly her only chance for reprieve, and placed the kunai close to it. The action was pathetic, but she would worry about that later. The demon had shown some attachment to the doll, and if still alive he might persuade the girl to cancel the jutsu briefly. I'll only need a moment. Then I'll kill the bitch. Q. Put Q down. The demon screamed with rage. Yuko was seeing double, but she could make out a bad burn on his right arm. Her ash had been productive. Yuko opened her mouth to retort, but only ended up dry heaving, and accidentally cutting into the doll as her body spacement. Naruto yelled in fury and came at her despite Kin's warning. Yuko felt her body seize up with fear as she looked down at the fox plush. Its glass eyes no longer looked glass, and they glowed with power. Small pieces of strange fluff flew from the cut-in. It sighed and drifted past the mask into Yuko's mouth. Her throat constricted and she fell backwards away from Naruto's wild punch. Q fell away as she coughed and gagged, her eyes bulging as she stumbled around. You bitch. A voice whispered with hate in her ear. You cut me. You cut me. You will pay. Yuko didn't see the dark cloud until it was too late. With a final cough she managed to dial. Odge the strange substance that had clogged her throat, but the air she breathed in was filled with burning ash. The lingering jutsu seared her lungs and throat, rendering her unable to scream. Naruto quickly snatched his beloved fox plush the ground and held it close while whispering reassurances to the doll. It's gonna be okay. I'm here now, Q-chan. The boy glared in the direction the Anbu had gone, and smiled when he saw her vanish into the ash. His arms still stung, he knew she wouldn't be happy. Naruto-sama, Kin coughed and slumped on the ground. Kin-chan, you aren't supposed to be doing anything, Naruto said, though he had been grateful for her help. I'm fine, but I think my ribs were knocked out of place, again. The other one's still fighting though, she gestured to the STR. Ange dome-like ice structure across the field. Naruto nodded and moved. His mouth opened in surprise when he saw the two masked fighters within the ice prison. That's the outfit Haku was wearing. Haku had Senbon. The Anbu is fast, though. Haku's still young. Naruto held his doll up and examined it while voicing a question. Q-chan, who do you think will win? He turned the stuffed fox on its S. Iden was unable to find the cut Miss Anbu had inflicted upon his precious gift. Naruto received no answer from either the toy or his conscience. He looked at the ground while stroking the soft fabric of his toy. Haku is my friend. I want Haku to be a friend. That would make Haku a precious person, and I'm going to protect my precious people however I can. An idea formed in Naruto's mind. He glanced back at the dispersing cloud of ash. The woman was dead. Burned. The trapped Anbu didn't know that. Henge. Rai couldn't help but turn as he heard his subordinate shout out in pain, screaming for help. He couldn't help but cry out in dismay and anger as he caught sight of her mutilated and burned form through the gaps in the ice. He couldn't help but die as the freezing needles of death pierced all his vital points. Shinobi couldn't afford distractions in a battle and Rai, former Anbu captain, paid for it. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.